Welcome everyone to the Kia Tilt Proof Challenge. We're here to see if 4 gamers can stand up to the test.
Well, this... ¡Ah!
¡Uy, uy, uy!
¡Ah, jas!
Dios mío de mi vida.
I think I lost.
I'm so happy that I didn't eat before.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Done.
Done.
There we go.
Break?
Break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
I'm tired.
Me too.
So, what do you think? On to the next one? Let's go. Come on.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain, wash it away.
down to Berlin, Germany, as we prepare to wrap up the first week of the 2024 Spring Split. It's Fnatic, it's G2 and Vitality who all find themselves in prime position to sweep the weekend. But for Giant X, Rogue and Team BDS, a shaky start sees them hoping to pick up their very first win. My name is Shox and I am joined here at the desk, well, we're standing for now, but you know the drill. Goldberg and Lore to kick off this very last day. How has the weekend been for you two?
Amazing.
Yeah?
Glad to have the players back. Really exciting. A lot of change as well. So yeah, excited about today.
Yeah.
I think there's been a lot of uncertainties that have happened. I mean, you were just noting down who's really making a run here for the 3-0 and who's talking about the 0-3. Some of them I did expect, some of them I didn't.
So what about the positives then? Let's start with that.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people was expecting to see Fnatic and G2 at the top, especially Fnatic with their easy schedule in the beginning. But I think Vitality coming in with a 2-0 already, maybe going for 3-0 today, did not expect that one coming.
And on that note, we appreciated the fact that G2 was coming back with the same roster at the beginning of the year. Fnatic is clicking, they stick to the same player, and Vitality as well. So honestly, I appreciate coherence in building projects and the fact that the top 3 teams we have right now are sticking with the same player and building for longevity.
That's a great point, and hopefully other teams are watching and saying, okay, yes, Vitality, great players, didn't go where they wanted to exactly in those playoffs in winter, but a great foundation. I love that. On the other side of the coin, though, what are we looking at for teams that have disappointed us, sadly, the most so far?
Yeah, I don't know. I think for Rogue specifically, let's start off with them there. I think I'm really looking at a team that needs to come together, not just from the individuals that at times seem slow, but all of them coming together as a team. Because I've still seen good individual stuff from them. I haven't seen any good team play from them just yet.
We have Heretics, we'll see what's happening with them, but I want to look at GX because when I look at this team right now, being completely honest, the 2 first games we saw from them, I felt like I was watching solo queue. I don't see a connection between the players, and it feels like they're starting lower than what they had in winter. So are things catching up on them, or did they actually get it worse? I think today is going to be a good test for them to see this, but it doesn't look good for them.
No, that is a great question indeed. Now, we did also ask this question to some of the players before the split started. Who's going to go through 3-0? Who's going to go 0-3? Let's see what they said. Soon.
I can't see my own team. Man, I was gonna say Rogue.
I'm gonna be spicy and say no one.
Easy choice is G2, right?
I feel like on a new patch, usually they know what's good before other teams. I would say G2, yeah.
Well, the thing is, G2 took a huge break, and I just feel like none of the other teams are like, you know, super dominant or super good.
If it's not us, I would probably say maybe Fnatic. It had like a disappointing end to the split, so they might want to like, you know, come in angry in the start. They're also not playing us, which helps.
I would say Fnatic, because I think they have kind of easy schedule, and I think they are a pretty strong team.
I'm gonna say it will be Fnatic. No, that doesn't work because we play Fnatic. It's not gonna be Fnatic, it's gonna be Rogue, and it's gonna be G2.
BDS might go 3-0. They are pretty good in the regular split.
Well, you are playing against BDS, so...
that's fine.
If you want to change your answers...
I don't, it's fine.
0-3. Yeah, probably Rogue maybe?
Rogue.
I would say Rogue.
Next last team was Rogue. Heretics also has a new player that they just subbed in now. So I would say Heretics maybe, or Rogue.
It's for sure Team Heretics, because I think they just made a change, and I didn't think they were even good before.
Heretics, because they play us, and they might have a shaky start. That's just my intuition.
Actually, I think Rogue might go 0-3. They're the second hoodie team. I think they're the worst hoodie team.
Rogue. I love Rogue going 0-3, so they're my favorites for that one.
Oh, the Wamne, the monkey paw curls, because yes, they might go 0-3, but you might as well on Giant X.
That's the thing, right? You can take the Oramno out of Rogue, but apparently you can't take the Rogue out of Oramne, so here we find him.
I love when players don't know their own schedule. So, bet against themselves.
Wait, we're playing them.
We play them.
But it's 3 games in a week, you know, I get it. They have a lot to prepare for. But our very first game will be Rogue versus BDS, 2 teams that might very well go 0-3. I'm kidding, only one of them can. So let's start with BDS. BDS, after the first day, I heard from Goldberg Lore that they looked like they were trying things, they were trying to innovate, but maybe it wasn't really coming together.
It wasn't, and what made them strong, I feel, in winter, their science of team fights, how they were setting up the plays, and how they stayed proactive on the map in the early game to grab an agency in the game. This is what I'm not seeing from them here, GB.
Yeah, I think it's hard for them right now because they're clearly trying to innovate with new champions as well. Specifically, the first draft they came through with, that was Nuke's 4th Taliyah ever. Obviously, Taliyah is super strong on this patch, but the thing that benefit BDS and Winter was it was already their meta, and they just had to continue from where they stopped in 2023. But coming into this, now they have to work on new champion pool, and they have to work on the gameplay aspect. And even when Adam brought out an Olaf, he still got stomp-stood by Photon in that. So hopefully they can start coming back.
Switzerland.
Yay! I mean, they're a Swiss team.
It's a Swiss org. Also on the Rift, it looks like Switzerland now. They don't kill anyone. They don't get any towers. They're just, you know, it's taking it a little bit too literally, perhaps, that they're a Swiss org. Who knows? But we love their videos, though, and we always will. But for the other side, we have Rogue. And Rogue, oh my God, I'm just feeling so uninspired, no pun intended at all, watching them. I don't know what it is.
No, absolutely. I think there has been positives with Rogues. I have a clip I'd love to go through with this as well, because Finn has brought good things to this team. I think his Udyr was really good in the beginning, and I thought his Renekton as well was kind of solid. In this scenario, he's got Wunder frozen on with his jungler being able to come in for a gank, but this is a bigger play where they're going to be able to contest for the Grops in just a little bit. So as we roll out the clip, you can see Finn denying CS, Wunder having to step up just to, well, try and get some of the XP, and when this happens, well, that when Finn starts pushing forward and trades a little bit with him to make sure that he gets priority in the lane. Now, why does he want this priority in the lane? Well, it's quite simple, because if you take a look at the minimap once again, you can actually see that Zoelis is starting to come through. They want to contest this crop spawn. Now they have top lane first move. It's super easy for them to go in here. So it's looking super good in terms of this early game planning they're committing to. You can see it now. Finn first move, Wunder stuck on the tower, can't really do anything. Trimby gets pushed out because Marcoon's there first as well. Yanker's still clearing his crocs. And now Rogue thinks, oh, we have this. But actually, as Zoelis walks back, Trimby is still around, and suddenly they will lose out on one croc or one grop. There we go. But the thing is, even with this happening and them losing out that one grub, Zoelis comes in, they find the first blood, and they still get a lead. So they get most of the grubs for themselves. They get first blood on Larsen too, and then moving forward, it's just, this is looking good. It actually looks like they can get the ball rolling. I'm not really sure why it's in slow-mo right now. But going into the second clip here, you can see that, okay, they get another objective. Now we can rinse and repeat the strategy we just saw. Now Zoelis and the rest of Rogue needs to move straight up towards the Grubs, because Finn is in a situation where he can get a slew push and they can move it in. But they start honking around mid too long. You can see Zoelis going to hook the towers, then he's going to stick around mid and still walk back in. It's like they're trying to threaten a mid play, but at the same time, there's an all-in on top side, and this is also a misplay by Finn. You could have said, oh, they could have been up here to backing up and then could have killed Wunder easily and then gone for the play, but that doesn't happen. I'm going to try and see if I can speed this up instead, because it's too slow. Instead, what happens is...
Just like Rogue.
Yeah, actually true. But Finn dies. They don't get the first prior on Grob, as we just saw in the first clip. The mid play happens, but they lose out on their 3v3 again. And now they lose all the Grobs, they lose all their tempo. The top laner who's ahead, no longer ahead. The mid laner that's ahead, no longer ahead. And suddenly they just don't connect. And it's such a shame, because they have clear planning, but no one is stepping up to make the right call. And they need to turn this ship around now, because when today's done, that's 1/3 of their split gone.
Yeah.
And if they don't do it, well, that ship will just sink and they're straight up out almost.
And it's been going downhill for a while. You know, we had Malmö, we had that finally crowning achievement. That was in 2022, right? So now looking at Rogue and some of the pieces they have left. But Laure, is it as easy to say, well, you still have that championship winning Larsen, you still have that championship winning Comp, or is that a little bit hard knowing that there's pieces around them changing all the time now?
I think it's those pieces that change that maybe affects it, and the fact that sometimes when you have been playing together for too long, it can it can also not help you. But I feel like bringing Finn back, bringing back this old synergy, because these players know each other. Finn is going to talk about this in a while.
Okay.
But yeah, he knows that the synergy is here and that it's going to take some time. But as we said, 3 weeks flies fast, and they have to make the change now. They don't have time.
Yes, Amal, you're speaking of it, so I want to take a look at that interview to see what Finn said. I know you spoke to him just a minute ago.
Finn, thank you so much for joining me back in the uniform.
Thank you. It's good to be back.
Yeah, I mean, the start was not ideal for you, but getting your groove back, getting your mood in the team back, how was that for you?
Yeah, it's good to be back.
Yeah.
Rogue is like, it feels very natural to be back, of course. I think scrims have been good and we've been making progress. I think we've had some issues in the early game lately on the stage games, and it's just hard for us to show what we're good at when we're starting the game like down 2k gold at 15 minutes. So I think we really have to fix this early game, make sure we have a stable plan and make sure we get it through smoothly, and then I think you guys will stop seeing this boring gameplay, because when you're 2k down, like what can you actually do in the game? You don't really have the agency to actually pull the trigger. So I know people are a bit disappointed in Rogue and how we're playing, but I do promise you we have more to show than that.
I love hearing this, and I was not planning on asking you about what the community thinks, but obviously you read what people think about Rogue, maybe boring gameplay. How is that affecting you?
I did promise Dracos that I wasn't gonna be boring
Okay,
when I joined the LEC, and I'm kind of not being true to that promise right now. So I promise once again we'll do better.
Yeah, well, I'll hold you on to your word then. But I feel like it's maybe easier for you having to do this in a team that you know, a structure that you know, with teammates that you've played with already. Is it something that helps you actually, or is it more difficult being reunited with some teammates that you knew because of the standards that you hold and the expectations that you had?
Well, definitely I'm not the same player as I was when I played with them,
Yeah.
and they're not the same as they were when I played with them last time. So it takes some time getting back into the same. I think with Mark it's been very easy being back with him. Communication is like we picked up where we left off. Larson as well. It's more like just finding out how we want to play as a core in the team and making sure we're on the right waves. We're like fighting on our timers, not on enemy timers. Because a lot of times we don't fight on our timers, and then we're like, oh, we should have fought there. And now it's the enemy's timer, but we're still trying to fight. So we just give it to them for free. And it's just the most mind-blowingly poor showing of our gameplay that I can imagine. So we just have to get through the nerves on stage, just focus on what's in front of us and play the game properly.
I mean, I can imagine that it might be frustrating, and it's going to be an interesting matchup coming up against BDS today. We were talking about this before the interview. Adam, special play style, a non-conventional way of playing the game. Any words on this matchup?
Yeah, Adam's playstyle is a bit controversial. It is obviously working. He's, I think, one of the most individually shining players in Europe, and as we've seen, he has the ability to take over games, but he's a player that pushes you, that you have to be on your toes when you play against. But I do believe me with Markun behind me, I think we can punish him and put him in his place.
Well, Finn, I'm sad we don't have you at the desk, but I'm happy you're back where you belong. In the end, hopefully you can show what you want today in the game. Best of luck against BDS.
Thank you so much.
And casters, over to you.
Thank you so much, Laura from Historic Moments. Real Laura was on the desk. Time. Crazy concept. Rogue, doing things. Also kind of a crazy concept right now, which is a struggle. Because obviously, Finn promised us more, and I want to be clear here. It's easy to take pot shots at Rogue right now, but they are doing some things okay, right? Like, losing slowly is usually a sign that you're holding on to some control of the game. The problem, Dagden, I want to know if you agree, is there are points eventually where you have to fight. You have to at some point pull the trigger, take your destiny into your own hands, and that's the kind of the missing piece of the puzzle I feel like we're waiting to see from Rogue. Yes, obviously it'll be great if they can get leads, but if they are at a deficit, we need to see them pull the trigger, get aggressive, make the plays happen when they're, even if it's a slim margin of opportunity, because otherwise we're going to keep watching them be bled out.
And look, I think there is a very big difference between this Rogue versus last Miss Rogue. Like, when you look at the game versus Fnatic, right, they are actually trying to terror dive. They've just botched it, all right? So they are trying to make things happen, but it's like, hey, if you can actually look, Zoelis, ease off a little bit. Take a second or two, wait for the rest of the team to catch up. When it comes to, hey, we want to try and take team fights, you know, wait a second, get your control over midwave. It's stop skipping steps or stop trying to push the envelope too quickly. And I think that's where it's a much better place to be, because it's like, okay, cool, we are trying to do a thing. Here's just step 3 that we forgot, and then you can actually make that work. And I think for Rogue, as long as you can get that in order, I think you'll be in an okay spot.
Yeah, and it is still a big step up, I think, for their on-stage gameplay that we need to see, right? It's not just one thing. It's one big overarching concept where they seem to be consistently coming up short. So I don't want to pretend that it's going to happen reliably immediately in this game. It's not like one bad draft, one oopsie, like the Fnatic bot side tower dive, right? It's kind of this pattern of behavior that we're hoping to see them rectify with Finn joining the roster. And on the opposite side for BDS, I will say yesterday felt like a little bit of a flash in the pan in the worst possible way, in the sense that Adam kind of just got obliterated in the 1v1 matchup against Photon. And while there were other points of weakness around the map, that's the one that's going to stand out the most for people. And I want to see how he's going to look up against Finn.
100% agree. I mean, the Olaf coming in was not looking so hot against the Rumble, and I think that's where I want to look and say, hey, I like the BDS are trying new things. We got to see the Ari coming out for Nuke. I mean, look, obviously Ari's been around for a while, but it's like they are trying very different styles. We got the Talia as well, trying to play that 1-3-1 a little bit more. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them try and bring out something a little bit different here again. It's just finding the success against a team like G2 is difficult, and I think the one against Vitality yesterday is going to sting a bit more.
Absolutely is. And if you're going to feel a little bit more like you had the tools and it's going to be some individual mistakes that kind of cost you. Of course, we've seen 4 80 carry bans already as we jump in partway through Champion Select. Varus was the Zeri, the Smolder, the Senna. Glad to see both Smolder and Senna hit the bench, but interesting to see the Aphelios bumping out. This season, BDS seem to be more and more comfortable putting ice on these kind of hyper carry options, and Rogue committing to what we've seen in the past few days, which has been aggressive, you know, winning lanes, but that hasn't really worked out for them thus far.
Yeah, I wasn't sure because there's basically back at the start of winter, the idea for the bot laners was like, hey, if you see a Kalista, you try and take Aphelios Renata on the opposite side and you go, hey, we're going to try and fight from range. It's going to make it difficult for a Renata Kalista to come through because that was such a powerful duo in that bot side of the map. But I'm curious to see if, well, there's a Renata that's going to be taken for the Kalista. So I thought they were going to take that in that second rotation, but high priority onto the Talia means that now you've got an opportunity with Rogue. They're just going to play a little bit of, hey, you come and join us, you try and dive in on top of us because you kind of need to enable Aphelios in these team fights, and for Renata that's going to be perfect. So they're taking the Blitzcrank to try and separate that out a little bit, also give them the good matchup, but I do think for an Aphelios you're going to need to be getting into the face of this Renata, which just kind of sets up Rogue for a good team fight.
Yeah, and I always like when you see Renata that it forces Aphelios into taking the cleanse essentially for fear of killing your own team in the late game, and that's going to make Kalista feel a little bit more comfortable. There's not going to be a ghost, there's not going to be a heal, so that much more opportunity for the Kalista to really leverage her early game strength. I like the Blitzcrank from Lebrov, personally. Like the pick, like what it brings, but I don't think that that's going to... Yeah, him personally on the Blitzcrank, fantastic. But of course, I don't think it's going to make this early lane matchup any easier if he's not instantly landing hooks right off the bat. Though the bans, you can see the focus is still limiting what Adam can kind of provide, as we do now have the Quay locked in as well. So Darius taken off forward, the jungle pool now being limited, as the Jarvan has been taken off.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised to see the Jarvan taken away, because I think you still got options here for Rogue, right? You can go towards something like the Sejuani, and you can still go for even something like the Maokai if you really want to for Marcoon. There's a lot of picks that we've seen coming through, and that jungle role is quite flexible at the moment, so limiting the Jarvan seems bizarre to me, and then even Volibear is starting to rise up priority in that jungle, but also in that top lane pool as well. So I still think you're more than likely going to see BDS try and take away the Sejuani here for themselves for a Sheo to try and set up for that team fight, but I'm kind of curious to see what Rogue have in their back pockets.
Yeah, it's an interesting draft thus far. Jungle pool hasn't been pinched too much. Really just the Vi, you could argue the Jarvan as well. Volibear we've mostly seen as a top laner, but you highlighted that it can obviously be played as a jungler, can still be pretty effective. Rel now going to get taken away too. What do BDS want to give for Sheo? Obviously not a guy known to really prioritize the more carry option. It's usually a bit more about utility. Maokai's still up.
I think it'd be the Sejuani. I think you take Sej here. The only thing you have to be worried about, okay, they're going to take the Maokai. I was going to say, the only thing you have to be worried about is like Marcoon going towards something like a Xin Zhao, because you've got the push in bot lane guaranteed, essentially with the range matchup there, so you can try and invade on towards a bottom side to Sheo, and I think that would be the idea here.
I'm a little bit concerned for the side of BDS and what this early game is going to look like, specifically around the bottom side of the map, because you kind of expect Rogue to get push, and now they have a winning jungle matchup as well, so Sheo's obviously a very creative player, known for these kind of more crazy pathings in early game. Cheeses sometimes, but you're going to have to get really creative because the enemy composition so far is just looking much more powerful in the early game. Talia, of course, versus Hwei, much closer than the bottom lane matchup, but and also Adam's got some crazy counter pick here for top side. I'm concerned about how BDS play out the early game.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be easy for Rogue to just say, hey, Xin Zhao, start your bot side, make sure that then you're able to invade onto blue off of that first rotation. So I'm curious how Sheo wants to try and start this one out, because I think you're going to be very quickly under pressure going through. Maybe they end up trying to go for some sort of very early play towards like, hey, we've got a Blitzcrank and a Maokai. Let's see if we can try and go for some sort of invade in the early stages. But and you've got the Talia at least that can provide some upfront damage across that. But it does feel a little bit difficult for BDS just to manage these early stages of the game where you're going to be under a lot of pressure in the jungle.
Yeah, will certainly be tricky. See, of course, how it works out for them. And for Rogue, again, the blueprint is there. Early game, you've got a Kalista. This time, hopefully, will not be solo killed in isolation in the 1v1. I feel like all of Rogue are just trying to forget the last 2 days and focus up. We've heard that scrims have been a bit better for the team. want to see the Scrim Rogue appear on stage today. BDS sure as hell gonna have something to say about that as we get into our first game of the day.
Already, we can see as we get into this, bit of an unusual start for Rogue. Okay, we're going to go into a pause immediately.
I thought you were going to say all their skins are blue, and I was like, team bonding in the chroma department.
On the blue side.
Crucial.
Yeah.
Yes.
And they're Rogue.
Focus, strong
it's just like
brand identity. You're like, what's going wrong in the coaching? You're just backstage. They're like, brand identity. No,
Look, I feel like our team is missing marketing. Just bring this.
Guys, we're fine with the O2, but we're not all wearing blue skins at the same time on the Rift, okay? I didn't write those brand guidelines so you could ignore them. Anyway, have a break, have a Kit Kat. We'll figure out what's going on. We'll keep you updated as we get more information from our competitive operations team as to what's the issue on stage.
Did everyone bring a pillow?
Yes, good question.
Yeah.
All right, it was just a small audio setting adjustment. Everyone already had their pillows. Do not be concerned. Of course, shout out to Secret Labs. Those pillows are so good, they are worth pausing a game over. We learned. Courtesy of Targamas. Thank you for that, Target. All right, going back in. And the thing is, we've talked a lot about Rogue, right? And it's not that BDS are above criticism for their start of the season. I just think that for Rogue, because we're seeing so many of the same issues manifest, we really want to see change at a much higher rate. That is kind of the expectation for the lineup overall. Whereas BDS still need to improve, still need to show us more, but it's easier to believe that they've got what it takes. That said, Adam, slice and dice start, good patience. We've got a lane swap to kick things off. Do Rogue want to keep this is the question. I like the creative level 1. Already giving a decent advantage. Adam starting E level 1 is bad.
Yeah, I think a lot of this was more to see if they could try and get in onto Sheo and spot out where he is, right? Like, what is going to be his plan for going through his jungle? Because, again, I think you do want to start on the bottom side here for Rogue. Like, get this red, immediately try and look for an invade off of your bot side push and see if you can get Sheo out of that side of the jungle. I imagine Sheo will probably just go Raptors into some sort of bot side to try and match this. But it does just mean that you're going to need some sort of help to come through. And at least with Ice and Labrov already going to be able to start the lane push, maybe they can try and dissuade a little bit of that aggression in towards Sheo in the jungle.
Definitely an option. Of course, Marcoon is living on a ward right now. He's going to look back at this and maybe kick himself just a tiny bit. Not sure if they spotted that particular piece of vision, but now he's gone into Fog of War. They feel comfortable knowing he's gone topside. He's not doing any clever double backs here, so BDS, good information for at least the early game pathing of the Xin Zhao. Very important given how lethal those early ganks can be. And for now, bot lane slowly looks like it's going to be pushing in the favor of Rogue, expecting them to get level 2 first. And Finn, unsurprisingly, having a great time against the E-start Renekton. There's no stun there. There's no Q for the healing, so level 1 will at least favor him.
Yeah, it's a good matchup regardless for Finn. Also now the fact that Sheo's been spotted on this ward is going to give a lot of information to Marcoon that maybe they want to try and actually go for something on this top side a little bit earlier than expected, but realistically I think he's more than just going to go towards his wolves after this and enter back into that bot side. And again, nice warding on both sides, right? You end up with that ward that spots out where Marcoon's going, so Sheo knows he doesn't have to be worried about any sort of invade shenanigans on the early stages of the game. And as well, the fact that Sheo gets spotted means that BDS are Rogue are well aware of where Sheo is starting on the map.
Yep. And now you see Maokai position bottom side to cover if a dive does come through. Multiple waves now crashing into the bottom lane tower of BDS. Could have been a dive setup. Probably would have been a tough one to pull off, but the window of opportunity was there from Rogue. Marcoon now walking across the ward, and timing here from Sheo is very good. Able to take that blue uncontested. Marcoon wandering in now. Will get spotted by the Sapling, and Sheo had the necessary information to essentially safely clear his jungle, which was not a guaranteed thing, to be clear. And even now, his bot lane does not have priority, so the fact that he's able to sneak that blue buff away is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, I like the decision-making here from Sheo, right? So he does the blue first, so then if an invade comes through, he's able to fall back deeper into his jungle towards his wolves, and make sure that then he buys more time for his bot lane to clear out that bot wave. And you can see there, Marcoon wants to try and go for the Gromp, but because you've already got that push in bot side, it makes him way more difficult to stay longer in this bot side jungle. So easy enough, Sheo's able to pick up blue, back to his wolves, and then able to pick up his Gromp now without Marcoon really being able to stick around. So it's just wasted time by the Xin Zhao.
Yeah, putting himself behind a little bit, and big credit to Sheo again, finding that window of opportunity, pathing in such a way that he doesn't leave himself more vulnerable than necessary. Adra now beginning to proxy waves, of course, knowing that Xin is on the bottom side of the map, frees him up to play, you know, just a little solo queue Psycho classic, just move past, take the next minion wave, and he's no longer a level 1 Renekton, you know? He's got Cold to me, there's 2 points there, happy to just sit there and tank minion aggro.
And I think at this stage, it's going to be a case of, well, how do we get to see Rogue open up the game? Because, for Rogue, I think a lot of it is going to be Marcoon again trying to play off of, hey, mid push and bot side push and making sure you're all fine and dandy. And how do BDS respond to this? And I think a lot of that is going to be a case of, can Labrov start to roam around the map? Now, it is going to be tough, obviously. You're in a matchup where you're getting shoved in a lot. But if you can use, like, these moments, right, where he's like, I don't really have to back here. I'm full mana, full health. Okay, cool. Let me see if I can disrupt push on mid for Larson. Maybe interrupt his back timer, burn a summoner spell, make things easier for Sheo on getting control mid. And then in a minute's time, or just over, when we hit level 6, we can immediately start to put that pressure onto bot lane.
And the Brav is already roaming up, of course. First back coming in for BDS, the wave bouncing off their side, crashing into the side of Rogue. As we've now reset, Ice will be there to pick that up, and it's not really a position where Marcoon is ready to dive bottom side on this wave, so Callisto will back later. We'll probably have a better purchase, but Ice gets to sit comfortably, gets to farm up here. And on the top side, just continuing to see a bit of trading back and forth. Sheo taking this window of opportunity. Seeing so many members of Rogue on the bottom side to start up the objective. Larson level 6, but low on mana. Flick back is good. Nuke doesn't really have a lot of damage to follow up, however, so Labrov stands there menacingly. Might be able to help Nuke push out, but they're in this awkward position where Nuke doesn't have enough mana. And so the play isn't really effective at getting that wave in.
Yeah, Nuke didn't have enough mana for the Unraveled Earth, so when they went for the flick back, that was kind of it. Not enough damage to finish off, so the Ignite kind of wasted there, and you're still in this kind of no man's land where no one really feels comfortable enough to push up. Larson trying to get the reset, Nuke just trying to stop him, and it will mean that Rogue, at least with the control over that bot side, will be able to turn that into the Dragon, just with Labrov using that time instead, trying to play around mid lane.
So at the end of the day, we only see really a single grub taken, maybe just for a little bit of XP, just a tiny bit of gold to Sheo. Doesn't want to commit for too many. But Rogue are going to grab Mountain Drake, which, given that they kind of have the stronger, you would expect early to mid-game composition, is good if they just continue to stack. Wow, I just put an R in there, man. Just randomly. I'm just mixing up the letters today.
Which Magic the Gathering card is that one?
Look, oh, you haven't learned about stacks yet. Shout out to all my MTG stacks players. Those are the bad people, Rob. We don't talk to those people. I'll explain that concept later. It's kind of like the Poppy W of Magic the Gathering players.
Why do I feel like your son that's coming along is like, don't talk to those people. Those are the bad people coming with us.
Don't ignore my Google history search. That's all I'll say. Regardless, BDS now level 6 on the bottom side. Labrov ready with a good angle on the hook here. Isn't going to connect, and all that pressure is just going to kind of fizzle. But I think BDS have navigated this early game super well. You kind of would expect Rogue to have a bit of a bigger lead based on some of the lanes that they've been able to get, but good back timing from Ice. Good basic kind of wave control there, and Rogue really haven't been able to punish. And, you know, you kind of want the Xin to do stuff pre-6. You know, post-6 obviously still good, don't get me wrong, but Marcoon just has not been able to find the angles into these lanes.
No, it's definitely difficult, and I think a lot of it is, hey, we tried to make that play on bot side, but because that good ward that spotted out exactly what Marcoon was up to, made it difficult for him to really find that timing window, and Sheo responding accordingly. I do think there are more opportunities for you to try and do something on this bottom side. It's just that they haven't really found this energy on Compenzo, at least his pushes, to try and make that play happen, especially now that Nuke has a significant amount of control over the mid lane. He's just been shoving in consistently and making it hard for Larson to try and follow up on that.
Adam, though, gets a nice shove in, grabs a plate. Finn forced to reset the wave. If he can cancel the back here, very good, as he's been able to reset and Adam has not. Until Adam can spend that money, his gold lead is entirely fake, and Finn is actually the one in an advantageous state. Sheo going to, meantime, just try to finish off another grub or two, and Labrov, here we go. Big hook. Not going to connect. Flick does connect, but again, we are in the early game Talia stage. Can she half health you? Absolutely. Can she 100 to 0 you? Hell no.
It does put Larson in an uncomfortable position though, because now he can't really step up to aggress in the wave, because, you know, one flick back could cause major issues from where he does actually go down. So instead, now you open up Nuke to go, hey, maybe you can try and put some pressure on towards the bottom side. Very, very low on mana, though, because this is just wave clear galore, essentially, between these two champions. But if he's able to get this advantage and maybe finds a quick reset, could look to try and use that ult bot, especially as Comp and Zullies want to, again, be pushing in this bot lane. Otherwise, Ice kind of gets to do what he's doing at the moment, which is just farm up neatly. I mean, he's even got a turret play for himself, which is super nice for him.
Finn doing what he can to just hold on here. Obviously, Renekton, pretty easy for him to just constantly fight for push here. Now that Catalyst is there, Finn not going to have nearly as many mana problems. You highlighted it already, Rob, mana problems. The good thing about Hui in these kind of control mage v control mage matchups, if it's just going to be this wave clear battle, is you have access to the WE, the Stirring Lights, which gives you mana back, which feels like... I didn't. It's next to me open on the Google. I'm not going to lie to you. I forget the names every time for Hui. I will eventually memorize them.
I mean, there's
all.
like 10 of them. So
but thank you for the fake credit. You could have just... I could have rolled with it, but I'm not here to... You know, I don't want to be inauthentic to the people. Yeah. I know many ability names. The Hui ones, I forget. I know Severing Bolt and then the rest of them. That's really all you need.
Your hair color is fake, but your hair integrity is not.
Wow, you just gave me a life motto. This is my moral code I'm going to live by. Just permanently dye my hair. All right. And yeah, so... But now finally the control mage is in back, Rob. And maybe now with a lost chapter, probably on both sides, as Larson will most likely also buy one. Maybe there will be enough kill pressure for somebody to die somewhere on the map.
I wouldn't hold my breath. The fact that like even BDS managed to get all 3 Void Grubs is kind of absurd. Like you'd kind of think, hey,
he kind of just meandered up there.
Yeah.
Got one. Like came back later. Like, all right, I guess.
Oh, they're still
taking
here.
another one.
Oh, okay. I'm feeling. Yeah. I mean, but I could end up with a little bit more as well. I think Rogue are now starting to set up for this play on the bottom side. Dragon isn't 45, so it's a little bit early. I'd rather see them like pressure this wave and then be able to set up a dive in the next little bit. But Sheo
really overstaying his welcome. Didn't really have enough information on the map as to where everyone is, but the Blast Cone going to take him out in Rogue. Don't want to commit any more resources to follow up. Marcoon debating. We just watched a man have just an internal existential crisis in the enemy jungle right there. He did not know if he wanted to go for that.
I think it's the right call though. Back it up. You know that 15 seconds until Dragon. You secure that.
Marcoon, pull back, flick back, good damage again. Now finally able to burn through the Ignite. Is it enough? First blood? No. Okay. Sorry, audience. Sorry, that's my bad. You're not supposed to call it till it happens. It's like the big thing.
Yeah.
And I like that Rogue grouped. I like that they looked to punish and, you know, did technically catch Shio. Just maybe skipping. Should have waited to see people on waves, I think, before he pushed up there for vision. But doesn't go down. Rue connects. And Nuke is forced to flash out of safety. Small advantage. Hook is good. Sheo is there. None of the damages, however, which is a bit of a problem. I don't know about that one. Sheo now probably going to die here. A bit of a miscalculation from the side of BDS as to who was stronger in that equation.
Look, there's a couple of people in that fight that need to take a look at Aim Trainer, but they do manage to get the hit. They managed to get someone down, and now Rogue's still here. Labrov maybe fishing for a hook.
Yeah, we're not Valorant, but I will say Aim Labs, you know? It's time. Take a look. Doesn't help you with League of Legends.
There is a League of Legends one, apparently. Which is like,
is it a terrible Flash game? Because all the League of Legends aim trainers are just really bad Flash games with like ripped assets from the client. I feel like I'm playing like a bootleg League of Legends mobile game. You know what I mean?
Look, maybe it is. I don't
also,
know.
yeah, maybe.
I haven't played it myself.
All right, yeah.
But yeah, this was a little bit messy. Like, so you end up, Vitoli's getting knocked back. He immediately ults because he thinks he's going to be pulled forward, which means that everyone kind of dodges that. But you just, for BDS, you're outnumbered, right? You've still got Talia in the mid lane. She's not really able to come into this fight. Rogue already controlled River. Ice hadn't started to move. So if you had people there, maybe that could have been your moment. But instead, 2 dragons for Rogue.
And you just burned all your cooldowns.
Yeah.
Hook is gone. You know, Unraveled Earth, the Flick is gone. Seismic Show. I do know that name. Yeah, there's just no damage left in the tank. And that's the thing. Maokai provides a lot of things. Damage is absolutely not one of them. And Blitzcrank has some upfront burst at level 6 with Ignite. But if you're not going to land all those cooldowns on a single target, I think it's just, yeah, pretty big miscalculation from the side of BDS. Good on Rogue to punish, but now we're in a situation where, well, the gold is dead even. It's 2 Drakes to Rogue. A longer game I still think will be hard for them, even with something like a Soul. Pullback is there on a Larson this time. Good, though. Fear to try to disengage, and the coordination not...
Well, that's the thing. Like, Labrov got the hook, but Nuke had just used all of his spells on the wave, so you literally get AQ. So it's a little bit of a warning shot, essentially, but you're not too worried as Larson, so he just walks away. 6 Void Grubs is kind of the only thing BDS really have going for them at the moment. They could, again, with if they can scale, Ice will get into a position where he's comfortable, but for Rogue, even though it's not too much happening, they do have the 2 dragons, which will set them up nicely to try and find these fights right as they're coming online. So for BDS, you kind of needed to find a way to slow down the pace of this game, at least from dragon stacking perspective. It just hasn't quite happened.
And I will say, in a game this where neither team is really able to push their advantage in a really significant way, a pick like Aphelios. I mean, I feel like we're in the Fast and Furious 11 right now. I don't know about you. We are breakneck speed.
I mean,
they've already gone
like,
into space. They need to like what, drift around the rings.
I was
going to
say it's like Final Fantasy 16, or Final Fantasy Fast and Furious 16, where they've just decided to
there's actually a crossover.
It's
Rob
a new dimension.
spoiled it, but
yeah,
that's
it's
the
a crossover
plot.
with Cars, where it's just the Disney or Pixar movie, which is just everyone is a car, so everyone is now fast and slightly furious.
But Rob, good news. Aside from our Cars Final Fantasy Fast and Furious crossovers, that a fight is happening. A TP is breaking out. Maokai going in. Markuno on his lonesome, but has the ulti if he needs it to create a bit more space. Waiting a little bit too long, though, and just gets popped. Quick flick back there. Rogue now on the chase. An excellent knockup. Ice firing back with an ult of his own. Zoli's in the midst of everybody. Calm still holding on thanks to the bailout. BDS a bit overconfident. Gift rafting the Herald, and there you go, Rogue. Happy to pick it up.
Everyone grouped perfectly for Zoalisa's ultimate. The hostile takeover just absolutely obliterating BDS as they all turn on each other, and even the bailout for comp, perfect in the end. So nicely done by Rogue to turn that one around.
Yeah, credit to them. At BDS, I think overestimating. And in those close exchanges, this is really where the Kalista and Renata together are just going to do so much work, right? The bailout, obviously, stacking up those spears. Kalista already such a hard target to lock down. We'll see kind of what went wrong here for BDS.
Yeah, I mean, as they set up here, they try to turn on to Marcoon, which is essentially the tank, right, because of the ultimate. So yes, you get the lockup here, they all end up turning on to him. You get a good ultimate coming through from Finn, which kind of disrupts a little bit, but look at the hostile takeover.
Oh, it's so
Every
good.
single person, apart from Nuke, is locked up. They're all dealing a ton of damage themselves. Sets up beautifully then for Larson to get that massive AoE damage off as well. Everyone's getting hit by the passive. It's just perfect there.
Yeah, and you can see ecstatic faces on the side of Rogue Coach. It makes sense. It's a rough couple first 2 days, right? But that fight looked good. And I think in this case, you know, BDS, throw the ult out one way, get the pick that they want, but then overgroup a little bit in the context of the fight, because while the upfront burst damage of Talia is there, generally she wants to play fights after that slower. You know, it's about consistent threaded volleys, whereas Larson just gets to smash all of his buttons on the grouped up members of BDS and just does so much work in that fight, despite not really having a jungler for the vast majority of it.
And this is where, again, it's like the team fighting from BDS, which, if we look at last bit, was kind of their big highlight point, falling apart a little bit there, right? And also even the Dragon stacking, having that opportunity. And look, they are in a composition that doesn't exactly threaten in the early stage, so a little bit harder to contest that. But I think that's what BDS were always good at, is finding ways to draw people around the map, trade off if they weren't able to go for these objectives. But in this one, it's been pretty lackluster, to be honest, and Rogue are kind of just waltzing their way into a couple of these opportunities where BDS are handing them the team fights.
Yeah, if we look at almost all of the kills that have taken place in the game, it has been BDS initiating some sort of play and Rogue punishing, right? Rogue have made other attempts, they just haven't resulted in greater advantages quite yet. Larson now mounting up. Straight up to the back of Shelly here. BDS with enough members in the area, they're gonna have all 5 here in a second. Rogue maybe hoping to catch Nuke on the transition over. He does get hit by the wind, becomes lightning, but it's just the crash and nothing else. Rogue laser focused on the Dragon. Ice, great guns for a fight. BDS has to be careful about over-grouping. The fallout damage could be very real, but LeBron just gets popped. Easy pickings. Marcoon's ult creating a lot of space here, and BDS just at a man disadvantage. Sheo's still up. I feel like they're hoping for the smite steal at this point, because there's not really a lot else to play for unless Rogue gratuitously overstep.
Zoli still has his ultimate as well, so if you try and come through this choke point, you're just setting up perfectly for that. And again, I mean, they end up focusing the Renata, who just gets yoinked back up at the Kalista in these fights. Just the target selection, pretty off from BDS.
Yeah, looking at it, I mean, you don't really have priority in that area. I guess they feel like they really need to contest that. They're walking into a choke point against the Hui, against a Xin, who's going to be so difficult to get damage down on, right? Talia and the Aphelios together, really bad at hurting the Xin, right? You're always operating at such a massive distance, and you can't really walk up either to finish the kill because there's a Gragas there to body block. Zolis is threatening with the ult, as you highlighted. I feel like now that BDS are at this deficit, with 3 Drakes on the side of Rogue, it's feeling like such a hard puzzle for them to solve in the fights to come.
I will say, though, it's a very rare game state that we get to. The 3 dragons are taken, and there's been 1 tower taken. it's been, or not even a tower taken, what am I saying? It's just like there's just been nothing there that really like forces them out of position. But the problem is that, like, yes, BDS can now try and trade for some of these objectives, but like, if you lose top tier 1 for Dragon Soul, do you really care as Rogue? Like, your options for BDS to actually try and counteract this without just fighting are pretty much null and void.
Yeah, this is difficult. And yeah. Obviously, if BDS can maybe catch Rogue in skipping steps and setup, because we've seen that a lot recently. I think that's probably their best avenue to kind of come back in this game. And Ice is still scaling. 1.5 items going to feel pretty good. Once you get to 3, obviously, really still going to be that terror in the fights. And it's not like Rogue aren't also grouping up. They're still very vulnerable to an Inferno multi from the Aphelios. But right now, Rogue running the map.
But that's the opposite side, right? Is that like Rogue do actually try to end this game before that scaling comes on. So even though it's like a 2.5k gold lead, you are just going to eventually run out of steam here. So for Rogue, this is where you got to go, cool, we actually have to put pressure on the map. We have to make sure these things are operating. And I mean, a Rift Herald going into mid lane that doesn't net you anything isn't the best, right? So I think this is where I want to see, like, okay, Larson, push out this mid wave and immediately group on top.
Well, BDS, they want a tower, Rob. They're determined to make this happen. And remember, 6 grubbies buffing them up, so easy pickup. Good use of the Weaver's Wall.
Yeah, it's so strange because, like, hang on. So basically, the way you kind of want to operate this, right, is that essentially if you are Rogue, you want to have your Kalista in the mid lane, because essentially you can contest mid push and immediately start to group with Larson up towards his top side, right?
Yeah.
But because they end up leaving the Kalista in that top side, it makes it incredibly difficult to actually threaten the top wave because Nuke is there. Nuke always has the Weaver's Wall to try and come down, although he is like zoning Larson off the wave. And in theory, you can say like, hey, you could try and do the exact same thing where you push out mid with the Wei and then try and lean up. But Wei is significantly more vulnerable. You also don't have Zoelise who's going to be able to threaten with them as well, because Zoelise is already pictured up in this top side. So now they've kind of swapped into a position that is a bit more favorable for them. But because they'd already lost that mid tower now, it makes it easier for Labrob to start to establish vision on this top end. You can already see Sheo starting to hover on this top side as well to support Nuke. And it just feels like you have members of Rogue who have the idea of what they're supposed to do, but as you say, like skipping steps, where it's Marcoon isn't with Larson to help him protect midwave. Zoelise isn't working with Marcoon to say, hey, we've established vision to make sure we know where Lavrov is. We know that Ice is going to shove in, or even where the hell this Talia is. There's just been a lot of small errors that BDS are just utilizing to shut down Rogue when they want to try and make a play.
Yep. Rogue, though, going back to basics here. Get a little bit of mid-prio, force Ice to catch the wave, move in, lay down to vision. But it's pretty shallow vision. Ice, not really contested there, is just allowed to walk up and farm it. So Rogue only get 10, 15 seconds where they can really comfortably know they have a man advantage to lay down vision. And so the sole result of 3 members grouping on mid is that single ward right next to the Raptors, which is not ideal. I feel like they would like to get more. But it is obviously tricky against Aphelios with Infernum. He just clears the wave really quickly, and unless you're willing to dive on top of him with partial information, which was the situation for Rogue, it's kind of hard to stop that.
And this is why I think it's difficult to try and play Kalista if you're not able to play aggressive with her or understanding how to force fights. Because if you end up with like a Varus in the mid lane, right? Varus is very easy to go, hey, I will one-shot this wave as poke Varus, and then I unlock Zoelise to go and roam and make threats and work with Marcoon to outnumber people on the map. But if you're not able to say, hey, we get Marcoon to push mid with Comp and Zoelise, and then we invade onto your jungle to make it more difficult for you to actually like contest us, and we're forcing fights into your face, or you're losing ground and then you're losing towers, I think that's where the issue is. And right now, Rogue feel a little bit lost. Now they're going to try and set up for this dragon, but again, it's like Marcoon and Zoelise need to be threatening with Comp, as they're kind of have to in here, onto the mid wave, so Comp can push in and you force Ice or whoever's trying to defend it off the tower. But now they have got mid push, they have got control over the river a little bit, but Adam on a good flank opportunity, Ice behind his tanks. BDS are no pushovers in this fight.
Larson just creating a little bit of space, poking out, but that comes the Maokai ultimate. Ice for now, just allowed to free fire on the back side. Weaver's Wall coming across. Comp still autoing the objective, though. Marcoon needs to get in there with the smite and secure this, but it's the steal coming in from the side of BDS to stop the soul from going through. Rogue have burned so many resources in the exchange, and now just trying to run mid. Bot lane tower has dropped, and credit to BDS to find a way into that fight. They played through bot lane. Adam cleared out mid, was able to just poke his head in without really overcommitting on the flank. And the Weaver's Wall from Nuke, I gotta say, not the bloodiest game, not the most impressive game, maybe mechanically, but both Weaver's Walls from Nuke that we've seen in the last 2 exchanges have essentially just gotten BDS free objectives.
Yeah, and it is unfortunate that the steal went across and they weren't able to follow up, but even then, I still think you could have just, as Rogue, because BDS were fully focused on the bottom side of the map, like, transition to mid lane, like, start to push them off, try and look for a tower off of the next wave that had just approached. So I think Rogue are kind of like overly focused on the one thing that they can do, rather than trying to pivot when they see BDS in an area as well.
There's absolutely a world where they, because Rogue had so many members on the bottom side of the map, and they could have been really relatively confident of that, given the vision that Rogue or the BDS had placed down, you just take mid tier 1. Adam's not walking up to the wave when you got 4 people there. It's, you know, you have that access to just take that trade. Instead, they kind of take the small risk. Felt like they had better access, but ultimately you're right. I mean, BDS win the 50-50 is essentially what it comes down to, where that could have been a much more favorable trade for Rogue.
Yeah, and even now, right, it's like you've got 2 items coming in for Ice. He's going to be totally fine. BDS, again, just playing it slow. They're under no real threat to try and push forward here because they do just have the scaling. I mean, that brought fishes, but may have actually taken too far.
Unraveled Earth finds a bit more space. Zoe's going in, nice handshake. Sheo maybe not the priority target, but they do have enough damage to burn him down. Ice, good damage over the wall. Finn now coming in as well. Comp now on a rampage. Ice finding the long-range route. Marcoon no longer under the protection of the ultimate. Labrov going forward, trying to find the hook, forcing the flash out from Larson. Messy exchange. Jungler traded for support. You'd say that favors Rogue, but they get the flash from Larson. Key summoner in the fight to come.
I mean, it favors Rogue if they get something, but people are too low. No mana on Larson. No opportunity to really push in for a tower. The waves aren't in their favor. It's just a pick for a pick, and at the end of the day, it's not going to really amount to anything. In fact, it's BDS who are getting positioned on the map for this.
Larson walking up. Adam knows that he has no flash, but doesn't quite know where the enemy team is, so we'll just have to accept that this wave is going to get cleared out. Larson won't be able to push it much further than this, but with Finn coming up to support, I think they're trying to catch Adam. Being a little bit too greedy to overstay. Creep there if he wants to double dash through. I don't think he gets the edge of it. He doesn't have another dash. Adam now forced to use the ultimate. Ignite ticking. Running for his life. Spiraling despair. Severing Bolt going to come in a second here, but the dash is off cooldown. He'll just walk away. Dangerously close to death. Adam taking an unnecessary risk, but because he lives, Rogue are pretty far behind on tempo. They have to push out this topside wave and back. Larson needs mana.
Finn, though, might be in a bit of a dangerous position. That probably will spot him. You're going to get the reset from Larson, but BDS don't really want to try and chunk this in. So again, I think it's just going to be waiting for 2 minutes. Rogue not really feeling comfortable to over-aggress in the map. Again, they're not trying to play around this Kalista in the manner that they really should. Like 4-0-2 on a Kalista, you should feel pretty confident to say, hey, look, we're going to look for skirmishes, we're going to look for fights, you're going to be a decent spot, but they just haven't been comfortable trying to force them. And now BDS are going, cool. We're just going to continue to clear waves. We're getting nearly 3 items onto Nuke. We're getting nearly 3 items onto Ice. Sheo's starting to look pretty damn tanky as well.
BDS
and they feel confident to just start Baron.
Good vision control. Blue Trinket comes out. BDS probably just back off here. Severing Bolt going down. All right, Rogue now see the Baron resetting. Labrov going in. This time the hook goes straight into Marcoon. Marcoon can just ulti, gets himself a little bit more space. That's one now taken down. Ice, decent ulti under the backside, taking about 50% of Zoelise's life. But Labrov consistently trying to be that playmaker there, but there's very few good targets to hook. Well, there's 3, but sadly, they're always behind the Xin Zhao and the Gragas.
Yeah, I mean, Marcoon is just so good against Ice, especially as he's already pointed out, Dracos. It's like the ult just makes it so difficult for him to really do anything. So he tosses an ult into the backline, but doesn't really dissuade them a huge amount. And a bit of a whoopsie from BDS. Again, though, it's kind of just a pick like Rogue have reset. They're not going, hey, we're going to go and like hard shove mid and use the numbers advantage or do anything with it. It's just kind of like a, hey, nice job, lads. Come back tomorrow? Yeah? Great. All right. See you same time.
All right. I'm not a superstitious guy, and you know this, Dagger.
You're just a little stitious.
Just a little stitious. Regular amount of stitious. But when you started talking about Cars X Final Fantasy X The Fast and Furious, they did start killing each other. So do you have any more thoughts about that particular collab / potential streetwear drop?
Yeah.
Because all I'll say is it sounds hard. I don't know what that clothing line looks like. But
I just need to know what Vin Diesel looks like as Lightning McQueen, you know? Like, how do you get Vin Diesel's face on a car? And it seems to kind of half be working.
The natural human inclination, and one to wonder if you can keep your job while also talking about what Vin Diesel's face would look like as a car. Anyway, both sides are grouping.
Do you ever wonder how you got here?
Every day. Every day. Every day, Rob. And Rogue also wondering how they got here in this situation. But the good news is they have Kalista, the situation being Baron. Marcoon, they're doing good damage. BDS need to bully their way in. Finn has a great flank. This is good.
They know he's there, though. They should definitely know he's there.
Oh, rinse and repeat. They're just walling off half the team, but the pullback is good. BDS so far winning this fight. Ice now trying to get away. He doesn't have great guns for the fight. Finn going golden, buys a moment, gets a little bit more space. Zoelise on their tree, getting lower and lower. Labrov waiting over the wall, not doing a whole hell of a lot, but Ice finally swapping guns. Nuke now stepping forward, threaded volley to try to finish off Marcoon. Flash forward, Nuke gets the kill. Labrov waiting. Where's that hook gonna go? Right on the Finn. Oh, punch! Knock up into the sky. Finn running for his life. Flickback still managed to catch him. Ice on the chase. Rogue getting pushed away from the pin. It felt like a guaranteed thing. Now there's a TP on the mid-wave because Larson just needs to get the hell out, and Zoelise has been left to die. He's flashing.
You should not have flashed.
Why did he flash that? He was dead.
He should not have flashed, no.
And Vin Diesel's face on a car does it again, folks. We found the key to getting them to fight. Just kidding.
Oh, wait, you started talking about again that Larson wants to fight.
Larson's there.
It does work. It works.
But now the TP's got this is Psycho. Talia's on the way in. Larson is very likely going to die here. Talia has so much movement speed. Yep. Now that's a slow. Larson has to flash. Free summoner spell. Larson just really wants to make sure they do not get this Baron. This is BDS's path back into the game.
Chill? No, he's not going to try and go for it. Okay.
All right. And just like that, BDS are winning. I don't know how, but it happened.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. A huge amount of this just comes down to Rogue inactivity. And I think a lot of that play was Rogue kind of feeling like, hey, we need to do something because we're just being stalled out in this game and they're going to come back.
The thing is, they won the fight where they hard forced. And I thought that would have been the indication that they could do more, but it just doesn't feel like. I think Comp's just having a really hard time getting in when Nuke is in a decent position.
Yeah.
It's just, again, credit to Nuke. 2-0-4, not the most glamorous scoreline. It's good, but I feel like he's just been, outside of 1 or 2 instances, really, really solid this entire game.
And look, I don't know if we're going to get a replay of that fight because Felix got a bit far, but I don't know how Finn managed to get that flank. He's standing using his sweeper, and there's one ward that spots him, and no one's gone, hey, I wonder why we don't have vision on this ward anymore. It's like, and then you even see the control ward just get placed on top of it. I was like, this is fine. But BDS managed to turn around anyway. Now you got Marcoon, he's in a lot of trouble.
Back onto Marcoon. Most of his life now gone. Holding onto the ulti. That's Mikhail's gone. That felt a bit premature. Not going to have that for the next fight. Lebrov still fishing and getting murdered by his AD carry, which for Ice has to feel pretty cathartic because I'm going to tell you, in the laning matchup, Blitzcrank does not help a lot. So, bit of revenge. Slap him around.
Look, unfortunately for Rogue, they're just being outpaced here. And okay, we are actually going to get the...
Okay.
But I want you to... So see this ward, all right? Watch him just lose his vision. And no one goes, why do we not have vision?
Must be a bug.
And then the pink ward goes on top of it. And no one goes, why is there randomly a pink ward here? There's nothing. No. And then he gets this. I was like, how does no one spot this the entire time?
And the better question is, how do BDS not win from that position? I guess they don't finish off Ice. Sheo's just standing back. Yeah. Both carries are just allowed to free hit. Comp finally goes in, but...
It's too late, yeah.
Well, that was just questionable. Maokai was right there. I'm not sure if he just thought that he did more damage. Hook from Lebrov, obviously pretty straightforward. Wow.
Yeah, that was a moment.
Huh. Finn mind control, new technique, I guess. And then Zoli's flashes, which, bit of an oopsie.
It's you know when you're playing D&D and it's like,
goes
okay,
back, someone dies.
The guy in heavy armor is like, I'm gonna do the sneak roll, and you're like, there's no way this is gonna go well.
Finn just hitting straight nat 20s, but so is Nuke, baby. 2-man knockup. Comp taking out Nuke will finally pop, courtesy of the Spiraling Despair. Finn's still going in, but he's gonna get stunned up by the lingering Unraveled Earth, and Adam, he's just going to town in the back line. This game was neck and neck. Rogue thought that they were pushing an advantage, albeit very slowly. All it took was that single Baron. BDS in full control. And they probably just end the game right here, 32 minutes in. Very odd game of League of Legends. But BDS, they take those. Sheo offers his life as sacrifice in penance for whatever we just watched. BDS win. Rogue coming in on an 0-3. Rough start for both these teams, but somebody had to win, and BDS coming out on top as the KDA plays come through, and Lebrov's going to whip his final hook, but he will take out the Nexus.
That is one of the games of League of Legends of all time. And BDS managed to slow down at pace, at least enough, or at least Rogue doesn't do anything enough that BDS gets scale and they eventually take over, but yeah.
That's
a...
And look, I'm not going to tell you that there's a silver lining on the Rogue Cloud right now. I'll just say hearts out to the players, because obviously this is not the performance that they want to show on stage, and the fact that they're still seeing the same issues, I'm sure, is really frustrating, and I hope that they can recover, kind of come into the next week with clear heads. For BDS, we've seen good from them this week, we've seen bad from them this week. There were some good signs here in the fact that they, Sheo, especially in the early game, I think got way more done in the jungle than he should have been able to do with a losing bot lane matchup, with a losing jungle matchup. So, some good signs from BDS. We heard from Striker earlier. We want to see them evolve more. I don't think this is the next stage of the evolution, but it was a win. At LEC on X, player of the game, Sheo, Nuke, Lebrov, and as the bow comes through, we're going to head to a quick break when we return an interview with Adam.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Look here, look here.
Can you go?
It's flashed.
I mean, someone shot.
I think it's good, brother.
Yeah, looks good, looks good. Filios flashed, okay? Filios flashed.
W on Newcomb.
Nice.
Nuke now stepping forward, threaded volley to try to finish off Raccoon, flash forward, Nuke gets the kill!
Scary game. He didn't go out. It's BTS made it.
Bro, like striker, I would just like to apologize for this game, just saying.
And welcome back to the LEC as BDS saves their week 1 here in Spring and grabs the victory against Rogue. A necessary victory. Adam, thank you for joining me. Congrats on grabbing this one. How do you feel right now? How was it coming into today, being 0-2, knowing that Rogue did not perform the previous split and that, well, this was the match of fear, if I may say today for you?
Yeah, I mean, even the match of the week, but with an A right now, you know? Yeah, I mean, we're going like 0-2 and I think we were all like super stressed in the team because I'm naturally like the fact that we went 0-2.
Yeah.
I mean, doesn't kind of represent us as a team. And so we're like really scared because if we go 0-3 and we lose against Rogue, I mean, respect to Rogue, but they're like direct enemy for a playoffs qualification, right? So if we lost against them, I think it would have been really hard to come back for the last 2 weeks.
For sure.
So I'm actually really relieved, like a lot right now.
Let's take a bit of look of a specific play in game. The play that I think allowed you to come back a bit better in the game, this Baron setup. I felt like it was going to be an easier play for you, but you managed to win it in the end. You grabbed the Nashor, you wrap up the game quickly after this. What was the deciding factor of this play and of the game, I would say?
I mean, I would say from the moment they started Nash, we started to keep like the game control.
Yeah.
Like we started to have it back, and we tried to not give it back, basically. So the only way for us, for them, for Rogue, like to kind of win, it was actually to start Nash and look for a Finn flank, like a TP flank, which I think they got because they could get to ice. But fortunately, I think they kind of mis-executed their combo, hopefully. I mean, thankfully, right? Because otherwise, I think we would just get aced. So yeah, kind of thanks God here. I'm not gonna lie, but I think if they play good here, we're supposed to lose this fight.
Yeah.
But yeah.
It's still a slow start for you guys, and as you said, you hold yourself up to higher standards, I feel, especially given the way you played in winter. Do you think this is the game that unlocks everything and that it's hopefully gonna run smoothly after this one?
I mean, when you go like 0-2, it's really hard because I think you get confidence issues, right? And the fact that we managed to get a win despite having, I think, this mental block, I think is really helpful. And I do believe it will help us a lot for the second and third week. So, I mean, anyway, we're just like a scaling team. We've always been. So we just need to get just back into the business.
Gearing up for week 2 in the right way. Hopefully you grab a win in the end here. Let's focus on the second match we have on our end, and especially on the top lane. Irrelevant versus Photon. We saw Photon smashing yesterday. Well, you've been here. You saw that with Rumble. I want to talk about the purpose that he serves within Vitality. How would you define Photon as a top laner?
And for me personally, I've always believed that Photon was like one of the best like laners, I would say, in Europe, right? Since last year, even in Vitality. I think what happened last year with him was a bit unfortunate. I don't think he deserved kind of to be eliminated that fast, and he didn't even manage to get to season finals when I think he just deserved it, right? He's a really good player, and I mean this year Vitality didn't have like a really strong winter, but I think right now they seem to have found like their way for now. So I'm really glad that right now they're performing. I also like Healy, so if Healy is fine, I'm fine too, so I'm really glad for both actually.
If you had one word to define irrelevance before we send it off to the
One word to define irrelevant?
Playstyle or vibe.
I would say he's pretty smart.
Pretty smart.
Yeah.
Well, let's see how smart he can be against Photon here. Adon, thank you so much for the interview. And congrats on grabbing your first game here in Spring. And casters, over to you.
I'll take pretty smart. I would have liked smart, mostly because it would have been one word. And like pretty always feels like a weird, prerequisite. Like, you're pretty good. You're pretty
like,
all right.
Why am I just good?
Like Adam's like, man, not sold. Which, maybe this matchup changes his mind. Maybe he'll go from pretty smart to full smart, depending on this one goes. But, as you heard from Lauren Adam, rightfully highlighting the top lane matchup here, I think going to be an absolute banger. Bot lane also interesting. Carzzy's been on a bit of a tear. Has yet to play a champion that doesn't have a stacking component. We'll see if that changes today. And also see, what SK Gaming want to prioritize. 1-1 for them, 2-0 for Team Vitality. Vitality closing out with a 3-0 start would be very impressive. I think catching a lot of people off guard, how much better they have looked. Because obviously the gap between winter and spring is pretty tight, and it's very hard for teams to really alter their trajectory significantly. Usually that's why we see these big roster shuffles. People hoping for a honeymoon phase, a fresh start. But credit to Vitality, sticking with what they've got and doing very well in this week 1 is another Kalista first pick.
Smolder's open.
Smolder is open.
Smolder's open. Oh.
Smolder's open.
I mean, Carzzy,
and they have red side, so they can counterpick support.
Oh,
so.
yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Wait, did they agree? That feels like a Mac move to just
well, you
walk
can still
over to
take
the opposite
Talia
side.
Smolder, right? And then you're like, wait, we get the strongest mid laner and we get a really strong bot laner as well. That seems busted.
You know what's cool though? Is speaking of, we talked about brands in the previous game. Smolder's PR much better than Yumi's, I will say, because we've yet to have the audience boo for a Smolder, I think.
Are you just trying to encourage them?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I am. But maybe it doesn't get locked in here. I mean, it's not like Vitality have to lock it now. If they do want Smolder, they just take their time. Instead, they take away the Nautilus. Obviously, the premier blind pick, great pairing with Kalista. SK now can maybe take the Renata, maybe take something else. Depends on what they really want to do here.
It's a bit weird though, because I
Braum.
feel like you could have gone, because you still got options, right? I think you can still take Renata, you can still take the Braum, you've still got like, even if you want to go Alistar in that bot lane, right? So there's no pressure on SK to try and take a support. I actually think you take jungle and maybe an answer for the mid lane, and then you can go, hey, we actually get a Douglas where you either, he is on a jungler where he's not comfortable because we get to ban my jungles, or you don't take the AD card and you get to ban Smolder anyway, right? So I think a bit of a mistake from Vitality taking the Nautilus here. I think you should have just gone for the Smolder, and then you look for the counter pick on whether they go for the mid lane or the jungle, whatever the way that works.
Well, now they've set up jungle support AD when the Renata does come through, so their bot lane matchup now confirmed. Vitality have the luxury of picking what they so choose. Smolder and Senna, both the champions cards he's already played. Senna might be the priority here. This could be a very tough early laning phase, though. Really hard to get souls off of a double-ranged opposing lane.
Yeah, I know even yesterday we saw was Karzi, who ended up taking the fasting Senna until he got to the later point of the game. Then Hilly ended up taking the support item as well, and then he starts the farm. So be interested to see how it kind of ends up working out here across the board. But yeah, I don't know. I think this Smolder maybe could have got away with it. Maybe you're a bit worried about it in the more aggressive matchup, that you're just going to end up falling too far behind and you set yourself up too easily for dives, especially with things like the bailout and stuff. Maybe they don't feel comfortable, but Senna having a bit of an easier time in that regard. But I don't disagree with this from Vitality. We already talked about, hey, look, either you take your jungle or you don't take your mid laner. And in this case, with the mid laner being foregone, they're just going to ban away the mid lane picks that can do well. Wouldn't be surprised to see the Orianna. Oh, Orianna's already gone. But even if you wanted to go for someone like a Jace, just to make sure you get rid of anything that's a bit of a problem here.
You got Jace gone, you got Orianna gone, so at least for Niski, the pool is getting steadily pinched. The Ahri also going to get taken away.
I just threw out a name because I was desperately trying to cough, and I was like, just throw out a name so I can cough before I have to cough on mic.
Just make a champion name up. No one's going to second guess you. They're going to be like, what, he's got deep knowledge. The next champion. There's so many now.
Oh, did I leak?
Yeah, of course the Urgot, of course, could show up here, but probably not great into the Alawi matchup, so holding that one out. Yeah, okay, so look, ultimately you've got bot lane locked in inside of Team Vitality, as well as what we assume to be mid lane. People are a bit split on Taliyah jungle. I kind of hate it, generally. Douglas has shown comfort on very few champions. One of them is the Rel, which has been taken away, and the Brand, which obviously got hit a bit with the nerf bat. Rumble also taken. Again, given Photon's performance yesterday, no reason to let him have that. But if Poppy does get locked in, we might be looking for more magic damage in the top lane for Photon. See if there's anything else that he would like to go towards.
I actually don't hate something like a Gragas in this position either. He kind of works well for Photon on the top side. Essentially, you end up, the only problem is a lot of sides that you don't really want to play towards. So I think they are setting up for Photon to play a little bit more aggressive in that top lane. So maybe they're even hoping Irrelevant goes for something like, even if he does go towards his Jax, which has been left open, maybe you take Gwen for Photon on that top side, and you still kind of just have something that's a pain for Kalista to deal with, because it's the not being able to auto-attack the Gwen is a bit of annoyance. But it's actually going to be the Volley Bear, okay?
I really like SK Gaming's draft. You've got nice early to mid-game power. I think obviously that a lot of teams have been falling back to scaling, and Vitality might be in the same boat with the Senna now on their team, but the Volibear is incredibly powerful. Good blind picks for Irrelevant are always going to feel solid. This is a guy who can absorb so much pressure, and you would expect him to, given the Kalista Renata bottom side. SK Gaming have the tools to play there, and the response from Photon is Smolder! Okay, all right.
So it is it Taliyah jungle, Poppy top, and then Smolder mid? I think that's the way we're going.
Hold on. We just wait. Is it Smolder top? It's not. It's not. No, it's not Poppy mid.
It's gonna, mid. So it is Poppy top into the Volibear, and then you just go with the Smolder mid.
And remember that Smolder has been played top lane once in LPL and once in LCK. It is 1 win, 1 loss. It is Smolder top.
Okay. I'm kind of surprised.
Welcome to the most cursed timeline. Smolder is no longer only a bot laner, pending the results of this game. You no longer just have to worry about AD Smolder, you have to worry about top lane Smolder. The only peace of mind you will have to your audience is that he is hot-fixed on the version of League of Legends you are playing now and is much worse.
Yeah, but like, stacks on stacks.
Stacks on stacks on stacks. Also, I don't love this matchup.
No, this is the thing that I was going to say is, like, I think you put Smolder mid here simply because Well, Volibear is the problem for a Smolder, where he turns off the tower and nowhere's safe.
No, I want to go a step back. I don't know if you pick Smolder. I'm not going to. I don't know what else is left in the tank here, but Volibear has, if Volibear is allowed to auto the wave, he's got built-in wave clear. You know what, we'll find out. The first Smolder top in the LEC, third in the major regions. Time to see if Photon has what it takes to make this champion look even more imbalanced. Isma continuing to flash the Mad Lion's Flare. Committed to the bit.
Welcome to Summoner's
It's like, they don't want you, bro. I'm sorry.
I mean, flashed when he was killing him yesterday, which I thought was confident. All right. So we saw some good heads-up level 1 strategies in the games yesterday about like placing vision and brushes to kind of set up range advantage in top lane, but Hylissang has been caught out now. Does get to start with a Doran shield. Carzzy's also started with Doran's blade, so it's not clear who will and will not be farming on the bottom side at this point, as neither have a support item.
Yeah, they did the same yesterday, and then they ended up taking it where Carzzy went for the support item. Just about gets the ward here, both sides. But yeah, the fact that Hilly had to burn its flash already, not the best of signs for when you're up against Exekick and DOS. A ton of range in that matchup. They're going to be able to shove you in, and just opens up Isma to kind of have a bit of a target for that bot side. At least Hilly has the aftershock, so if he does end up getting some sort of CC off in that dive, make it a little bit tougher. But yeah, at least getting even more control now for Exekick and DOS in the 2v2, which is just perfect for Isma.
And one of the things I really like about not starting with a support item in this context is you can adjust. Supa talked about this in one of the games, where if you start to fall behind, you put support item out on Senna, and then enemy is putting a ton of resources into trying to shut down a champion who's still going to get a pretty decent amount of gold, and it really frees you up to just leave bot lane alone. Whereas if Carzzy and Hylissang maybe get a surprise kill or a surprise advantage, Senna goes back, buys normal items, and can start to take over. So like that flexibility, even if it does cost you a bit in terms of early gold, advantage, you can still do a lot.
Yeah, I'm still worried about this top lane matchup though. Double Ghost for Irrelevant and Photon, but the problem is that the Q and Irrelevant, like at max stacks, you usually end up maxing Q second on Volibear, so you're still like a good bit into the game before you get all that. But I mean, he gets 36% movement speed, and then he's just going to Ghost as well. He's just going to run you down. So this is going to be a bit of a tough one for Photon. I'm surprised to see him opt into this. He obviously knows something I don't about the matchup, though.
Well, the good news is, at least in the early levels, right, and certainly before items come in, is that you have range advantage. You're going to be able to have the luxury of kind of just last sitting with your Q and chilling until Volibear crash the wave. Downside against Volibear is he has natural built-in wave clear in the passive, right? He doesn't have to use any mana to get push advantage here. So I think it's tricky, but we'll see how Photon navigates it.
Well, he has to navigate a dive, because immediately trying to use that push from Irrelevant on that top side, they're going to try and dive. And this is what my worry was, is that you don't really have a huge amount of places to try and hide. And
you have no utility. This is rude. That's a baby dragon, guys. This is animal cruelty. But it is a bear.
Nature is
I guess it's nature.
Right? Yeah.
No, I guess actually I take it back.
we got a dragon, a horse, and a bear. What?
Yeah, okay, you're right. That's just nature. That's just survival of the fittest. See if Photon is the fittest. As Douglas is here to cover. SK definitely have the stronger 2v2, but Isma doesn't quite get into range there. Crash downs over the wall, maybe hoping to contest the red at least a little bit. As Photon just continues to stack. And this has only further isolated the SK bottom lane, which is great for them. And very frustrating for Carzzy, who would love to just get more souls, would love to just get more stacks, would love to recall maybe and buy a support item, but it's just going to be infinite pressure on the bottom side for SK.
Yeah, and that's the... Oh, Video going to get hit as well.
Niski? Look back, but Vito taking the worst end of that trade. SK are kind of just winning everywhere, Rob.
Yeah, it's not looking particularly pretty, and I wanted to give a shout out to Niski, because honestly, I think he's been playing absolutely phenomenal this weekend. He's had some great plays, his dives.
Dive on the bottom side, Cleanse coming out from Carzzy, nice flash back there, but living just for a brief moment longer. Can they finally take down the kill? One more auto should do it. First blood for SK. Good dive to kick things off.
A TP from Video as well to try and deny any further play on towards Hylissang. Douglas is going to make his way down, but I think SK are just out.
Flash out. Mad Lions logo. All right. Map has now reset. 1.3k gold lead for SK. 850 of that is in the hands of Exekick, which is a great start for him.
And Photon in a lot of trouble now, because he's going to take a ton of damage off this play. So, yeah, I don't know what's happening here.
Well, again, the more that you get these little autos and these little hits down on Irrelevant, the more stacks you get. 25's first breakpoint. Photon's already hit that, so that's not too bad. But everything else is bad. Everything else is looking really tricky. Total gold.
Fire.
SK. Rob, Never mind. We'll talk about this on the podcast or something, because there's just so much to unpack in this draft and the thought process of Vitality. We're just going to have to ask them afterwards about the Smolder, I think is the reality of the situation.
Yeah, I mean, look, realistically, this is a hyper-defensive composition from Vitality, right?
Yep.
The idea is that Douglas is going to be able to match Isma on a ton of different locations, and it's like, cool, I've got the steadfast presence. I can try and make sure that I'm not going to, you're not going to be able to engage and play around where you want to. The biggest problem, though, is that you just auto-win the lanes. So Niski's already got the win over Video. X-Kick and DOS are getting good control over bot, and Photon isn't stacking quick enough to really be relevant here against the Volibear. So in the grand scheme of things, cool. Now SK, go stack your dragons, go stack your Void Grubs, because you just have 3 lanes that are continuously pushing, and Vitality are kind of running around trying to match it, but not really doing a great job of it.
Yeah. And I think the person who's suffering the most in this whole exchange isn't even Photon, it's Carzzy.
Yeah.
You know, barely any stacks. Again, ideally for Senna, regardless of role, you want at least one melee champion that you kind of queue auto every now and again to at least pick up an easy.
As I was going to say, you know it's bad when the farming support is behind on goals and the fasting support. So
yeah.
It's just overall not looking great. And yeah.
And I'm wondering if there was something else in the tank in terms of what they thought they would be able to get done early game with the Smolder, or if they just firmly believe that if they go late enough, it does not matter, because there's losing gracefully in these early game, and there's getting your shit pushed in, and they're getting their shit pushed in.
And this is, see, I started my career casting the Shy, where he would bring out a Nivea top lane, get absolutely bodied. Bring out, I don't know, you know, Azir top lane, get absolutely bodied.
Absolutely bodied.
So I am well used to seeing these weird picks in the top lane and going, hang on a second, lad. This doesn't seem like the best idea.
Do you think Photon came into the game yesterday and said, that's right, coach, I 1v9. You now have to let me play Smolder top like you promised.
He actually went in and said, I am the Photon. That's what he did, yeah.
The single Photon. You can have neutrons, you can have electrons, but there's the one Photon.
Is that Al Gaib?
That's right. How many more times can we sneak in a Dune reference? That's the big question. A lot would be my guess. Yeah. Okay, SK, with their infinite priority, have taken both objectives. Surprising few. And credit to them, they leveraged their strength well on the bottom side. They pushed in, they pulled off a clean dive. A lot of this is what should happen on paper. Of course, Vitality maybe could have backed away, could have mitigated the dive, but it's really hard to stop SK from making money in the early game and at least taking some plates. So now it's a 1.5K gold lead for X-Kick. He's set up to have kind of this montage performance. Hylissang walks up, pullback is good. Hylissang getting chunked out, but the good news is that Nautilus has gold. Not very much of it. In fact, only 151 more than the Renata, who's not farming, as you highlighted, but I feel like even if Hilly makes a small mistake, the beauty, as you highlighted to me, Rob, is that now that he has income, plays that might have looked questionable before, he can now get out of.
Yes. Irrelevant may not survive this, though. This has been greedy. I mean, 1 wave was fine. 2 waves might be a little bit much, although...
Just getting stacks. Photon's farming him.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. It's like a little irrelevant petting zoo on the bottom side. He doesn't do any damage yet, but just the stacks are stacking. 52, 8 minutes in, not bad. Hylissang, tanky, lockup is there, root is there, ulti now gonna be forced out, hook not quite gonna take him to safety, but good that Hylissang's at least able to force the ulti out of X-Kick.
He can survive 1 mess-up, 2 mess-ups, not so hot. 3 mess-ups, though, might be coming through for Vitality.
It's just Stockcar's doing it there faster, and now, yeah, potentially another kill gonna come through. Knockback is clean from Douglas. VTO holding on for a brief moment, flash in, flick back as well. Mom coming to help. Photon still living, another kill coming through for the Dragon. And I'm beginning to, it's a 3K gold deficit, and Vitality still managed to go even in the exchange.
It was a nice ult from Douglas, ends up taking Irrelevant out of the fight, so it's a 2v3, and you can see Niski not fully sure how he wanted to go in or when he wanted to go in, but I mean, a 1 for 1, you kind of take it.
You absolutely take it. And this is what I will say, is that if SK get over-eager here and fight without X-Kick, their gold lead is fake. And while we have criticized or questioned at the very least the Smolder, he's even in gold.
Yeah, I do think, though, like, you are actually fine to fight at this point just because of the champions have, right? Volley, the Nico, way stronger in a skirmish with the Rel here. I think it was just a little bit unfortunate. I think if Niski had gone in, like, half a second earlier, could have been able to get the kill, zones Photon off, maybe you get Isma out, but I can understand why he's kind of questioning how deep he wants to go with Irrelevant not being beside him, so instead just going to back it off. But again, it's 10 minutes into the game, you're about to lose a bot tower with essentially no real pressure on the map apart from, hey, we got a couple of Void Grubs. So I think Vitality, the biggest problem I'm seeing here is Karzi's not getting time to really get to his items. Photon not getting the chance to scale because you're just losing out of the map space. And then you're just stuck in your base as SK continue to take more and more of these neutral objectives.
Definitely tough. I think the pressure is still on SK, though, to just further snowball this lead. You don't want to give Vitality too much time. They're going to have excellent wave clears. They get those first items under their belt. So for now, you're in just a hugely favored state because there's just not enough wave clear there quite yet. But as Photon gets more stacks, more items, VTO gets more stacks and items, it's going to be hard to find that angle. Flash forward, handshake from DOS. Isma now ready to follow up. Excellent hostile takeover onto VTO. Clean pick on the bottom side. Niski still on the chase. Gonna go for the ult first, just to hit confirm the root follow-up. Well played, good diligence, but Dagla's still a very fast Yordle. Is he fast enough? No. Pushback coming through. SK get another one. 5-1 the kill score, 5K gold lead. SK have been winning the entire 10 minutes of this game.
And even the movement here from Irrelevant covers mid-tower, so you don't end up losing there. Yes, you'll get Photon with a little bit of pressure on towards the top side, but not gonna be anything to really write home about. So you're not losing out as much for SK as you go for a lot of these plays. You're still catching a lot of the farm in multiple different positions. And now they're just going to rotate Kalista up towards the top side with Void Grubs up and use the fact that they're... I mean, you've already got Kalista and Rel with the only 2 completed items in the game. Actually, take that back, Hextech Protocol completed for Niski there as well. So you're in a phenomenal spot here as SK to just punish off of this one-item spike.
And Karzi has to be careful. He has cleanse, so he feels confident enough to step up, but burning through a lot of mana there. This is pretty tough for Vitality as a whole. SK trying to get mid prio first. Hylissang beefy enough to step forward for a brief moment, but once he sees Exakick, probably just gonna have to back off.
But this is the thing, right, for Vitality, like, you have just fake items. This is a fake item. This is a fake item. Like, these actually don't give you any stats. Like, it's just like, hey, how do you try and commit to this? So I think
Picture
SK
looks good, item bad.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I think, like, SK should actually be contesting for these Void Grubs. I mean, look, I know Dragon is up. Well, Dragon's just taken, but I think you could have just forced Vitality off of both of these objectives, to be perfectly honest with
Well,
how
now
their
they're just
position
trying to
was.
force mid,
If they can.
it looks like. Get a little bit more. Hylissang does manage to hook out. Niski now wandering in. That is not a real melee minion in the pit. Knockback from Daglas again, good. But meanwhile, Hylissang gonna get cut down. Wave crashing into the tower of SK, so they're gonna struggle to force down that tier 1, but they want to transition this advantage up to the top side of the map. Struggle for them is both top and mid already pushed in, so there's not an immediate opportunity to take a tower. Midwave does recenter though.
Yeah, was wondering if they're going to hold Irrelevant here in this mid lane, because you could have potentially gone for a dive on, like, if Karzi ended up poking up, or Video poked his head in here, with the ultimate from the Volley Bear, but instead, just going to be having to get more turret plates on towards this Kalista. Like, 4 kills, 3.3k gold lead. Going to be immediately working up towards that Gwinsu's, or maybe even if he wants to Ruin's Hurricane at some stage in this game as well, just because I feel like if you're hitting onto multiple people, well, it doesn't matter. Like, you are massive as Exakick here. It's kind of absurd.
Yeah, VTO hasn't even completed an item yet. And once Photon hits level 11, he can do the pre-hotfix Smolder maneuver of just ulting every other wave. But I still don't think it's going to be enough. I think at a certain point, SK, especially with the Volibear, where most of the time we talk about Volibear, we don't talk about his ability to dive towers. It's not the most important part of his kit when you're not in solo queue, but they're probably just going to start diving towers from him. Knockback's good, but the immediate follow-up is there. Ooh, whiffs completely from Isma, though. Maybe anticipating a sidestep. Karzi is going to get pulled back and killed. It is only a support, but Exakick now unstoppable.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Isma was trying to force or predict the flash from Video as he came over the wall, so that's why he went a little bit skew with it. But either way, they still managed to get Karzi off the back. And again, you're just going to keep this pressure up where Irrelevant, all he has to do is just half push a side wave, because he's like, well, Photon can't contest me at any point in time because he just run him down. So you're losing out on side lane pressure in both Niski, who's going to appear against Hylissang, going to be able to take a turret off of this next wave, I imagine, because he got the four grubs. And I mean, where's the control on the map for Vitality?
Yeah, I wonder if you're in a position right now where you're so far ahead as SK that you just like reset top and bot wave and then just run mid and actually just 5-man force. So I don't know if there's a lot that Vitality really can do to stop. Smolder ult, though, is kind of the big obnoxious thing. Photon loves raining fire from the sky in the form of dragons or robots, and it does stop a lot of those more aggressive push options. But Herald going down in favor of SK. Again, this is the SK Gaming show. They've played this game super well. I don't want to take any credit away from them. They're making clean plays left and right, but Vitality put themselves on the back foot in picks and bans, it feels like, and SK have punished at every turn as Niski's now getting caught out. No damage to finish him off, however.
They will get to real items in a little bit. Vitality to do damage, but here you go. You called it. The 5-man mid. Hey, we're just going to take this turret.
Push
Niski.
in, center all. Niski in trouble. Pull back. Root is good. Ulti to follow. Now flash forward. 3-man from Niski. Exit kick now dominating. Just continue to lay down. Photon trading back a bit of damage. Niski mounts up in the Herald to survive. He's going after Photon. He just drifts right through him. Oh, it's the Cars point all over again, baby. Fast and furious. SK want to end this one quick. They got dinner plans.
Hey, apparently they're just going to absolutely mow down Vitality. 2 towers taken off of that, and the Rip Carol faded into the distance on that top side. And beautiful stuff. Again, you just don't have damage picked up by Vitality yet, so even with Niski being that low, hops into the middle of everyone and still manages to get out.
I thought he just hopped in the barrel. Can you watch that? Yes, thank you, observers. Let's take a look at how this started. So, Vitality. Niski has overstepped. He has skipped a step. Vitality are like, we are here to punish you. They forget they are broke. They are so broke. They do not do damage.
And then even then, it's just Tower gets taken here. But Vitality all kind of group up here. They get slowed thanks to the volley E. Karzi ends up overextending here because he thinks he can get some damage off. Irrelevant destroys him. Niski flashing forward here picks off 3 members, which is huge. And then immediately into the Rip Carol. It's perfect timing.
Montage play. Obviously, they were going to win that fight regardless, but credit to Niski. I've seen people mess that play up and immediately crash into the wall. I've never seen someone get away with it, so well done to him. And you can kind of see, you know the vibe now. They know the vibe. They know. Yeah. Look, this if Vitality win this game, I will give them credit. But we all know when they walk away, they won't thank their coach. They won't thank the fans. They will look the balanced team dead in the eyes and say thank you if Vitality can win. But it feels impossible. There should be absolutely no way.
I mean, you're still just under 100 stacks away on Photon. He's not really a threat. If you do get there, it's nice to have the execute, but you need to get to the execute damage, and I just don't see anyone dealing damage. DOS flashing forward.
DOS getting aggressive. BTO getting cut down again. Quick pickup there, handshake, and I will say, DOS with the lead on this Renata, you know, all the way back even to last year in winter when SK were playing well. He's just really solid, plays with a lot of confidence, and I respect that.
He's been in the soft lane farming. He's down 800 gold. It just feels bad. And it's not like he's trying, but it's just SK are that far ahead. It doesn't matter, like, third dragon goes down, they already got the pickup video, you're not getting anything out of that. And it's 17.5 minutes. They are 13-1. All that remains on the outskirts of the Vitality base is that top tower, and I don't know if that's going to survive either.
I don't know either. Hillesang certainly is not going to survive. Karzi now running. Isma determined to run this kill down. Irrelevant. Jumping in. And that's a killing spree. Folks, it's an 11k gold lead. Dida, we can only say the numbers so many times. You all can count. You can read, I hope. One number is significantly bigger than the other, and that's about the only analysis you need this late in the game. Early game, you could have talked about comp, you could have talked about how they played it, pressure, skipping steps, whatever you want, but at this point, it's just an SK victory lap played out in slow motion.
Yeah, there was decisions in the draft here that I just felt gave them no real hope of being able to find success. And now, SK might have overextended a little bit here, but Vitality, even with just 2 men, a support and jungle that are essentially just double supports while they're in, and Vitality are terrified.
That's right. And that is credit how far ahead they are. BTO going to go for the flick back here. Irrelevant going to accept that one. BTO only has 1 item. Karzi only has 1 item. Oh, this is potentially Triforce coming in for Photon second for the top lane build. The adaptation instead of the Essence Reaver. As Phil is saying, again, has money, so can walk into brushes a bit more confidently. Smolder. Vitality know they can't overcommit in that fight. If they can kill Exekick, it's a different story, and uh-oh. That's just a melee minion. Wrong! It's Niski! Surprise, Photon! You were out of position. You didn't even know it. SK, grab another one.
I think Photon is working up towards that Iceborne Gauntlet, so at least it'll be a little bit, or you get a little bit tankier. Be all right, but yeah, I think it's going to be a wall before. I don't even actually, to be fair, he's not even getting there. Let's be real. This game's over. I'm just going to dive topside here.
Guys, it's our job to be honest with you sometimes. And sometimes that means telling you there's no way to come back. Now, we could be wrong. Crazy things happen, but there should be no way Vitality can win this. SK go in, handshake goes back, knockup is there. Daglas spinning his little hammer, praying to knock someone away, but just uses it to create a bit of space, and another tier 2 will fall. Baron hasn't spawned yet, just to be clear.
And 2.5 minutes until Hex takes over.
VTO hitting us with the thumbs up endlessly. Having a great time, he wants to remind us.
I can feel it.
Yeah.
I too love these kind of games in my solo queue, where it is 16-1 and I've been slamming FF and no one will listen to me. Just please, for the love of God, let me out.
Imagine Felix on your team, you're like, please, some games are lost.
Or just, this is our A-Rams.
Yeah. Some guy's quoting, like, My Hero Academia like it was written by a philosopher. Like, come on, you can never give up. All Might wouldn't give up. But he wouldn't give up. So Photon's hoping, holding on to hope. 168 stacks.
One day you will get there. Isn't it upsetting that it's just like maybe he can still have a chance when he gets there, but it's like
there's this lingering doubt in the back of both
I know
of
he
our
can't,
minds.
right? Like every part of my being is like he can't, but this thing just
But there's the question. As Hylissang walks in, offers himself up to SK on a silver platter. They politely accept. They like the flavor of Nautilus. Happy to have another kill. Hostile takeover comes in. Parzi gonna auto attack his own ward, and SK looking to knock that down. Mom intervening, not super effective. Kind of negligent parenting, and there's Niski. Unstoppable as he goes over the wall. Baron also now gonna get taken out. Thumbs up for VTO, he's still okay. Woo! That's right, Berlin, keep that energy going. SK deserve it, they deserve all the love in the world. The problem is they won the game 12 minutes ago. But League of Legends is a hard game to finish, so you have to be disciplined, you have to be diligent, you have to finish it out clean. You can't give the enemy team any opportunities to come back.
It's just that, like, to go from Vitality that are the 2-0 over the course of this weekend
I was ready.
this, I'm like,
oh man, the stories we were ready to tell about Photon versus Irrelevant, how hyped this matchup was going to be, what VTO was going to do. And now,
what's he gonna do?
He's getting run down by a bear. Which,
understandable.
You know, understandable. 4-0-5 for real. I just keep reading the scoreboard, Rob. I don't know what else to tell the people at home.
I think that Photon needs to die actually, twice more, so they then have 4 deaths with everyone else, and then Hades just 0-5. I think that's the...
Because he's always a cut above.
Yeah.
All right. Niski keeps the pressure up. Vitality.
Get up!
This is their fight! Get up! The moment of opportunity passes, however. Poppy buys a bit of space. Mom again returning to the fold. She's all bark, no bite. Will not do much, as there's also a redemption coming in. GTO maybe. Merrick will click back onto 5. Can he find the angle? Niski going for the angle, jumps in, gets it. Both towers now disabled. Double kill. And in 23 minutes and a couple extra seconds, SK will obliterate Vitality.
Mom looking a little bit more what they say spicy is in Germany rather than anywhere else in the world.
True.
But yeah, I mean, a great game from SK. Clean. Vitality, 3 losing lanes. Couldn't do anything. I've seen people attempt these kind of things where it's like, hey, we're going to bring out something that's a bit funky. We tried it in scrims, worked out well, but I think into that, it was just like, what the hell do you do?
Yeah, you're a Pago Wago. Key to play the game at LEC on X. Isma, Niski, Exakick. It's your choice, you know? Use your opportunity to influence the outcome, to make one of these players feel like they had a fantastic day.
I love how both you and Medic have taken these days to explain how democracy works.
Democracy, baby! We're gonna head to a quick break. When we return, League of Legends, whether you like it or not.
Done. done.
There we go.
Break?
Break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
I'm tired.
Me too.
So, what do you think? On to the next night? Let's go. Come on.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome everyone to the Kia Tilt Proof Challenge. We're here to see if 4 gamers can stand up to the test.
¿Dónde está? ¡Uy, uy, uy! ¡Ajas! Dios mío de mi vida.
I think I lost.
I'm so happy that I didn't eat before.
Say something funny for mic check.
Oh my god, I got possessed by NALCS Pro, so I'm gonna run it down.
Kill them all, kill them all. I can go, he's still, look. Look, 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 look!
Bring back a bit of damage. Nisky mounts up with the Herald to survive. He's going after Photon. He just drifts right through it. Oh, it's the Cars point all over again, baby. Fast and Furious SK. Want to end this one quick. They got dinner plans.
Can we have a camera on Dracos at all times? What was it? Oh, can you hear me still?
I hear you. What's up?
Okay, great. He was doing the flap, flap, flap day one, and then now he was doing this. I love it. We love seeing it. And we have Niski here to talk about SK's victory. You also won the Kia Player of the Game, Niski. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's go. So, do you feel like you were the most valuable player, and why?
To be fair, I feel like the game was just easy to play. And I feel like my bot lane did really good this game. Like they were calling the swaps and whatnot. I feel like they were leading the game. I was just doing Nico things.
Yeah?
Yeah, I would give it to Exakick or DOS if it was me. But
okay.
I'm happy I got it.
So do they do that often, or is that a side effect of like feeling more comfortable right now that they take the charge, or is it just when they have a good lane matchup, or how does it work?
I mean, when they win bot, they usually lead very well on like knowing what to do in the game. And I feel like this game, for example, we knew that swapping into Smolder was good, so they implemented that into the rotations and whatnot, and I feel like the game, I was just chilling mid, and I knew everything that was going on. I was like, yeah, sounds good, yeah, good, nice. And I was just like shotcasting the game, yeah.
Yeah, that's amazing. When it comes to Smolder GB, what do you think about him being in the top lane versus being anywhere else?
Well, I actually thought it was about time we saw more of it in solo lanes because it's so much easier to stack it against melees. But I think into the Volibear matchup specifically, you can quite easily get caught up in a position where you never end up stacking. It's so easy for Volley to proxy. It's so easy for him to have dive setup, not only in the early game, but also with his ultimates. So I like seeing it in a solo lane, but I didn't think that this was the right game for it.
All right, fair enough. You agree?
I mean, I like Smolder top when you have winning lanes, maybe. But I feel like when you have losing lanes, it's kind of rough. You're just there.
Yeah, speaking of, your lanes were doing really well. I mean, yourself included. We wanted to ask you a bit about Isma specifically. I know you touched on it last winter as well, but how are things going now? And how much do you still think he can improve and grow?
I feel like he is improving week by week, and especially after like every single like official game, he learns from it and then he implements it to the next game, which is very important in my opinion.
And I feel like this was just one of the games where you can just see Isma do anything on the map and he's just allowed to do it. You already talked about it. 3 pushing lanes. The forward proximity of every laner was above 50%, which pretty much just means that every laner of SK was pretty much hitting the tower all the time. So Isma could just pick a lane and be like, okay, now I'm top on this wave 3 crash to apply pressure. Oh, my bot lane still has push. Here's a stack wave. Okay, I'm running bot lane. Niski, you have ultimate. We can go in here. Okay, cool. So I just felt like everyone in SK had a good idea of what they wanted to do, and it was just about calling Isma around. I was actually going to ask you, how much is it Isma being proactive as a jungler as well, looking for these plays, or how much is it the laner, specifically in a game like this as well, where it's so easy to call as a laner?
I think it's mostly Isma, to be fair. Like, for example, he went to dive top early game, I believe, and then he was like, oh, Poppy's top, I will just come bot. And then he was like, okay, we dive bot, and he was like, okay, Poppy should be bot side now, so I'll go top. And he basically just makes his own plans, and we just follow it.
That's really great insight, because I also was really impressed with how fast he transitioned from that top side play to just be like, recall instantly bot side as well. No camps, no nothing, it's just like, right, and then he was there before the Poppy. Yeah. So great insight, thank you.
Yeah, cool to know indeed. Laura was on your stream this morning, I believe. Is that correct?
Possibly.
And she said...
I don't know.
She said that you promised if you were to win that you were going to do your champion impression?
Oh yeah, I did say
so,
but I didn't say I would do it here, but...
you said you would only do it with Laura on stage. Okay. You know, the choice is yours. We can also wait until next time you win.
Okay, we can wait until next week.
And then you can do it on
next
week, whenever you win. I don't know when that's going to be, Niski. Sometimes you guys let me down. You know, you win, and then it's like, where are they?
So the next clip it and ship it, and then we have you ready and accountable. It's there, out there. You said it. There's a digital footprint, so you can't escape it.
Fair enough. So we were talking in the green room as well about like how convincing this game was, but it wasn't a perfect game. And Verius was saying that even though we sometimes may think, oh, isn't it easy when you're already ahead to make a perfect game? Actually, it's incredibly difficult. Do you agree?
Yeah, I feel like when you're ahead, like a lot, it feels harder to play clean than when the game is more even. Because when you're ahead, like you have one more item on the enemy and you think that you can 2v1, you can 2v3, you can like 2v4 them or not. But I feel like this game from us was mostly playing as 5.
Yeah.
So we didn't give them any like opportunities to like, I don't know, 1v2 my Volibear or 1v2 me on side lane and whatnot. So I think it was pretty clean from us. But yeah, I think when you're ahead, it's actually harder to play cleaner.
I think so much of it comes down to the conditions and circumstances of the draft as well. In a game like this, we have 3 winning lanes. It's so much easier, but realistically speaking, you should never have that. And while you can be proud of this game as SK2, you're not going to have this opportunity every single time where you have these 3 pushing lanes. You look at the end of the games, the stats, the damage. Like, this was a total stomp. but this is not something you can just replicate every single time because of the circumstances that happened in this specific game.
That makes sense. SK though, was it 3-0 I believe in winter after your first week? Now it's 2-1. That's all right. Are you happy?
Better.
Are you happy with everything overall?
Yeah, I feel like game 1, or like the first day, we were very lost and we were like
Koi,
not sure and whatnot. It was Mad, I believe.
Mad Lions Koi,
Mad Koi,
yeah.
okay, yeah.
Hey, you have to say correct out of anyone.
My bad. And then I feel like after that we reviewed and we felt like stuff were not clicking. And then I feel like the last 2 games we were very good. So yeah, I'm happy with the improvement we made already.
It's been nice to watch you this weekend, so we'll see you next week. Thank you so much,
you.
Niski. And now we'll head over to Giant X versus Mad Lions Koi. And it's Vedi and Hysterics. Welcome back.
Yo, an absolute pleasure. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having us. And Shox, thank you for the very warm welcome back. I have moved to Berlin. And you know what the problem is here? Let's get this out of the way before we go any further. Vedi is here, lives around the corner, and has not introduced me into the neighborhood.
What does that mean?
Where is the welcome, the hello, the flowers, the baba ganoush? I don't know, whatever you want to enter, you know.
Why do you need me to welcome you to an area that you're already familiar with?
I am an Australian.
You've probably been out more than I have.
It is upside down for me over here. I don't know what's going on.
Have you identified which way the toilet flushes?
Well, yes, I have, and also the strange German toilets. I'm just going to say that's crazy. I don't know what's going on there. Also, everyone's driving on the wrong side of the road. That also hurts as well. So
It took me a while to get used to that as well.
Yeah, I mean, you come from the UK.
You already, I've made you feel very welcome when you first came here in winter.
That's true.
It's true. We had wonderful casts together. And look, we're going to have another one because we're straight into draft, Hysterics.
And we've got the perfect transition, don't we? We got Niski on desk welcoming us into the Mad Lions Koi with Giant X on the other side of the rift. Now, Smolder's banned away. Remember, 14-5. Still small touch-ups there, but a big priority champion as we just saw at top. Vi's the first lock in here. The jungler still remains relevant over multiple patches.
Wonder if we'll see something like the Ahri paired up with that. We have been seeing her rise in priority, but now AD carries are abundant. Senna, still very prevalent. Super was an avid fan of it throughout winter. He found a lot of success on it. It wasn't until he went up against G2 that he actually lost on the champion. So I wonder if that will be high on the priority list. Varus, though, of course, still available. It looks like they're going to stick with the Senna. Does make a lot of sense. Maybe they want to pair that up with the Nautilus now, but perhaps they want to grab themselves a jungler as well. Given that they have already seen what they're going up against in the form of the Vi, do they want to play something a little bit more utility-focused, like the Ivan that we have seen from Elyoya when they played up against G2 yesterday, and of course in winter? Or instead, we're going to see something a little more aggressive. I think Belveth would be a little ambitious this early on in the draft. I was thinking about the Volibear because the beauty of it is you can flex it into the jungle, into the top lane. For those that remember the early iterations of Mad when Elyoya first joined the team, this was one of his go-to junglers. This is something that he has a lot of experience on, feels very comfortable on, so could very well be flexed between that jungle and top lane role. We've seen it a lot internationally as well, being played in both.
I love that little throwback. I remember myself as a viewer, you know, watching Elyoya's Volibear was a treat. Let's see if we go down that path again. As on the other side, you talk about 80 carries being open. These are big ones as well. Varus let through over to Patrick. The takeaway of that center Nort lane that has become a firm favorite, not just here in the LEC, but globally through esports at the moment, has just been the pairing. So as we look on the other side, Center Tarm, this is something LPL does a lot. And now we're going to see how Mad Lions Koi fare with it.
Yeah, not too surprising. Also very effective against things like the Nautilus ultimate. The single target lockdown that both the Vi and the Varus ultimate provide. The Tahm Kench can take that individual to safety and provides that extra bit of protection. Now the Hui going to be taken away from Jackie's. Just a mid laner that has been rising in priority here in Europe, and something that Mad Lions Koi don't want to have to deal with. You imagine that they're going to look to blind pick their mid laner so they can save this jungle top flex for last. We know that Mirwin has a very flexible champion pool.
Oh, yeah.
He's more than happy to play anything on the top side, so maybe they pick something like the Karma, which is of course still up and available. I wonder if Mad Lions Koi will look into banning away something like the Ahri if they want to remove a strong mid-jungle combo away from Giants.
And if we start going back towards Mirwin's champion pool, may as well say Fiddlesticks is open as well. That's an option. We could go anywhere with that. So again, keep your eyes on the prize. They do take away the Ahri on the side of Mad Koi for that fourth red side pick. And let's also remember there's things like the Jace that are starting to come back in the meta as well with some of these point-and-click CC junglers like the Vi. So we'll keep an eye on that as one of the picks that often taken into it in other regions is off the board.
Very deep into the mid lane pool.
We are, aren't we?
To what we've been seeing a lot of with the Akali now taken away as well. We're What direction have we got left? We do have Karma mid lane as an option. As I say, it looks like that's the direction we're going to go in with Talia banned away, Orianna banned away. A lot of the traditional mid lane champions that we've been seeing have just kind of been removed. So I'm very curious as to what direction Jackies will now go. In my head, if you wanted to try and pair up a strong mid-jungle duo, LeBlanc would be something that Jackies could go towards, something that he did have some experience on in Winter as well. But when you look into that comp, LeBlanc feels like a tough pick into that. So I feel like that they're going to lean more towards a control mage, of course. Azir is globally banned competitively right now. So he's not a viable pick either. Rumble is going to be the lock-in for Odoamne, a tried and true favorite for him. Throughout his very long career, this has been one of his favorite champions to bring out in the top lane. Let's see what they will pick for mid, because to be honest, I'm struggling. I'm struggling to know what direction they're going to go with.
I mean, I mentioned the Jace before. That is something that, again, Jackies has already played. Would add more 80 damage in, but the Yone comes through. Normally seen in the top lane, but it looks like we are getting the treat of a Yone mid.
So, I mean, one of the advantages of Yone is he is an incredible duelist, a huge threat in a side lane. He can offer very solid team fighting, as you rightly said, thanks to his ultimate and his E in combination. So we'll see how he makes things work out. Okay, the LeBlanc actually going to be rounded out by Fresskowy. I talked about how I expected this Karma to go mid lane, completely forgot that it is also another flex pick. The beauty of this draft from Mad Lions gave them a lot of flexibility with both the Volibear and the Karma. It will be Aldioya's Volibear in the jungle. And then Fresskowy playing this LeBlanc in mids. Volibear and LeBlanc also a very powerful mid-jungle 2v2. And I'm hoping to see a lot more action around mid in this game, because when you do have this bot lane where there's going to be a lot of fight for prio, I imagine an early invade is likely to come through. But I'm hoping for a lot more brawling from the side of Giant X.
With a comp like this, surely you get it. As we get Giant X versus Mad Koi jumping onto the rift now. A little bit of a story. We've got Jackies versus Fresskowy. I think that's exciting enough to run into this. 2 rookie debuts this year here in the LEC. And Jackies, I think his start in Winter was really impressive. Of course, it was on the Nico, which people were saying that was his bread and butter. That's what he's really been practicing and moving forward with. You know, for Fresskowy, we saw, you know, great Akali again. We saw some really great games towards the end of the split, especially as they rounded out and spotlighted up into playoffs. And of course, the fans help as well, especially when the Mad Lions Koi fans are coming out week by week. It is nice to see, props to them. Not only the KC fans been coming out, but also I now suddenly want to go to Spain. I don't know what that's about. That's just happened.
You're just going to tie those two together? Watching Mad Lions Koi play has suddenly inspired you to go to Spain.
They got the finals, you know, they might win at this split, then I'm definitely going to Spain in the break.
Ibai doing so much for the tourism in Spain right now.
The country thanks him.
Now we look at this level 1. Early vision invested by MDK. Aldioya covering for his Raptors so that no information is going to be garnered. Super, though, should be able to get some stacks here. Of course, he is going to be starting with that support item, so you expect Alvaro to be taking the bulk of the farm in the early game. But Senna versus Varus, a matchup we saw time and time again in the finals. It was Varus that continued to get the upper hand.
Ooh, Dredgeline flash, hang on. Super gets rooted up as well. Ignite's already down. The Senna runs away with life, but it was Ignar who burned double summoner. And remember, MDK have a bit of sustain. There's potion popping. Super also with a bit of sustain thanks to the piercing darkness, so not going to be perfect for Ignar. As Aldioya, meanwhile, just in Peach's face. That is a level 1 Vi with 1 CS. Now has to walk towards his bot side clear. Really good start from Aldioya in the face. I mean, this is what we know Volibear is so good at.
I love the aggression that we're seeing from Aldioya. Nicely set up from Mirwin. Hook connects.
Dredgeline in again. Super this time has to burn a summoner. It's only the flash, but still low health barras for Giant X. Their bottom lane 2v2 is popping off. Patrick with a hail arrows just out of range.
So ideally you'd want Peach here arriving on the scene to threaten a dive, but because of the early setback from this jungle invade, he's only just recently ticked over to level 2, so there's not really an opportunity for him to try and punish, and also information is gained on the bot side of the map. So thanks to that water, Observer's just highlighting it for us. Aldioya going to make a path back through his side, or rather back towards his side of the jungle. Nice trade from the Giant X bot lane, but unfortunately for them, they can't really convert it into much more.
I mean, we do know that in the 2v2, Varus wins all, really. His support influences it a little bit, but Varus has been successful in doing so in the 2v2. You see this lane already off to a rocking start, and we're going to see what Aldioya can make changes with, because right now he has 3 camps to take, or should I say 3 buffs. because now he's in the blue side of the jungle. Peach missed out on his top side and now is looking for a gank himself to influence or get in the face of Elyoya while he starts off his Grom.
Looking, but they're not going to go for anything. They do have that priority. But this is what I was talking about earlier, ideally. I got the impression that Peach wanted to start on his blue and then path towards the bot side of the map and then use his prio to then set up for an invade on the enemy bot side. And my expectation was that Elyoya and Mirwin made this play because he assumed that Peach would actually start on his bot side, knowing that Varus Nautilus should be able to get the early prio and that he was actually going to lose his bot side of the map. So Elyoya is walking away with a huge jungle advantage early on. Fresskowy is set up the mid lane in a very comfortable spot, forcing Jackies to overextend in the lane. Well, Jackies does have a slight experience lead. Fresskowy is going to close that very quickly, but he has very nice setup for a possible gank. And you'll notice Ignar making his way towards mid to cover for this, but here's Elyoya as well.
I mean, with the Ignite back up and available just about, threats there. Fresskowy gets out, nicely done. Great timing there, away from Dredgeline.
Elyoya going to secure the top Scuttle Crab. Peach still finds himself a full level behind.
Oh, Betty, that's kind of like you. You know, remember when I told you I was moving nearby? And then you, instead of coming to greet me, you went the other way.
Yeah. I mean,
you've actually never appeared at my house.
Yeah, so. It was the normal reaction, I feel.
Well,
wise response. But getting bullied a little bit by Mirwin. He should be completely fine here. Nice trade from Mirwin.
Really good
trade.
trade.
He has the wave at his backside as well. Look at mid too. You see Elyoya just working with Fresskowy to keep that pressure up. Knowing that Fresskowy is pushing that wave underneath the tower, Elyoya was just hovering, and now they can work in tandem to steal away these topside camps once again away from Peach. With the pressure that they have from Mirwin in top lane as well, there's nothing that Peach can do. Elyoya is going to tick over to level 5, and Peach is just going to have his jungle torn apart. Elyoya maintaining that full level lead. I imagine they can convert this into a Grubs exchange, and I think Peach's approach here is smart. He knows that Elyoya is on the top side of the map. The question is, can Super and Alvaro interrupt this?
But they'll die if they come in. I mean, Ignar, again, has that Ignite. Patrick, damage on the Varus can't be understated, even on hit version. 3k, and MDK is still pacing this out. And you can see Elyoya, he's made it back. He's walking towards bot, but he will be too late here. All he can do is get that camp you were mentioning before. That means Peach gets a Dragon, which, let's be real, I think we've kind of worked out. Grubs are nice, but Dragon stacking is still God.
Yeah, for sure. I think Peach made a smart move there. I'm actually a little surprised that Elyoya chose not to go for the Grubs. Instead, he wanted to try and contest this. He's now hovering around the bot side of the map. I guess he wants to work with Super and Alvaro to make sure this wave gets pushed in. As the control wards. I think a dive would be very difficult here.
Especially without 6.
Yeah, so I imagine his priority is just making sure that they're safe on the push. And start clearing out his Gromp and then pathing back towards the top side of the map. Overall, no kills come through just yet. 6 minutes into the game. MDK find themselves at 1-1. Strong start to the split against SK, but against G2, a difficult opponent yesterday, they still fell short. I find that MDK is a team still very skirmish heavy. They're very good at finding these fights. They love the 2v2s, the 3v3s. They're more than happy to try and challenge you on these side lanes in the mid game. Try and, rather than going for the full 5v5s at every opportunity, they'll instead try to catch you off guard, force these fights when you least expect them, and then convert that into a significant advantage.
And I think a lot of the time on that note as well, we've seen it's with the direction of Elyoya. I think a lot of the time when Elyoya is in charge and he's controlling jungle space well, that's when it succeeds. Also syncing up with Alvaro too, that's something to add on in. Especially with last splits with these engaged supports. Worst sick is Renata, I think was my favorite in the end.
Sure.
But it's how it's kind of this team has come together. This rookie team with Elyoya mixed into the middle. What's the meme there? F tier or something. Definitely showed us last split getting to finals.
Completely agree. Elyoya completely sacrificing the Grubs. Peach still a full level behind, but he was able to secure 2. The third one going to be conceded. Peach going to grab him the blue buff, but what's Elyoya doing? Invading on the red buff.
Classic.
He has full information, or at least, I mean, there was nothing that spotted him out, but he seems to be reading Peach very well. Knows where he is on the map.
He's 20 CS up, 400 gold up.
Yeah. And the pings are coming down from Giant X as well. They're like, listen, Volleybet didn't contest me on the Grubs. A very good chance that he's sitting on my red buff right now. Please be careful bot lane. He's probably level 6. And this wave is pushing out. So Patrick has to be very careful. You can see he is suspicious. It's just a question of how far will he step.
He's walked up too far, hasn't he? Elyoya jumps on in, and a cleanse won't be in question. Patrick knows he's dead. First blood to Elyoya.
Ultimately, I will say that's a mistake from Patrick. The information was clearly given from Peach, or at least someone on the side of Giant X, that there's a very good chance that Elyoya is on the bot side. They didn't have great vision.
True.
And I guess he felt safe because he had Flash and Cleanse up, but the collapse came through from Elyoya and Super. They find themselves first blood.
And this Elyoya lead is spreading across the map. Top side had to back away, pay respect. Odoamne was about 15 CS ahead, still holds that mark. But again, it's that threat that made him cautious. Now bot side with kills. Elyoya might get spot out, flashes, gets the cleanse this time. Remember, he has the Stormbringer to come on down as for MDK, Alvaro saves the day. Elyoya will be spat back out of harm's way as Giant X bring free to the show.
Flash exchanged for Cleanse there. Ignar threw out the Ignite. He will connect another hook. And
doing it again.
Giant X looking for a bit more of a fight. The re-engage.
The knock-up is there. Elyoya, remember, still with the ulti out. The darkness comes through, and with that ult extender, they buy more time. Stormbringer on the spot, which Peach flashes away from. Now Ignar looking for a re-engage as he's just hit level 6. Depth charge can bring this back in, but for Patrick, no chains of corruption, and everyone walks away.
Number of summoner spells burnt. Both AD carries hold on to their flashes for now, but junglers lost. Summoner spells gone for the supports. And I kept my eyes on mid lane throughout that entire exchange because I thought that either Frescowi or Jackie's was going to make their way down, but they ended up maintaining their trades in the mid lane. And no one ends up falling. MBK going to hold on to the gold lead for now. Dragon going to be spawning in about a minute's time. Can you imagine this will be the next objective that both junglers have their eyes on?
And while we do look towards that dragon, just remember there's a full clear topside for Elyoya before that comes up. Because of all the stealing he's been doing, he's still got 4 camps available if he so chooses. Scuttle on top of that as well. CS Diff is changing the mark here as Dragon gets closer.
Crucial to note that Peach did go back to base, and even though Elyoya has a level advantage, he hasn't spent that gold. So even though you see a difference, look at the items. 2 long swords over the tunneler of Elyoya. So in terms of itemization, Peach should be ahead. So it's a little dangerous for Elyoya to try and force this objective. 20 seconds until the dragon spawns. No TP available for Mirwin. But the same can be said for Odoamne. Frescowi's a little bit low. He also needs to reset, which Jackie's is currently in the process of. So I feel like Giant X are in a better map state to actually contest this dragon. It depends on how quickly they actually start the objective.
So it's a good point. We'll keep our eyes and see. For the time being, Elyoya does go back. But as you said, the map state favors Giant X. They're here first. Dragon spawned. And note here, even though that Elyoya's gone back and pick up the Sundered Sky, he's going to be late to this show if Giant X start it now.
Here we go. The objective going to be started off. Elyoya is making a beeline towards the objective. Mirwin's still in top lane, but Frescowi on his way as well. Is he going to sacrifice that mid wave because they bought time? Elyoya now has had the chance to spend that gold.
Alvaro has his ulti back up as well. Keep in mind, as Frescowi now spotted out in this angle, Ignar sets up for a dredge line, connects as well. Jackie's
Odo
chain of
has
corruption
TP.
was used. You mentioned that Odo should be coming in, but as Alvaro picks up the trigger, when is going to be the answer? For Peach and Jackie's now they're the target, and the jungle's just erupted and destroyed. Frescowi nukes him to oblivion as Odoamne now comes through. Elyoya was saved, but as Odo flies on through, his damage immense, but they can't finish the job. Frescowi comes on a back end as well, and Giant X are getting collapsed on. Oh, dearie me. Jackie's trying to bring back the play, but now the Mirwin has shown up. It's Jackie's in the middle of it all as well. One by one, they go to their deaths, and the Mad Lions Koi are an angry fish again.
A catastrophe of a fight for Giant X. The TP comes in late. They lose a member before the fight even starts. Alvaro buys so much time by taking his jungler to safety. And they're just going to walk away with, what, 3-4 kills off the back of that? Very well played by MDK.
There's 3 kills on Frescowi. You know, remember how mid lane was so silent before? And set me up here, Vetty, because we said Giant X had the item advantage until Matt brought all the show in.
That they did, and so they start by engaging onto Frescowi. That was 3 ultimates used on the top side that don't connect onto anyone.
Yep.
Now it's immediate retreat. The TP only comes in now. And then Peach has already lost his life. Bear in mind, the Rumble doesn't have the ultimate either. I was expecting the red carpet to fall, but it's not available because he used it in a top lane skirmish. So it's a 4 versus 4. Odoamne ends up doing nothing in the fight. Frescowi is just completely decimated Patrick. And they just tear Giant X apart. It ends up being 4 kills. And frustration on the faces of Giant X.
Yeah. We can hear in the background. That's frustration at its core. But Giant X now, they might have found Elyoya, but 4 members are here. That's strange. I guess he has Flash ulti available. They can't take him on, nor do they want to, with Mad Koi grouping up around topside and getting more plates.
The MDK feeling confident right now. Elyoya has been involved in every single kill for his team. We see that Odoamne has pressure on the bot side of the map. Alvaro is actually just holding him in isolation. Bear in mind, we didn't mention it, but the TP on the Tahm Kench gives him so much global pressure, and he did receive that early gold investment, which means that he's now the side lane threat against Odoamne. Peach with the ult.
Pick onto Mirwin. This Karma has flash available, going to use it, gets out of range, but depth charge follows through. Chain of Corruption misses here. Dredgeline pulls back in. Again, a lot used, and he's taking a while to die. In the meanwhile, Frescowy makes it a trade. I mean, it just never goes wrong for Mad Koi.
Seemed like it. Mirwin did everything that he could. A nice collapse for Giantx. The problem is the kill went down onto Ignar. That is not the person you want that gold to be handed over to. And as you rightly said, we didn't quite get to see it on our screens, but MDK picking up that kill in mid, really going to nullify the fact that Mirwin lost his life on the top side. 6 plates secured for MDK. They find themselves with a 4K gold lead. The Inferno Dragon still up, by the way, now going to be secured by Elyoya.
I think what we've learned about Giantx composition in this game, that once those ultis down, kind of useless. Like, we know there's DPS from the Varus, we know there's DPS from the Yone, but those tools are very important. We saw in the last fight, engaged onto one target, misses. What do you do for the fight? We saw up there, misses on the Karma, the damage to follow through, the follow-up in general, also lacking. And I think it's important to note here that it's going to get harder considering that for Giantx, they're now down 4,000 gold here at the 14-minute mark as we get out of lanes, as we get out of plating. They've slowed that Dragon push down. And now also Rift Herald there for the taking. Remember, only 2 grubs were taken in the end. So it is just an open opportunity here as Frescowy takes a bad trade.
I mean, yeah, very nice stuff there from Jackies. In the extended trade, you would naturally favor the Yone just because he can keep hitting you with those autos. But Frescowy, still a very scary LeBlanc. Always love seeing LeBlanc in competitive, just because in the late game she becomes this lethal poke champion.
True. Game can end from one sick play.
I think like the best LeBlanc players in the world will work with their support to just create these pockets of darkness, and then you think that it's safe, and then all of a sudden she jumps over the wall, takes 2/3 of your health, and then you're like, well, now you can't contest this objective.
That's
Sucks
right.
to be you.
Now the game feels like it's over again. It's one of those pockets of vision that you can really take over the game.
Speaking of pockets of vision.
Dredgeline, depth charge, knock him up. This time everything connects. Shutdown unfortunately goes to Peach, but it's another pick as Elyoya doesn't use the Stormbringer to get out of this one. He's caught out later, does he though, but Dredgeline back in. Alvaro, you hero, trying to get to the blast cone, not in time. Elyoya is still sent outwards because of it though, as he runs on all fours trying to get away, while Giantx has not just found a pick here, they've found a pick mid. And Mad Koi lose 2 in a quick instant.
What is happening? MDK, after what has been a very good early game, it's just getting caught all over the map. Really nice collapse on the top side. Frescowy thought that he could just clear that wave. He was not expecting Peach and Ignar to be sitting in the brush. Another engage in mids.
This time Senna and Tahm Kench though, they can live the sustained battle. Ult comes through. Alvaro and Super happy to take this as the overheated Rumble runs for his life. Now onto the next target. Ignar re-engages, but Alvaro has got a meaty shield on him. Patrick can help seal that, but Alvaro holds the charge and eventually pops it. They stay true, and for Giantx, they back away after getting the Herald, getting the picks, and getting back into the game. It's only a 2K gold lead after we look through this valley of replays.
So this is ultimately a very nice play from Giantx. They knew Frescowy would come top, and the chain CC meant that he couldn't move. Knock up, knock up, knock up. He gets the W off at the very end, but it's not enough. The ultimate then used onto Elyoya, who tried to help his top laner. The Tahm Kench on his way as well. Has the Devour to take his jungler to safety. I thought this was not a great blast clone. Ignar ends up saving Elyoya. Should have been another pick in favor of Patrick. Meanwhile, Mirwin dying in mid. I believe that was the ultimate invested from Patrick. Oh, we're going to get a replay of exactly what happened. So Mirwin TP's in. He actually finds himself in a 1 versus 2. Really good ultimate. Oh, okay. Yeah, that was a really nice combo. That ultimate really on top of ulti means that they have the damage. And Giantx, it felt like that they were going to be a game that was going to very quickly fall out of their control. Suddenly it's coming back. Ignar, though, you do not want to engage that.
Yeah, I was going to say, Ignar's had a great game on an engaged support. He just has to flash away, unfortunately, as we get a reality check while Odoamne at least getting topside turret. So it's not like that flash is going to be in vain. It does lead them up to that 30K mark on the top of your screen that you can see gets towards 1,000 the difference. A game that felt like it could have been over because of Elyoya's early lead, because of what was happening through topside, or excuse me, not topside, but what was happening in that early skirmish. Mad took a very convincing first 15 minutes of the game. Now that LeBlanc shutdown's been given over, gold being given back over, we have to see if McCoy can do anything with Jackies, who fake seals his way out of there.
Nicely done. He has the third stack on the queue as well to get him away to safety. Doesn't lose the flash, but MDK doing a good cross map after realizing they've lost top. Now they have the Herald for mid. They can keep the pressure up. It's MDK that's forced to respond because Giant X can just keep the pressure going if they want to. Now that Elyoya and Super have made their way over, Giant X realize they have to retreat. Jackies is going to continue to catch in that bot side, and they're moving into the enemy jungle. What can they steal away here? Maybe they can catch Elyoya in a face check.
The ward. He's taking it cautiously. Super and Alvaro are also nearby, and a note on supports this game. I mean, Alvaro has been a saving grace. Can he do it again? Ignar jumps on in that wall. Beautiful. Super's caught out without the Tahm Kench. Alvaro flashes to get nearby. Saves the day, but not for Elyoya. Giant X again as a 5-man core, huge, but as the AoE comes through, Mirwin tries to contribute, add in some flavor himself. Jumped on his Peach going on top of this Karma, but for Giant X, they've still done the damage. Everyone's still alive, and it keeps getting better for this blue-sided team.
Baron 40 seconds away, otherwise that could have been an objective that they played for.
Oh yeah.
Giant X knew that they had the push in top. After dropping the Herald in mid, they moved into the topside jungle, and Elyoya, he just disrespects that. A nice engage comes out from Giant X. They find another pick, and even though MDK hold on to the gold lead, it feels like that it's Giant X running the direction of this game right now.
Which is crazy. Again, you have a Yone, you have an on-hit Varus. I mean, we've got a Rumble who's almost 2 items as well. I think we've got to kind of mention that there is shredding capabilities through all of these carries on GX towards a team that has a lot of shielding, that has a couple of bruiser, frontline tanks, whatever you want to call it. There are ways to get through, and their damage is getting worse and worse. So, again, as we get that Baron up, if another mistake like that happens from Mad Koi, that's a very quick Baron too. That team will shred Baron, so Mad have to be careful.
I mean, MDK, we talked about it, they're a skirmish-heavy team, and sometimes they can get lost in the source. We've seen Engage coming out from MDK.
Good route down. Ignar, though, not the unbeefiest of persons, if that's even a word. Peach runs into the choke. Teleport. Super's low.
Frescowi's in an awkward spot here.
Oh, Jackies as well is in a great spot, too. Look at him go. Fate sealed. And it's Mirwin whose death knell rings next. Super doesn't get charmed out, or rather chained down. Elyoya now running for his life, but he's on the wrong side of the map. Super is too. Like I said, Betties, it keeps getting worse and worse and worse for MDK, as now you better believe that Baron, once Peach is done with this, should be the go.
I mean, I don't think Peach should be here. Him the one chasing for this kill, I think is... Can he get the smite? Nope, that's going to be an execute. Should be able to get some of the XP off the back of that, but that's going to be a Baron for Giant X. And let's not forget that this started with MDK trying to collapse onto Ignar.
Yep.
He buys a lot of time thanks to the Celestial opposition, mitigating a lot of that initial damage. But he basically forces Giant X into this very narrow choke point with which... Sorry, MDK funnel themselves into that choke point with which Giant X can then respond and find a very favorable fight. For the first time in this game, they will hold on to the gold lead. The Dragon is still available. They're going to make a beeline towards it. They should be able to unlock this mid tower very easily. They can convert that into bot pressure to open up that final ladder tower. And it's going to give them so much more access to the enemy jungle, which then makes the map that much easier to play. Giant X have definitely come online in what is a much needed game for them.
Oh yeah. You only play 9 of them through the split, right? Single round robin, and the fact that Giant X were on the verge of potentially going 0-3 today. It's going to make things a little bit spicier. And Betty, you like talking about the sauce. There'll be a lot of sauce around this one as well. I don't know what you mean when you talk about the sauce. I always thought sauce was like a bad thing, but you got to change your mind.
Sauce is like, it adds flavor. You know what I mean? Like,
right,
it's that,
like tomato sauce.
Yeah, tomato sauce.
You got called ketchup here. Yeah. Doesn't make sense.
No, tomato sauce and ketchup are two different things.
No, they're not. They're the same thing.
No, they're not.
They are the same thing.
One is made with tomatoes, one is made with sugar.
I don't want you to come over. But Giant X, as they push through this turret, note that Mad are looking to fight this. That's because Elyoya with the ulti up and available.
Oh,
Super. Maybe you shouldn't fight anymore. Over the wall, Peach is ready to go in as well. Equalize is beautiful, and Frescowi went golden right in the middle of the hot fire. He'll get burnt, as now with the ulti following through. It's Giant X cleaning house, and Jackie's the rookie that could. On to the rival, and Frescowi, he'll get burnt by another Odo. Nice shot. And all of a sudden, we turn the game around. It has been great for the past 7-8 minutes for Giant X. And it keeps getting better.
A crazy turnaround from Giant X. What felt like a game that was done and dusted. They find pick after pick. They repeatedly punish MDK. Now 11-6. A 5k goal lead. I thought that they would try and end, but they're actually going to play it safe. They're going to reset. Peach, he's going to fumble his Q over the wall, but it doesn't matter because the chain CC and the damage is good. Jackie's beautifully played. Takes half of Super's HP. The ultimate there is so devastating for Odoamne. The Zhonya's comes out from Frescowi, but it's not enough to keep him alive. And Giant X, they just do one target at a time.
Yeah.
Very well played from Giant X. It feels like that they just have so much damage on top of the utility that they provide. MDK just don't have the answers. And now they can start to break down the rest of the map. They have this constant pressure on the bot sides. They're now pushing that top wave. They need to get a wave in mid. And they're going to start controlling that topside jungler as well, seeing if they can catch MDK once more.
You can see Frescowi trying to manage the one wave they can, which other supers coming down the bottom side. Quick note, you'll be staying for Team Heretics and Fnatic coming up next. I know you're not going anywhere. You've probably got a life at home, but I'm not saying that. I'm saying that you should stay and watch the LEC, all right? Just chill out. Bedius and I will be here. We'll be coaching you through it because it could be something like this. It could be a massive flip of the wrist. 5.5k gold is what we're looking at now in Giant X's favor. Objective's not up and available for now in 2.5 minutes. They do coincide with each other in that Baron and Dragon, but as you said, we'll have to see if they get another pick because another part of the base will be falling with it as well.
So now they can wait for these neutrals to come back up. Dragon, of course, a valuable objective, but not the highest priority. We're not at soul point yet, so even if Giant X conceded, it's not the end of the world. But that Baron is what they want. They realize that they've done great damage now, but they can't afford to lose this. We already talked about how they find themselves in a 0-2 start to Spring. They finished in 8th. It was close last split. Ideally, they want to show growth. They want to show improvement. They want to demonstrate that they can be better than what they were in Winter. And to take a win off of MDK, someone who qualified to the finals of Winter, would definitely be a huge step forward and probably one of the big upsets of this weekend. We haven't really had many so far.
I mean, the regular season is always strange, isn't it? You know, it's the regular season where you think G2 are like the 5th place team. And then something happens in playoffs.
I mean, that is, the nature of only 3 weeks, a lot of best of ones.
Yep.
A lot of inconsistencies from some of our teams. But it's about who can take advantage of that. Good damage onto Alvaro.
Starts with a chain corruption from Patrick. Jackie's able to dive these turrets. Remember, he's got sustain.
Look at top and bot though, slowly pushing in. That's what Giant X need to wait for, that extra point of pressure. MDK will split apart, and then they can actually really start chipping down this tower in mid lane. Only 4 members, Elyoya off on the flank. Frescowi starts to make his way back.
Good equalizer. Super again tagged out. Alvaro won't care too much, but enables Giant X to step up to the turret. Remember, with the grubs in hand, they're doing some DPS to this inner turret as Elyoya looks for a position to flank, a position to entry. But Giant X just turn back around and go, nah. We'll take it this time. Elyoya, what can you do? Turret's going to drop down. He's by himself. He's in a bounce house. Elyoya, nothing is the answer. Giant X take 1 for free of charge. And McCoy is sent running again.
Jackie still has his ultimate. He's going to use it.
Oh, fate is sealed. At this point, maybe I should look away. Super's burnt down as well. Jackie's having another great start to the split. At least today, to say the least, as Giant X looking for their first win on the board. They'll forget mid for the time being. They'll forget Frescowi. They're on to a Nexus turret. And they're on to the last members of Mad Koi. As for Giant X, this could not have come sooner. To end this week number 1 of Spring with a win means everything, especially against the finalists in Mad Koi, as Patrick likes to add 1 on top. And Giant X, welcome to the Spring Win Club.
I was not expecting the game to end that way. 27-minute victory.
Somehow.
Bear in mind, the kills were 1 to 5.
Yep.
They ended 16 to 6. Mad Lions Koi only found a single kill off the back of in between that time. And what an impressive performance from Giant X. Your player of the game, you can vote over on X at LEC, Odoamne, Jackie's, Ignat. Tough to say, because it just felt like the Giant X just continued to find those picks, and they just kept punishing Mad Lions Koi over and over and again.
Some of those tools were fantastic. All it took were a couple of engages. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a short break. When we return, Team Heretics and Fnatic. We've got an interview with Jackie's, though, before we run into that.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And welcome back to the LEC as Giant X saves the week here in week 1 and grabs the win against Mad Lion Scory.
Thank you.
Jackies, thank you so much. Congrats. Tell me about today. What was the mindset coming in today, being 0-2 and expecting to beat the winter finalists? Sorry.
I mean, today when I woke up, I really didn't want to end the day with 0-3. So I think also the whole team decided that we just don't want to lose. So even though the early game went kind of bad, it's like we all kept positive and just went for the win.
I mean, it's one thing deciding it, but making it happen actually is something else. Tell me about the game and how you turned this one around.
I mean, to be fair, I also think it was a bit of an outdraft this game. So even if we lose, I mean, we did lose early game, then I think if we go to 1 or 2 items and they kind of didn't do anything, then we just out-team fighted them because they had no damage. So it was kind of easy in a way.
Let's talk about the laning phase and your draft actually, because Jackies, I know that Yone is one of your main champions, one of your main picks. We saw your Yone first time against Niski, didn't go so well. Laning phase was not the best either here, but you saved the day in the end. You got the Kia player of the game, so tell me about winning with your favorite champion and especially turning this game around.
Well, my laning on Yone is really not the best, I have to say.
Okay.
I mean, my laning in general is not the best, and Yone is usually hard, but I think me on Yone, I'm really good in fights, and I think it showed, and yeah, I'm happy that I got the win on Yone. Yeah.
And I do love the confidence that you can get from these picks, especially you mentioned the fact that your laning phase is not the best. I feel like it's something that's a symptom of rookies. You have to adapt onto the level of the league and the new competition. What are you actively working on to make your laning phase better?
Probably for sure wave management. I mean, I think it's the most important thing, and spell usage as well.
All right.
But I cannot say everything. You know?
And we'll see that on the Rift later on. Jackie, thank you so much. Congrats on taking this one. And Shox, back to you.
Thank you so much. Next up, we've got Team Heretics versus Fnatic, and we've been hearing you about kind of making it more interesting. So I looked at the Oscars and at the musical numbers, and Wonder helped me write something. It doesn't seem to matter what he does. He just can't impress the one he wants to the most. All his life, he's been the second best Dane, and it's driving him insane, but he will keep on keeping on.
He's just
going.
going.
LCS, he'd be a 10, destined by Wonder to a life of analytical mediocrity. But he's GB, cringe is what he wants to be. And even though you may complain, he's loved by you and me.
I did not know what was happening.
You did not know what was happening at all?
I had no idea. I was about to break down as well.
Listen, I was watching the Oscars and I got inspired to get the people watching. I think, though, they probably turned off the stream.
A little bit.
But we appreciate you.
I mean, my main takeaway is we need to bring you to karaoke because that was perfect.
Maybe. But listen, Goldberg, I'm going to put you on the spot now because big game coming up. Heretics is up versus Fnatic. And so interesting that Trimby is now on that side. Wonder is now on that side. And, well, they need a win. Let's be frank.
Let me turn myself on real quick. They need to win. Trimby's on the side, something like that. Yes. And Trimby against this old team as well, which obviously makes this very exciting. We haven't seen Trimby on the Rift ever since he was on Fnatic. He had his stint on the analyst desk, also coming for me apparently as well. So
yeah,
this is
that's
perfect
why
here.
actually he made the song.
Exactly. But I think Trimby's actually been performing. Even though we haven't seen him for a while, and even though Heretics hasn't gone 3-0, he's still been solid in laning phase. And I think that's passed so up as well when you're going up against June, who I think specifically yesterday had a monster performance as well on the Nautilus, bridging the Kaiser performance of Noah. So this is two supports that's really coming alive right now.
Yeah, I think the fact that Trimby's come in has kind of lent itself more to, hey, we got a bit more jungle support synergy coming through with Jankos and Trimby. But I do agree, Jun has been an absolute monster. And I'm very excited to see these two go head to head because I think Trimby struggled a little bit in the early laning phase yesterday. And I think that's somewhere that Jun has been very good at punishing when he gets his opportunities.
And also, I guess we're looking at Noah and Jun and how they are working in tandem with each other. And I don't really think we saw everything we could see from them yet. And that is normal, you know, within that team cohesion. So is Trimby going to be able to disrupt? Because as said, Heretics really need a win.
Absolutely. And they brought him in for the voice. They brought him in for the leadership. They brought him in for the planning. And to beat a team like Fnatic, you need that. Fnatic also on the other end of the spectrum, they need to come back here. They didn't have the deepest run as they wanted in winter. This is their time to check it all the way from the beginning of the season into the group stage.
And they have a chance to go 3-0. We see if they're able to do it. Over to our casters.
Fantastic singing. Just upset that Goldborg didn't join in because he has a fantastic voice.
Yeah, why didn't you know the words, Goldborg?
Yeah, that's disappointing. To be fair, though, Dagger only had a couple of lines, so we're going to have to work on that as well. I'm Asterix, this is Vedius. I've gotten over my anger and frustration at him.
Thank you.
To get into this
Finally.
next game.
Excellent.
Because you know, we've got a lot of close relations here. You know, we're only like 200 meters away.
Okay, you need
kind of like Trimby and Fnatic.
That's true.
You know? Only recent history, remember at Worlds, right, as Trimby, I mean, I was singing the praises of this support. Now on Team Heretics, who have obviously looked to change their direction in the off-season. Already gone 1-1. We can talk about their playstyles we get in, because I want to talk about draft. Now that we're facing down, triple 80 carry ban, the flex of the Hui, also the Orianna taken up against Team Heretics. Talia ban as well. I saw these things like Varus.
I mean, it's like, which roles are OP? And you look at the bans, you know?
There you go.
I mean, we also think about Humanoid's champion pool as well. I mean, he is a big fan of Orianna. He thinks it's very strong. And as a reminder, competitively, Azir is banned right now. Not available. So first pick, what will it be? Smolder, perhaps?
True.
The question is, does Fnatic have a good answer? We have seen the Zeri coming out before from Noah. that's also been one of the typical answers into the Smolder. I love the Cogmore that we saw from Hans Summer yesterday. I think it is a super effective answer into this champion. But I don't know if Noah plays champions like Cogmore, or whether or not they have their own special response. Maybe they just want to play the Varus themselves as a response. But the immediate lock-in for Ari on Humanoids. I'm excited to see this. Humanoid is always a big playmaker, and when you give him a champion like this, you know that him and Razork are going to be teaming up to make some stuff happen. My expectation is that this is Razork's Volibear that we're going to be seeing. But again, a big flex pick available. And I guess I should say Smolder, also a flex pick.
Technically a flex
based on what we've seen today.
We've already seen it in the top side. You're exactly right. On that note as well, looks like for Spyro, who, Vedius, thank you for the coaching of the name saying, we're going to see that towards the mid lane most likely. Only seen it once last split in the bottom side too. But I also want to note that as we're looking through things like Nico, let's see if we do get a jungler here in this rotation for Jankos. Because so far, things like the Xin Zhao that have been banned away, that has been priority, and it is up and available for a small engage tool for Team Heretics.
Wouldn't surprise me if they want to go for something like the Vi, great for locking down high mobility champions like Ari. Perhaps they want to lock in their support. Nautilus has been such a high priority support in the LEC right now. Renata is available, but I'd be surprised if they wanted to blind pick that here. They could very well lock in their AD carry, something like the Zeri or the Varus. We have also seen things like the Kai'Sa come out from Noah, but they're going to lock in the Rao. So the beauty of Rao is it does give you a lot more flexibility. You can still put the Rao into both support and jungle. You can also then put the Volibear into top. A lot of options available for Fnatic, and they can just adapt depending on what else they see in the draft. You imagine that this Volibear is going jungle and the Rel is going support, but we will have to wait and see. Vi now going to be taken away. We talked about this. Wouldn't surprise me if we saw Xin Zhao also taken away from Jankos. But maybe they want to get rid of something a little bit more defensive. Sejuani is something that we've also seen from Jankos. Acts as a very effective front line. Would pair up nicely with the Nautilus as well, especially if you want to put Wonder on something a little more aggressive.
I mean, we've already seen a Wukong top from Wonder. Like, who knows what could happen up in that top side as you speak of aggression. Xin Zhao actually taken away by Fnatic, so doing the homework here on engaged junglers. We've seen things past this point go into areas like Jax, like the Sejuani you already talked about. So let's keep that in the back of our mind while Team Heretics are banning away some of those aggressive dive follow options that Fnatic are already starting to build, like the Kai'Sa that's been popping up recently.
I imagine that Fnatic is going to look to lock in their AD carry next. Zeri, I think, would be a very... Oh, they're actually going to ban the TF. Okay, fair enough. Still respect it as a powerful top laner. Zeri locked in for Fnatic, so going as we expect. Now, I wouldn't be surprised to see something like Sejuani Renekton here. If they don't know where this Volibear is going just yet, Renekton is just a very traditional, safe top side of the map. Maybe if you don't want as much aggression, you could just go for the Cassante once more. I think it still pairs up. But when I think about champions that pair up nicely with Sage, depending on if that is the direction that they want to go in, that would be kind of my expectation. But right now they are hovering over the Aatrox. Wonder does want something that has a little bit more team fight power, pretty good scaling as well. They're going to lock that one in for him. Now the other question is, what do they want to pair this up with? Are they thinking the Sejuani, or do they have something else in store?
Is Lee Sin trash into this comp, that is?
Probably.
Okay. I just thought I'd throw it out there. I mean, Jankos Lee Sin, been seen before.
I feel like that it just wouldn't have like enough utility when I feel like that they need just...
I can agree with that.
I think that right now I'm like, how do you protect this Smolder? Oh, well, you were right.
But does that always mean it's a good thing, you know?
That's a great question. I think I would have preferred Sejuani, but I think that Lee Sin... I mean, so Lee Sin is good at keeping up with mobile champions, right? But in the same vein, I think that it just like...
It falls off a cliff, we know that.
Well, I mean, like, the debate about the Lee Sin scaling has been going back and forth for years, right? Because at the end of the day, his kick can be very instrumental in the late game in terms of how... It's just about, like, how easy does he have necessarily access to the backline. Maybe he takes more of, like, a peeling role and he actually just works with Flacket to make sure that he stays alive because the kick is a very effective disengage tool. But then how effective is it against things like Ari that can, like, dash across multiple surfaces in the team fight? And I feel like that in terms of execution, Fnatic's composition is very straightforward, front to back. They have a lot of great pick options. The Renekton and the Volibear are huge dive threats. You've got a lot of utility being provided by the role. You have good scaling coming out from Zeri, and Ari can be a very good teamfight threat. On the other side, though, you have a lot of damage. Aatrox is only going to continue to scale as the game goes on. Nico has huge AoE damage implications.
Good job, Betty. Yeah.
That can really change a team fight depending on your positioning. So I feel like both teams have good options, good scaling. I'm excited to see how things play out. I'm not entirely sold on this Lee Sin pick, but very rarely am I.
Okay, fair enough.
So I'm looking forward to seeing how things play out.
Well, let's hope it's a Barney, because for Fnatic versus Team Heretics, we're looking to see if Fnatic can keep the steam rolling. They talked about it on desk. Fnatic definitely didn't get the placement they want. Their placement's always going to be in the top 2 with G2, or in current history with teams like BDS. Fnatic not getting there is only a disappointment, so it has to be a better spring. It has to start here, because Team Heretics, I mean, as we saw in their recent game, we saw that Team Heretics that we kind of talked about in spring. A TH that against Rogue was slow, farm, pace out. It was really controlled gameplay. I think that's what we saw the best of this team. However, I look at this team and I go, well, mid-jungle's not going to be slow control. It feels like that is where the Barney is going to start. There's going to be a lot of engage tools in the early game.
I feel like that mid-jungles on both sides are pretty strong. You've got a lot of setup from both Nico and Ari, and then the follow-up potential damage is very real. Heretics, of course, looking to get some early vision already. They would drop the ward on the red buff to see where Razork is starting. When I think of Razork, he is a jungler that likes to do things early. His pathing is very smart.
Yep.
I rated him as the best performing jungler in Winter.
Which is
I
fair.
know many others did as well. They saw that his impact on Fnatic was crucial to their successes. I see them now trying to walk into Heretic's side of the map.
That's a good engage though by Jun. He gets a double knockdown as Trimby gets ignited straight away. Noah on the ghost, but for Team Heretics, they're converging on this location. Spyro doesn't walk in, so at least some damage done. But for Trimby and Flacken, look at the timing in lane. 1 minute 38 on the top of your scoreboard. They're going to have to walk to lane pretty low here.
Yeah, they're cautious about Noah and Jun moving up into that bush in the lane. And, as you rightly said, they're going to have to take the long way around. They're going to be late to the farm. They're likely going to lose a bit of experience.
It's really nice to see, you know, offspring of some of the champions in game here, Vedius. Ones like, you know, Shyvana's son down in the bottom lane.
Stop.
The daughter as well of Lilia.
Stop it.
Sorry, that's actually the mother, I think.
You're creating a fictional canon that doesn't exist.
It could, though.
I mean, in your, what's the word, fanfics, they could, maybe.
But yeah, but I don't write them. But it is nice. It's a new generation of League of Legends champion. You know, we get older, but everyone thinks that League of Legends champions stay the same. They don't. You know, Smolder came out of nowhere. Like, Shyvana's been in the game for the longest time.
Stop it, okay? There's no evidence to suggest that Shyvana is Smolder's mother, okay? Again.
Who is he calling for? Every time he presses that button.
There are thousands of dragons in the world
and only
of
one we know of.
What are you talking about? There's Infernal Drake. There is Cloud Drake.
Yeah, but
there is Hextech Drake. They have names.
Imagine your name is Welshman. You know?
Well, it's not my fault that League chooses not to name the dragons that we slaughter on a daily basis. The minions also don't have names.
meaning, do they? They're just food.
They're not.
They're just lambs of the slaughter. Elder Dragon. Does he or she have a name? No.
Jun is level 2 and he's roaming mid, Hysterics.
Yeah, you can take me through. What does that mean for you?
It means that Noah wants to base and Jun doesn't want to go back yet, so he's looking for a play on the map. Razork looking for an invade, knowing how strong he is, has push in both top and mids. Oscar Renin is going to make his way down to help him secure this objective. And Jankos doesn't have the support to do anything. Is he going to try and steal?
Well, a Sonic Wave is easy to get with a smite, but to get it past Oscar Renin, I don't think so. Good attempt. Nice attempt. Razork, good face tanking at least. And again, we see a volley bear just invading the enemy jungle. There's such a strong jeweler early on. I think that's what we kind of forgot, not seeing him in the meta for a while. Sky Splitter has huge shield, huge AP damage at level 1. And no one wants to face off.
Now, our observers are highlighting for us, but both Scuttle Crabs secured for Fnatic because Razork taking the top one. They know exactly where Jankos is. They had that window in the bot side of the map to move into the river and secure that objective. And Fnatic off to a great start. We talked about how Razork loves to do things in the early game. He clears his bot side, takes his Raptors, and then immediately, with the pressure that he has, creates an invade, and then his laners are there to support him. Overall, very solid early game plan from Fnatic. They've already built up a 500 gold lead, largely being seen in the top and jungle role. And this is, overall, I've been impressed with Fnatic this split. I feel like that they've grown pretty significantly from what we saw from them in Winter. Of course, it is only the regular season, but we think back to Winter, Oscar Renin did not have a good playoffs. He really was struggling. Their bot lane definitely improved, but their regular season wasn't the best either. Now it feels like that everyone is playing on all 4 cylinders as Razork looks for a dive in top lane.
Yeah, speak of one of them, right? I mean, Razork diving this is the start for Wonder, the flash for Flash, and as the Bear Claws come out now, Oscar in for the slice and dice, and it's a good night, isn't it? Oscar in with first blood, and that's one way to start off a game.
No TP available for Wonder. Look at that huge wave, which is lost in the top lane as well. So much farm gonna just disappear into the void. And Oscar Renin now gonna have a full level over him. He's gonna tick over to level 6 very soon. And Wonder now finds himself in a very serious deficit. And all of this ties back, right? You help your jungler helps you. Razork, level 5, knows the top side of the map. There's no camps. There's no reason for Jankos to be here. The stacked wave is primed and ready. They set up the dive, and they make the dive work. Very well played from Fnatic in this early game. Heretics with the cross map are going to secure the dragon for themselves. Pretty much the best case scenario for them. But Jankos finds himself behind. The top now finds themselves behind as well.
Lane. Shouldn't flash engage. Pop Blossom up. That slows down time. Tangle Barbs might turn into a kill for the forward kick. Jankos not finding too much. Of course, it was just a Sonic Wave as Ignite goes down onto Jun, but a Shattering Strike gets him out of there. Humanoid also alive. Man, Jun just lives here, but this time at least Jankos is on time to punish.
A lockdown from Zviru bought a lot of time for Jankos to turn this one around. Razork, though, no flash, looking for something.
No ulti either, might slow the play down. Tribute with the dredge line gets on out as Jun is thinking about the re-engage. Humanoid Spirit Rush is not available, I guess.
Did use the ultimate in the last skirmish
That's
as well.
good eyes, Vedius.
But
wish you could use that to set street signs.
Overall, ends up being no deaths going down on either side. Razork moves again into the top side once again, and Jankos realizes there's nothing he can do. Volibear showing this game and the previous one how strong he is in the early game.
Yep.
It's just the W that gives you so much power. Gonna tick over to level 6, and they're gonna dive him again.
Stormbringer time. Okay, turret about to turn off for a predetermined period of time. Doesn't even need it. Doesn't even need it. I mean, this is a nightmare for Wonder.
I mean, it is. It's a nightmare that he wishes he could wake up from. But unfortunately for him, the reality is just as scary. Level 5 isn't able to tick over to level 6. 3 plates taken over in the top lane. The grub's now going to be secured for Razork. And this top side of the map, what can Jankos even do?
Well, nothing with Jun now on the move as well. Jankos a level behind. He's going to try look for the steal, walking forward. No, he didn't actually find that in the end with the smite. That was Razork who picks up 2. Now for Jankos, just wants the remnants, want this first grub so that he can get a smite down.
Razork has ult, remember.
You're right, he can kill him. Is it going to be worthwhile? Jankos, Storm, bring it on down, and that damage hurts. PTA is already active, takes a bite out of. Meanwhile, Mummy comes to the bottom side because Flacker just throws her out, but Razork looking for Jankos yet again. Wonder's now joined the party. Humanoid coming up. I believe he has Spirit Rush available once again. No one dies in the end, but Razork just affirming how strong he is in the jungle.
Jankos gets away with murder there. Steals a grub, is able to live to tell the tale. But I'm sure the legends of this ancient thunder god will exist in the hearts of Heretics. As Razork makes his presence known in the top side of the map, what can... I mean, you look at the minimap, Jankos is making a beeline towards top lane. Still only level 5, though.
Help me.
No ultimate available for Razork. I think Jankos is going to get there in time. The problem is Humanoid is now joining the party.
Trying to see if Oscar Innen has ult as well. 3 versus 2, as you said. Spirit Rush starts it off. The World Ender out. Humanoid gets the charm, though. Nicely done. Wonder does have healing, though, and they haven't finished the job. Razork, without the Stormbringer, makes this a messy dive. Sonic Wave also has its own damage factor, as here comes a very sus minion. Charm doesn't connect. I wonder who that is. Well, Nico's going to fly in. Razork's just dead. And Team Heretics are probably laughing at that one.
They finally get a punish onto the aggression of Fnatic. Jankos is there, and Razork turns his attention from the dive to keep Jankos out of the fight. That means that they don't actually have enough damage to kill Wonder, and it buys enough time for Zviru to actually get involved in the fight and turn the play around. We look back at this dive. Humanoid commits the first use of his ultimate. And then watch Razork here. Doesn't actually connect the stun, so the knockup comes through onto Humanoid. Gets a bit of an interrupt. Oscar Innen then feels like he has to disengage because he doesn't have any damage left.
Huh? How did we get here? Zviru flashes over the wall. Jun is once again putting in the legwork on that metal horse. But Zviru does have to burn a flash to get out, which is part of the engage tool. Betty, even though Fnatic have the early game here, if we take stock, it's a 3k gold lead, but I mean, that topside dive, that does, I was going to say, does slow things down maybe a little bit.
A little bit, for
Which
sure.
is good. They have a Smolder on their team. It's always a
I
plus.
mean, you're kind of just looking at that win condition. Part of the question becomes, how well can you keep Flacket alive? And Oscarinin and Razork, these two gods of Runeterra, are hungry for some dragon meat. They have big, sharp claws, and they're interested in killing this dragon child.
Renekton a god, is he?
I believe so.
I thought he was just a librarian.
No.
Him and Nasa's just guys that like reading books and don't want anyone to touch them.
No, I do believe that they are in fact gods, or ascended, if nothing else.
Yeah.
They're one of them.
Zerath is just some guy who went into like a mechanic op shop and just picked up all the parts. Team Heretics are once again getting dope, and guess what? It's Wonder again. Holy moly, can someone give him a break? Like, dude, he's 0-3, leave him alone.
No, is their answer to that.
Which is probably smart.
He is not allowed to play League of Legends today. 30 CS down, his top lane counterpart. 2.2k the gold deficit. Dragon is available, but the resets have actually come through from Fnatic. They're not choosing to commit to that fight just yet. Ahri's ultimate was used, but they still have a few available. Jankos has managed to catch up a little bit in terms of experience, but you look at the bottom of your screen, gold advantages across the board for Fnatic. 4k their gold lead, only 11 minutes in.
We didn't even get to talk about bot side. There's about a 15 CS lead in bot as well for the Zeri that, you know, we're talking about Team Heretics trying to buy time for Flacken on this Smolder. Zeri is Smolder 0.5, or Smolder is Zeri 2.0, I'm not sure.
It's one or the other, yeah.
One or the other, right? There's a lot of chasing, and for Noah, you know, we must not forget this Zeri win condition in fights too. Especially when you start getting resets, when you start cleaning up for things like the Ahri. I think it's important to note that for Fnatic, they hold all the cards in this game. This is a very good early game, apart from that topside dive, as they continue to put the pressure on while turret plates are still up. Look at this down bot. Razork and Jun linking up. They're engaged, cannot be underestimated. And as Razork gets the claws in again, he just shows off. Good charm there from Humanoid. All but deception damage, good too, as they find another plate in bot.
Plate was mainly what they're after, trying to zone Flacket away from as much farm as possible. They left Noah in mid. And Oscarinin, he pushes out top and then he starts moving into the fog of war. There's always the risk that he could show up anywhere on the map. He has that unleashed teleport at his disposal. There's nothing that Wonder can do in this matchup. You look at the itemization difference and you could say that Oscarinin is eclipsing him in terms of itemization. Dragon
all right,
spawn.
Betty, I'll see you later.
Dragon.
Good one.
Medic would be proud.
Would he?
Dragon going to be secured for Fnatic. And Oscarinin just going to keep stealing away these camps. Ideally, Fnatic would now love to unlock that mid tower, gives them way more access into the enemy jungle. The Herald is not available yet, so the Grubs will have to do. That's going to be Fnatic's primary objective for now.
I have to say, when Renekton's ahead, he's one of those champions that just feels so crap to play against.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
There's a lot of champions that can snowball a lead, and it feels unfair. But Renekton is definitely one of them in the early game that can 1v2, 1v3. With items like the Eclipse you already mentioned, I mean, 2-item Renekton is so scary, and for Flacket, good luck. No shielding on this team apart from a Lee Sin, which won't make much of a deal in the end of the day. 5 Grubs over to Fnatic. And we just continue to stack up the objectives. And, you know, we were talking about it, like, Fnatic weren't happy with how they ended the split. Of course not, it wasn't in the top 2. They weren't in that grand final with either G2 or BDS. Excuse me, with either Mad or G2. I was just used to that narrative. And
yeah, it was Mad that knocked them out in that 5-game series.
There you go.
And I mean, you're definitely right. Fnatic feeling frustrated with how their winter split ended. And based on what I've heard, Fnatic is only looking better coming into this split.
Well,
I mean,
they do have analyst extraordinaire Trimby, you know, from Winter. It always helps, going from analyst to pro player.
I mean, that is on the side of Heretics, of course, yeah. We're still trying
sorry.
to figure out if they're better or not, because, I mean, that's my biggest question. We've seen them win one game pretty convincingly and one game where they've suffered. And now in this third game, Fnatic is, in terms of the lead that they have, kind of making fun of them with the advances they've been able to find.
They are indeed. You know, I'm caught up this time in the source. Is because for Team Heretics, I mean, they're the ones that have made the changes to bring it across. I was sitting there stuck in thought thinking, man, how are they going to look this split? Because without Perks, who didn't have the greatest winter, but has a huge history over the course of LCS, LEC, with a lot of success throughout, how are they going to bring this rookie in and try and achieve similar results. We can talk about that later. There's his answer. Good Tangle Barbs and Pop Blossoms. He disguises. There you go. Spyro comes in with a really good setup for Team Heretics.
I think that's why Nico can be a really good matchup into Ahri, just because of the amount of chain CC you have to set up for your jungler. Jankos there with a quick follow-up. They find a pick. Unfortunately for them, I don't know if they can convert it into a huge amount. They're looking at that bot's tier 1 right now. The tower is still very healthy, though. Jun and Razok are forcing their way in. And now Noah is on his way down. TPs are available.
Flash Magnet Storm comes through. Spyro just used everything for that little pick, and his Tangle Barbs might buy him some time. It won't buy his life. Big chomp from Razok. A double TP from Fnatic.
TP.
There's 5 members down bot all of a sudden, and Fnatic are like, go.
A little excessive, I feel.
Probably.
They were already winning out in the 3 versus 3. I don't think they needed to send everyone down here. Dragon going to be spawning in 2 minutes, so that TP isn't going to be available. And now you've left Humanoid isolated.
He does have his ulti available, I believe, with Flash there too. He burns that first. Maybe the ulti's just off cooldown. There we go. Spirit Rush flies through, but everything in the kitchen sink. A good pick to punish the over-ambition of Fnatic bot.
I mean, a really nice TP flank from Wonder. This time it's Heretics that are able to get another punish onto Humanoid. 2 deaths now found in the same place. Razor going to try and cross-map elsewhere on the map, but a good engage from Jun. Initially a 2 versus 3, but you can see they isolated Spyro, who just doesn't have anything left. Then double TPs in. We already mentioned how excessive, like the Ghost even popped from Noah to make sure that he's involved in what I guess they believe to be a bigger fight.
Yeah.
But then Humanoid gets left isolated because the backs come through. He thinks that he can take this tower uncontested. And then he's waiting for that ultimate to just come off cooldown. He gets it, but the ultimate from Trimby is enough to take down his former teammate.
Game's not done yet, is it? I mean, Herald's going to go over to Fnatic. They're still in the lead by a large margin, but this is kind of what we saw in the last game, Betty. The Nautilus, really good tool of setting up some of these picks to slow the game down. Remember, this team of Team Heretics are running the Smolder, and right now, as you see that level 11 pop through, he's at 140 stacks, so he's now just got the latest upgrade there with the Dragon Practice stacks that now puts it into an arc. We're waiting for less than 100 more that give it the execute. And we've seen already, I mean, Smolders can win fights. They can 1v3, 1v4.
Yes, they can.
At 3 item mark on top of the execute, like, some of those Qs can destroy the backline. And for Fnatic, you know, we're talking about an Ahri, a Zeri that want to get into the fight, want to get into range. One miss execute, and Flacket has their number with the cleanse.
That he does. I mean, that's the scary thing about Heretics' composition. They do still have a win condition, even with the lead Fnatic have found themselves. There is an opportunity for them to turn things around. Aatrox is also just a champion that I think does scale very well. I think the more items he gets, the more he can definitely do cooldowns. He gains so much value from.
True.
And his presence in team fights, even if he finds himself 0-3 right now, sure, he's in a weak state, but Wonder can definitely still find impact in this game. Dragon going to be started off by Fnatic, the 3rd Dragon of the game. Jankos is around. Wonder in the bot side. Can't really find an angle, though.
This is an objective bounty, so if Team Heretics can steal this, again, it's about making that game go longer. Onto Jun, that starts off the pick, but the crash down gets him out of dodge. While Wonder can't defend bottom side turret, Fnatic now pushing down the Dragon, but Jankos out of range of that Sonic Wave. So it will once again go to Fnatic. Mountain Soul, by the way, folks. One more to the list here for Fnatic as they pick up their 2nd Dragon.
Spyro very overextended in the top lane. He doesn't have his flash available.
Oh, Oscar went for the wrong one. Okie dokie.
One of the rare occasions I actually see that work.
He probably thinks, he's trying to be clever.
But yeah, so Oscar in. You know, I'm the person that probably falls for Nico the most.
Oh, really?
As in, like, earlier I saw Smolder mid, and I was like, oh, they put Smolder mid. And then I was like, nope, that's Nico. When she first came onto the Rift, I was falling for it every time.
You know what bothers me so much as a spectator? That we see on the minimap, we see the champion she's disguised as.
Yeah.
But as a spectator, we want to know that's Nico. Like, I don't need to know that that's fake Flacken coming through. Just show me Nico. You know, I guess it's disguising everyone. Sticks with the law. It's right on theme.
For sure. Now, Fnatic are trying to get some deep vision on the bot side of the map to start setting up for this mid tier 1. As Humanoid pushes out this wave, he can rotate with his team back up towards mid, start chipping away at the tower. They have the Herald. They've chosen not to throw it down just yet, but this is very clearly Fnatic's next objective. Heretics just continue to buy time. Smolder continues to ramp up, working towards that 2nd item. You imagine it's going to be the Spear of Shojin. Oscar looked like he was in a bit of danger, but of course the clone baiting him once again.
These 2 items, by the way, something that Sky just picked up.
Now look, we find that Humanoid has that pressure from the bot side of the map. He wants to catch another wave. Wave clear though from this Smolder. We've heard it from AD carries before, and you're seeing it on your screen right now. He can just buy so much time. The WQ combo is such an effective wave clear tool. Fnatic are forcing their way into the bot side jungle. There's no wave in mid to fight over, so they're assisting Humanoid as he pushes out bot, looking for a potential pick. They may have found
Flash,
it.
Magnet Storm, double shattering strike. Trimby tries to stop the rest of the cavalry coming through. Jankos has to safeguard out. No summoners burnt though. Fnatic tried to find a pick. They used the flash engage and ignite from Jun for that.
I would imagine. I'm actually very surprised that they're using the Herald bot. I would have imagined that they use that pressure and the health advantage to then rotate over to mid to then unlock that tower, but they're very committed to securing this tier 2 in the bot lane. The Herald's going to take it down to about half.
Look at all the family around it though. I mean, they've got 5 grubs for a reason. Noah now setting up, but Zyru was in feint. Oh my lord. I think he was disguised there.
He was disguised as a minion and he thought he was in a 1v1. The Nico catching another by surprise. Excellent acting skills. We just had the Oscars. Unfortunate for Zvyro because he would have won a nomination for that. Beautiful performance there. When we get the replay, we'll really get to see him live performing his greatest performance to date. Let's have a look at this. So he turns into a minion, takes the front of the queue. Now, if you're counting those, but Noah's looking at bot lane right now. He's like, oh, I see a skirmish on the bot side of the map.
True.
And he's still not counting. So to him, it just looks like another set of minions. Spyro, perfect acting.
Oh, wow.
Throws the ultimate out, catches Noah completely off guard. Impressive stuff.
It's picks like that. We keep talking about it.
I mean, they just laugh, right? They have to laugh.
Because what else would you do? Like, oh man, that's rough. I mean, props to Spyro. It was two ganks now, I think, that again have given picks over to Team Heretics. Yes, you see on the bottom of your screen, that's what's coming up last. I know you're stay tuned. Because we got G3 here, and we'll have G2 after this. And all I can say is that Casey look a lot better this split. So that could be, use the word again, a bit of a Barney. As Fnatic are going to try roll through. That dragon is loud. Shyvana, turn it down. Bit of sneezing on the rift on the side as well. Flacket. It's kind of weird that a champion has that much snot. 200 stacks though on Flacket. You'll note we are 25 away, Vedius, from that little dragon turning into a pain.
There are some lore enthusiasts that are going to be very upset with you.
I don't care. There's no way that's not Shyvana.
It's not Shyvana.
There is no way. If someone can prove it, I'm more than happy. You know, Riot will release a champion now. It's like, that's the champion. Because they released Zyra Khan, they released the Lovers, right? Are there any siblings in the Rift?
I refuse to talk more about this because your theory is so unfounded. There's like absolutely no basis for it whatsoever, and I will not even humor you.
It's 1 + 1. Dragon. There's 2 dragons on the Rift. Aurelion Sol could be the father. I'm just going to say.
You're just, that shovel's digging deep, huh? The dragon spawns. The present one in this game, 15 seconds.
Yeah, which one?
The Mountain Dragon.
Okay, cool. Again, nameless.
I'm gonna move on. Yeah. Oscar in and pushing out bot wave means that Fnatic have an avenue of access into the river. The mid wave is being contested. Humanoid has the TP, so he can easily catch this wave. Maybe even go back to base, spend a bit of gold if he has any. Look at shoot comes out from Flacket, and Dragon gonna be started off. Heretics actually moving towards the top side of the map. They didn't want to cross-map this to that top tower. Question mark pings on whether or not Humanoid is sitting in that brush.
Yeah. But I mean, he has ulti available. He's got flash as well. Jankos might come up here, but Humanoid sees it coming. Good charm. Orb doesn't matter. Team Heretics just want some objective bounty gold, while Soul Point is now achieved by Fnatic. How much is this gold going to mean? Because I guess you got the Smolder, but again, they're still trailing behind in gold massively. That'll help for the time being, but still a 5k gold lead as we crest the 24-minute mark.
225 stacks now secured.
Well, there you go.
By Flacket.
Just about. I see 222 Vedius. Calm down. There we go.
There we go.
In the future, eh? Good pick. Hang on, Sonic Wave as well. Dredgeline knock up. This is great. But Team Heretics, a kick back though is too early. Jun also flashes away, but that Sonic Wave is illegal! Jankos Lee Sin, baby! As Mum doesn't do anything in the back line, but the Pop Blossom might. The knockup's good. Zyru sets up for another Oscar and into the back line too. A double root while Smolder's doing the thing! Flapping the wings, sending out the breath, spitting on them all! Flacket carrying the rest of it, and Team Heretics bide their time once again in a game.
They find an amazing fight. Fnatic can't lock down a single member, and Heretics tear them apart. 4 members down, the Baron is unlocked, and just like that, Heretics have turned this game around.
Humanoid's the last factor, but Trimby's here. Is he alone? The answer is yes. Just trying to get him away from the Baron, but that gold I was talking about earlier, send it away, it doesn't matter. Team Heretics are back, and they have done such a good job of finding pick after pick.
And what perfect timing, just as he ticks over to 2-2-5 as well. Heretics finally have the numbers advantage. Fnatic have been dominating this Gromp throughout the entire game, but now they say not today. Initial pick onto Jun, then the re-engage comes through, but look, they can't actually lock down Spyro. That means that Razo gets focused down. The flank from Oscarinin, his target is changing multiple times from Spyro to Jankos to whoever he can hit. Then a great re-engage from Wonder. That flash was beautiful onto both Noah and Humanoid to lock them up to allow them to win out the fight.
Trimby cheering for his life. I mean, this new Team Heretics, this would be such a big win. We just talked about it last game. A win for Ginex against Mad Koi was huge. I think a win for Team Heretics against Fnatic, even bigger.
Oh, yeah.
Arguably. But Team Heretics, this new piece of team put together, when you take Perks out, you have expectations that, man, this guy better be pretty good, pretty reliable as a rookie to come into position over Perks, no matter how bad Perks was playing. Then you look at Trimby on the side, again, out of the analyst position into a support. There's some really remarkable moves, and it feels like in this game, just to look at this game, there is some structure there that's really gotten them to this point. Gold is now even. They're looking for a pick onto Jankos for Fnatic, trying to find themselves back into this game. But again, we talked about those Flacket stacks. Well, hang on. The Dragon of the West has found Humanoid. Spirit Rush out one more time. Orbit Deception is good, but Jankos is here to finish the deal. Humanoid has flash available, but if he burns it, he's just going to waste it. Charm out. Jankos is playing with him. He is playing with him. And Team Heretics playing with their food, which is now Fnatic.
Unstoppable is Jankos. The early game was not going his way whatsoever. It was dominated by Razork, but a single fight was all it took. Now he finally finds himself with the gold lead in the matchup. And really, the only advantage Fnatic have is on that top side, but you look at the items and they are very similar between the two top laners. Wonder level 16, pushing down that top lane. Heretics in full control here of this game.
With an inner turret going down top side, bot is caught as well. Nothing gained from Fnatic. Baron power play. Gonna have to work that out. 3K top left, if anyone could use their eyes but me.
I feel like the Heretics comp just has so much damage, you know? Like, Humanoid does have that great initial pick potential, but once that initial burst is gone, if he's not getting those resets on the ult, then it becomes hard for him to really contribute that much else. Noah, of course, yes, can be a powerhouse in the fights, but you're dealing with Wonder, Spyro, and Flacket, who all just have like a lot of, well, I say consistent. Spyro provides so much zone control in the fight that we look back at that previous fight, the moment the re-engage comes through from Razork, Humanoid was zoned off because he didn't want to get hit by that ulti, and that actually bought enough time for Heretics to then get that kill onto Razork and then turn the fight in their favor. So it feels to me like these fights are going to be really hard for Fnatic to play, even if they find a good one. Right now, they are very split up across the entire map. Of course, no Baron left, but the Dragon spawning in 20 seconds, going to deny the Snow away from Fnatic, and the game now resets.
Yep.
Fnatic is going to be looking for a pick, looking for a way to punish Heretics somewhere on the map. That mid tower still yet to fall. As Flacket just continues to scale.
Oscarinin, good damage. Again, Flacket. Just a couple of Qs and Oscarinin gets close to half HP. Red buff going to help with that, but still you just see what an elongated fight for Team Heretics looks like now that this Dragon is stacked up. Dragon begins, and for Fnatic, if they can steal this way, they'll have a permanent soul. Oscarinin on this flank is going to get spotted out by Wonder, while Team Heretics are taking it nice and slow.
Heretics buying time. Fnatic looking for any angle that they can find. Jankos aware of the flank from Jun. Oscar hanging on the back, and Wonder's keeping him at bay. Flacket trying to assist Wonder there. Nice Q. Oscar now 50% HP.
Oh, he might actually die here. I mean, getting slowed down. Wonder absorbs the damage.
Nice
flash over from Trimby. The setup as General Gyro comes in. The Dragon of the West with the Dragon of the East in Flacket to clean it all up. A double goes over as Team Heretics by their time. They play it patiently, and boy, is that what they're known for.
Trimby still looking for more. He has his eyes set on Oscar Rinnin, Flackett over the wall.
Nice dredge line, execute once again. Flackett will take it. And what a turnabout game. That is 2 in a row for Team Heretics, really setting this game up to be theirs.
I mean, it was such a great flash from Trimby that I think all of Fnatic saw we need to protect humanoids, and they were not prepared for Spyro's engage over the wall. I love that initiation from Trimby, and just keep your eyes on him because they catch Oscar Rinnin on the side. They're zoning him away. Flackett says, I actually think we've got a kill angle here. As Humanoid is isolated, Trimby makes the call, wait, we can actually turn on him, my team is close enough. And then they are not expecting Spyro at all as the rest of Fnatic try to assist. A beautiful engage. Zeri is taken out immediately. The damage threats are gone, and it's clean up for Team Heretics. A very well-played fight from them.
Great setup, great initiation. Team Heretics, the gold now swings in their favor. What feels like the first time this game. We already mentioned Jankos on the Lee Sin. We know this Smolder to be highlighted as he picks up his Leandros for the 4th item. We've seen Lord Doms as 4th item in most cases, but Leandro's been here and there as well. The passive damage getting elongated is such a pain. As now as we group up towards mid, I mean, Fnatic are trying to pick. They look so desperate here, but as Trimby hooks his old team, he says, how do you like me now? But wait, Jun jumps on him, but it won't be okay because Mum flies through as well. This is the problem. A great engagement as Flackett gets locked on down. He's already killed so many people. A triple kill flies through as Wonder vs. Oscar, and then Jankos in the mix is all we have left. That was the best Fnatic could do. Now as this Renekton tries to fight it out, I just don't think he has it in him. Going away, slice and dice. Baron is like, what the heck is happening here? Just an onslaught and an ace. And even though Fnatic brought guns to the party, it looks like Team Heretics already set out the stratagems.
I mean, that was the best case scenario for Fnatic. An incredible engage comes out from Jun. Oscar ready with the TP. Heretics come in to secure control of the mid wave. The charm connects, not much damage on a Trimby. The return hook, and then watch Jun here. 4-man ultimate into ulti from Jun, but he still gets hit by Spyro. And that was enough to lock him down. If he was able to sidestep that, maybe it could have been a more favorable fight for them. Because Flackett still got a triple kill.
Just breathed on them.
He just breathed on him. Oscar does what he can, but best case scenario there for Fnatic, and it still wasn't enough. 18 kills to 7. Frustration on Humanoid's face. Still a very solid weekend for Fnatic. If they lose here, they will be tied with Heretics at 2-1.
Yep.
They were looking to get that 3-0 weekend. Razork currently standing on a ward hook.
Dredge line again. Razork knocked on up, and you can just see this damage. Stormbringer's down, but he has no chance. Mum doesn't even get to talk to the bear.
That's going to be a Baron as well. Unless Fnatic can make some sort of miracle happen. This is Heretics' game to lose. An impressive bounce back from them. It was a tough early game, but just like we saw in the previous one, they found their bounce back. And they're looking good.
I think Nautilus needs to be bad. 2 games in a row. I think I've seen in LPL, LCK, like Nautilus right now just feels like such the perfect champion in the meta. And with what we've seen in both these games back to back, really feels like the angle in securing a victory in this game. Feels like a great comeback mechanic. So do all hooks and dredge lines and anything that's good for peak potential like we saw from the Blitzcranks last
We
split.
think about this game, right, and it was very much about top side of the map.
Yep.
And what we discussed was, okay, yes, Oscar Rinnin is as fed as he is, but ultimately it comes down to how much of a backline threat you actually have.
True.
And then in that one top lane fight that we saw, there wasn't any backline threat. Oscar TP'd onto the backline, but then he just couldn't get a target that he could really lock down as the rest of Fnatic was falling apart. And this is the problem. Their composition, I think, is difficult to execute when there are so many damage threats on the side of Team Heretics, and there's so much zone control that they have with the amount of utility that they bring. I wasn't sold on the Lee Sin, and I'm not going to say that the Lee Sin was like instrumental in the outcome of the success for Heretics, but he's making it work. 7-0-8 on the champion. Jankos still having a great game regardless of what was a very difficult early game for him. But Spyro finding multiple picks on the sides, working with his jungler. We saw that play onto Zeri in the mid lane as well. And ultimately, Flakked with great positioning and Wonder still finding ways to have impact, even after being so far behind. Now, a 7K gold, 7 gold. Oh, a 7 gold lead.
7 individual gold. I think it's the experience on Team Heretics further to that point that we saw through bot that have now led them through this mid lane turret push. The punishment of Fnatic. Even though it's not G3 anymore, it's like G2, but G2.5. Not sure what you want to call it.
I mean, I feel like that they are their own team now, you know? They've got enough individual pieces. Spyro trying to make a name for himself here on the LEC, fighting long and hard to earn a spot. And now he's knocking on Fnatic's door. A big win here for him to be able to take down Fnatic.
Jankos has flash available.
That is a large amount of damage.
It really is. Hello.
Mother has been called.
Yep. Now that she's gone back, what's the cooldown on that one? Find out in a second. Turret just falls down by itself.
About 50 seconds.
Okay, not bad. I remember growing up, you know, calling out for mum. It was a 30-second cooldown max. You know, I wouldn't disturb. I wouldn't disturb after that. Otherwise, I'd have to go get my own damn lunch. Well, Dragon goes down. Remember, Soul was what we're talking about for Fnatic. Long have those days passed. We're in a new dimension now where Team Heretics just pulled up Mountain Stats out of nowhere. Great for Trippy, who's been engaging off his mark. Jankos as well going to benefit. Now for Team Heretics to group up bot side. Kind of just getting push off the last piece of the Baron. 10 seconds till expires. Another good 3K-ish Baron power play. And it feels like for Team Heretics, it's done its due diligence.
Right now, we're just looking for Heretics to end this game. Honestly, they weren't able to secure any inhibitors, so that extra pressure that Fnatic has to deal with isn't there just yet. Maybe they want to play it safe and wait for the next Baron to spawn. Honestly, I don't think they need to. I think that they're strong enough to just force a fight. They could even threaten to dive, but they know how important this win is, and they don't. I completely understand why they want to take their time. They're setting up a push in the mid lane right now. Holding off on actually pushing that top wave for a second. I'm actually a little confused as to what they're doing right now. It looks like they're just going to drop some wards and then go back to base. I mean, yeah, they've invested that vision. It should still stick around until the Baron spawns, aside from what Fnatic is able to clear out.
Just chill.
It does seem like it's just a little chill. We look at the total damage the entire game.
Still going on.
Flakked has doubles that of Noah's.
Not surprising. Actually, that's quite low for a Smolder. You know, it's not 40K at the 40-minute mark.
I mean, credit to Wonder as well. We think about how devastating his early game was. Still, been able to dish out that damage in the fights. And this is what I'm talking about. Aatrox's scaling, I think, is such an effective tool in these fights, right? As long as you're able to land those Qs, you can do some serious work. Taking over the level against Oscar. Another I set on the inhibitor. Oscar on the flank.
Spyro is trying to disguise himself as Flakked for the time being. As you mentioned, Oscar with GA is the one to make the flank. Spyro is just hiding in the mess of it all. Very slow. I mean, this is what we know Team Heretics for to a degree. Maybe not always this slow, but they're not a team who take outlandish risks. Man, sometimes I feel like I'm saying that in some of the games I've seen.
I mean, it's a new Heretics, of course. We've seen two very different versions of them.
Yeah.
They found nice fights in this game. I think the jury is still out as to where to rate Heretics in the LEC right now, but Fnatic definitely going to feel the aftereffects of this jerk.
Flash Magnet Storm again, very loud from the other room. The knockup comes through. Trippy re-engages though. Spyro's taking all the damage here, but as the kick from Jankos comes back, it might have sealed the deal, but Noah's still alive. Zeri moment, ladies and gentlemen, but is Smolder too much? You have to ask. No, Oscar Rinnan sends him to the deep end. That little baby dragon now dead and harvested as Wonder's set in the middle, but Noah's still free firing. Just remember, Smolder's OP, but Zeri was here first.
Wow, some very fancy feet coming out from Fnatic in that fight. They were able to navigate around a lot of the CC, but crucially, Spyro was taken out very quickly. And I'm not talking about the kill. The amount of damage that they did onto him initially was enough to keep him away. And when you lose that giant AoE ultimate, when it's not a zoning tool in the fight, Fnatic had a lot more freedom. So keep your eyes on Spyro here. And look at how much health he loses. He is that minion getting close, trying to catch the opponents off guard. The engage from Jun. And then look at that, 50% HP gone. He's now forced to retreat immediately. The fight is a 3 versus 4 as Oscarinin is keeping Wonder busy on the sides. And so they can actually play this front to back. Zeri is left largely untouched on the back line. Flackhead loses a lot of HP. Oscarinin finally gets on top of him and shuts him down. And then Spyro's ultimate really doesn't connect onto anyone. Very well played fight from Fnatic, and something that they need to stay relevant in this game.
Trimby, head in his hands. I mean, this should be a sealed deal, but as we were going to that replay, Fnatic just picked up Baron. So now all of a sudden, I don't know what to think, Betty.
Really?
Yeah, that's what it says.
I mean, because we think back to Heretics, right? They were setting up around the Baron earlier. It's still 2 minutes away until it spawned. You have to imagine that that was the objective they played for. They end up getting baited into a fight. And now the Soul is a real possibility, 3 to 3.
Oscarinin is caught out. Dominus going to be used, but remember that execute there as he burns down. Sterak's Gage buys him time, but Oscarinen's going to have to TP back without ulti.
20 seconds till the Dragon. He has the Baron empowered recall.
Finally, that turret's down at
That
40 minutes in the game.
That bot wave as well, it's a bit awkward for Fnatic, but no one can really go and answer it right now. They need to keep this mid pressure up. It gives them access into the river. Here comes the TP.
Whereabouts is it?
Used into the mid lane.
Okay.
Oscar now working with Jun. The engage from Fnatic is good. They just got to get it onto the right targets. Keep your eyes on Flackett here. Trapped in the pit rather, but does of course have his E to get to safety. Where is Spyro? He's a plant!
Oh, okay, sneaky for the time being. Pop Blossom is there. As he goes golden, he finds Humanoid over the wall, and Mum helps out, but Spyro is in the middle, and to his death with the burn down! They try so hard to get the Flackett, but look at him go! He's 12 years old, and he's taken on gods! Jun runs in, everyone runs in, but all he is lambs to the slaughter!
Flackhead is just way too strong. It looked promising for Fnatic. I thought they could turn it around, but it was not enough. They're gonna hand another kill over to Flackhead. 13, 2 and 5. Big smiles on the faces of Jankos as Heretics look to go 2 and 1.
A huge win against Fnatic. As Betty has said before, this means the world for Team Heretics, who struggled last split. But against Fnatic, they take away their deathless record. They end the week 2 and 1. And we're going to start singing Team Heretics praises if we see more like this. To a degree.
I mean, towards the end of those fights, Spyro was getting caught out. And I thought Fnatic had found their angle and shut down Spyro, and then they can win the fight. But it had gone to a point where full build Smolder just sneezing on him, spitting on them. He was doing way too much damage. You can vote for your Kia player of the game at LEC on X, Jankos, Spyro, and Trimby.
I want actually.
I really think it should be Spyro. I think he was very impactful in a lot of these fights.
So too. But again, then there's the Nautilus argument that comes in as well.
Very true, very true. Of course, it is up to the fans to decide. Great bounce back from Heretics. We talked about how this was a very valuable win for them. They're going to end the weekend 2 and 1, along with Fnatic. Fnatic going to be frustrated with that loss, of course. They wanted to go 3-0, but still not a bad way to start off the split.
Definitely not, considering that for Team Heretics with this new roster, a lot of questions up in the air. Hopefully more get answered next week as well. As ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a short break. When we return, G2 and KC coming right up.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Lore, did you steal my Kit Kat?
on to the LEC for the very last game of this week, the first week of spring. G2 versus KC. Hey, are you gonna let him do that?
Where's the noise?
Come
Where's
on.
the noise? Come on!
I thought so. Listen, G2's been on an absolute tear. They're versus KC here, but what's been so good about them?
I think G2 have just found this kind of winning formula that works. They're trying to play much more focused around these late game scalers in the bot lane, and I mean, it makes sense, right? Hans Sama was at one point considered the best AD carry in Europe. He's had his struggles, but still putting that into him, I think is the best way to go about things. And I think as well, you get facilitator jungles that enable that very well. And even the individual performers as well, when I look at like, say, Caps on something like an Ari, like he's had these pop-off moments, and I think though overall it's given G2 a direction in which they can kind of rally around when it comes to the mid-game.
Lovely, thank you. I found a couple of fans here as well. This is Thomas. Now, Thomas is French, but he's supporting G2. Explain that.
I mean, G2 is like the best team in the LEC. And even if Carmine has like many trophies in LFL, many trophies in Euromeister, LEC is our playground, and we are like just the best. We're gonna smash them today.
You said even when you're in Paris, you just go watch G2 games.
Of course. And like, we are currently developing the G2 fans in French. Like, come in the G2 Samurai. Like, we're trying to organize some viewing party and many things for the French fans, so yeah.
Okay, I see it. So basically, Laure, ils sont en train de voler les fans, donc.
En train de voler les fans. They're stealing the fans, but I mean, I hope you're going to enjoy your time on the G2 side, Frenchman, because I have the rest of the French people here supporting KC throughout defeat, but now they're winning, and we know that it's been a difficult winter for them. Dag, what are you doing here, actually? You're on the other side. What is KC about now?
No, I was never over there. I don't know.
Oh,
yeah, no.
okay. Well, okay. What can you tell me about KC? What is new for them in spring?
Well, yeah, I think they just kind of found a winning formula. Like, a lot of it kind of focused around that bot lane. Like, at one point, Upset was considered one of the best AD carries in Europe. So I think putting that focus on late game carries makes a ton of sense for this team. And then as well, you got like junglers that are facilitators that's working well. Excuse me. And I think it's kind of setting up very well for, hey, we can try and have these individual performers step up. And when I look at a guy like Saken, he's had incredible performances on things like Aurelion Sol. I think it's just a formula that gives them direction coming the mid game.
It is a very specific and unique style indeed here for KC, and I have the KC fans, of course. The Blue Wall is here, as they are every week, guys. Thank you so much for joining us. What makes you think that KC is back on tracks and that what happened in winter is right behind you guys?
First, the two last games of the winter were pretty like good, so we had like good bases, coaching staff changes, and first game was really promising. Yesterday was a mistake, but we're like believers. We win on every game, so why not?
Do you have anything to say to the lonely French G2 fan over there?
I mean, why did you choose this? Sorry for my voice.
Why did he choose indeed?
I don't know.
Wrong side. Sharks, anything to say maybe?
I don't know. Yeah, they want to make you pay for your sins, it seems like. They're really mad at you. You don't care. You don't give a fuck, right?
I don't care. I mean, we're gonna win. So I don't care.
All right, on that note, let's head over to our casters.
We were expecting perhaps hysterics.
Hey. Always good to get the crowd riled up. Welcome back to the casting guest for the last game, one that has turned into a banger. Now, Vedius and myself, hysterics, you'd come into this one thinking, maybe this isn't going to be a good game if you're looking at winter, right? Thinking it's going to be one-sided. But KC yesterday, I mean, there was a bit of a flip where, you know, against Fnatic, you're like, actually, Fnatic were turning a bit of an oddball, and KC could have actually won that game.
For sure.
They could have been 2-0 up. So as we round out our first week of spring, I think this one's going to be a bit of a Barney. I know you're using that word a lot today, Vedius, but this one truly fits the bill when we consider the talent on both sides.
I mean, I think we're seeing some surprises today. And what we've learned is that early game leads don't always convert into wins.
Ever.
Now, we jump immediately into the pick and ban. Now, remember, G2's happy to leave Smolder up.
Because they'll take it.
Because they will both take it, but also they have an answer into it as well. Now, with the Zeri ban, maybe they just want to lock in the Smolder for themselves. I mean, why not? It's available. And that's exactly what they're going to do. So what is Carmine Corp's response? Does Upset play the Cogmore himself? Does he have another AD carry? Because bear in mind, that's 5. That is 5 AD carry gone in this game.
So now that we've had all off the board, as you said, we're just got to consider the options. There's no range to come through with the Varus as well. As we look on the other side now, things like the Nautilus still open. You see Nautilus a very high priority today coming into 14-5. Orianna often banned away. When we talked about the Azir not being up and available, control mages that stand in the S to A tier. Right now you have to think, well, Orianna's probably one of them.
I definitely agree. We know that Caps is happy to play Nico into it. Of course, depending on what junglers you go, things like Ahri can also be very effective.
Yep.
But let's see where things go. Carmine Corp. Oh, they're going to go for the Senna, so they're going to try and match scaling for scaling. Senna will have a lot of range into the late game. Front-to-back style composition could very well suit Carmine if that is the direction they're going. We're looking at potentially something like a Sejuani in the jungle. Like hovering a number of different junglers right now. They're going to lock in the Jarvan. Okay. You expect this to go into the jungle position. Now, before I jump to conclusions, have to remind everyone, Smolder is a flex pick.
Yep.
If any team is willing to flex it, G2 is definitely one of them.
Dude, Broken Blade plays anything top.
That's true.
It's kind of like Wonder.
100%. So we'll have to wait and see where this Smolder does end up going. But G2, they could just lock in the Nautilus now themselves if they want to. You know that Carmine likely want Tahm Kench or Nautilus for themselves. But the Nico, they want to guarantee that they have that answer into the Orianna available. Now, if Carmine Corp want to, they can lock in the Naut, and then they can look to ban away things like the Braum, the Renata, annoying things that could get in the way of Nautilus doing Nautilus things.
Because I will say that even just giving Senna Naut outside of the ban point there, Betty, as Tahm Kench just gets locked in, I was going to say, really great engage, but this is more like an LPL style of bottom lane here. I think Targamas had a lot of issues with some of the engaged supports last split. It is nice to see him on, you know, a bit of a mixed bag, I guess you call him more defensive bag in the Tahm Kench. And as you said, on top of that, maybe getting rid of some supports that deal with it. Might not be the Nautilus in play, but getting rid of the Blitz that could deal with the time. That could be a nuisance here for some of the comp.
Let's see how they round things out. Blitzcrank going to be banned away. Xin Zhao taken away from Carmine Corp. We know that Bo... In my head, I was like, it's something like a Kindred or a Grave, something that he's thinking about. But they do need a little bit more engaged, a little bit more of a front line. Maokai Sejuani is kind of where my head is at right now for KC. Question is, do G2 think in the same direction, or do they think that Bo wants something a little more aggressive? This is definitely setting us up for a Cassante top lane, that's for sure.
BB's answer into it was the Zac. It worked consistently in Winter.
That it did. Of course, Zac, a very powerful top laner still. We saw it coming out from Elyoya in the jungle. Oh, so they're just going to ban the Cassante away. Okay, they're actually going to leave that jungle pool open a little bit more. We've already seen a Lee Sin today, and I was just about to say, Bo, he's definitely the type of player that would love to get his hands on it.
He's a great carry jungler historically. When I casted him in FPX Bo, this would be his pick. That and Olaf.
I also think that it's just great into Jarvan. Early skirmishing is just a very effective matchup in favor of the Lee Sin. You also have a lot of disengage tools to like kick the Nico ultimate away potentially. And I wouldn't say that Lee Sin Orianna is like the strongest mid jungle combo, but there's definitely potential there once the Orianna gets level 6. They have a lot of damage available to them. The Gragas being locked in definitely suggests it's going to be their blind pick top laner for Broken Blades. So how are they going to round out this draft? What are they looking for? Perhaps a little more engage, a little more utility.
Some supplementary engage from someone like Mickey X. Okay, so we know that Smolder's going bot, as we already did. We know Gragas is going top as well, even though Charmin in the past has gone top. But for Cabo, he has red side counter pick. And it feels like with the Lee Sin locked in, as you said, not as much setup in the other lanes. This could be the lane we look towards, or we could just look at Bo playing spoiler to try and counter-gank this entire game and get the lane through safely.
Yeah, my only issue with Casey's draft right now is that they're engaged in the easiest.
Very true.
You do have ways to start fights, but they're not straightforward, you know. You have flanking opportunities, maybe if Orianna can find that shockwave, maybe if Cabo has that Mega Gnar and he can find a good ultimate, but G2 have a lot of easier ways to start fights.
Yep.
You have the Gragas ultimate to create either a pick or just disruption in the middle of a fight. Jarvan's EQ ult. You have Nico follow-up. Like, there's a lot of wombo combo potential on the side of G2. When we think about playing around these neutrals, in terms of a straight front to back, I look G2's comp overall, and I see a lot of potential there, but I also acknowledge the potential scaling on the side of KC's bot side of the map. The center Tahm Kench is something that, when it gets enough range, can be very difficult to deal with, and I'm excited to see how this one plays out.
But will G2 let KC's bottom lane get there? Because that's the problem. Like we saw yesterday in the Cogmore lane, G2 just flourished, popped off, and put all their attention bot. Thaddeus, I look at their comp and I see dive, 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 flap, dive. I see a lot of members that can go in and set up a miserable early game for KC. We set up the theme to see if their bottom lane can get through it. As we look to see if G2 can stay undefeated, wouldn't that just be the natural case for our winter champions?
I mean, G2 is the team that they will lose that game or two during the regular season.
Of course they will. But then they'll still go to MSI.
They'll still find their way. I mean, of course, they have locked a spot at MSI thanks to winning Winter.
There you go.
But they can cement that first seed if they can win Spring as well.
Yep.
But this lane priority, I mean, seeing such a high priority on Jarvan surprised me. He did, of course, receive some buffs. But I don't know if those buffs were enough to warrant such a high priority on the champion. Obviously, as a champion, he's very good at early ganks. Super straightforward. He EQ into engage.
Yep. Sorry, Benny. Struggling to kind of get that into my brain. The fans have come out.
Yeah.
Like, man. You know, KC fans are loud, but it encourages everyone else to step up their game. I think since KC came into the LEC, everyone's like, man, we gotta put in more effort.
Now look at this from KC, a delayed invade onto the Raptors.
Yes, indeed.
Bo gonna start there. What is Yike's response? He obviously has information of this. Caps has to be a little cautious, but Cisse can return to lane. Shouldn't be in too much danger. Gragas is the new go-to safe blind pick top. Now, for those that remember the finals, Broken Blade gapped Mirwin on this champion. He had like a 4-level lead in that 1v1. So we know that he is he's good at the champ.
Yeah.
Range matchups can be challenging, but for Gragas, I think he's one of the better ones because of the amount of sustain he has on his W.
Very true.
But this is kind of what I expected in the early lane phase. Smolder doesn't have the strongest trading patterns, especially when paired up with a Rakan. It's very easy for Targamas to do this. So they're going to gain that prio on the bot side of the map. And Bo clearing out this entire bot side jungle. Yike just going to focus on his top side. We talked about how this is an advantageous matchup for the Lee Sin, and Bo is really trying to take advantage of that, but also leave this Smolder isolated. Don't give Yike the opportunity to actually invest in him early, or maybe even try and attack Upset and Targamas. He's really enabling Upset and Targamas to be set up for success here within the first 2 minutes of the game.
As Bo travels back to his bottom side, was in quite deep. Remember the start on the opposite side of the map. Yike is going to translate that into a vertical map in top as well, with a very pushed up Cabo Shard. So that is an angle to look at. As you said, the Smolder, the investment not going to be there with the slow push, with the control thanks to Bo. Giving that center Tahm the time that they want, giving the early game that KC definitely want as well. Wave gets pushed in. Targamas and Upset are going to be setting themselves up for the first plate as well, getting close. That's Flash for Flash. That was Caps, forcing it out of Seiken. Nicely done. Bit of chat energy from Caps.
As we, I mean, Caps continues to have a great year.
He was MVP quite by far in mid. Yeah, everyone said Caps. Under turret, is this an issue? Ignite down. Targamas misses the knock up. Under turret, KC pushed too far. Hansama still has his flash available. 20 for Upset to show, but Targamas now with no mana in the middle of no man's land is still a Tahm Kench. This is annoying. He does good damage, but Upset now has no summoners.
I was not expecting that. I mean, Smolder, when he gets level 3, has more damage than you expect.
Not that much more.
I mean, but Mickey with the knock-up there, I think, is really what set it up. The Ignite coming through very quickly as well. They don't have that combat summoner on the side of KC. The heal being used early to disengage. Flash gets burnt from Upset. And you talked about it. Coming into this game, Hysterics. Will KC's bot lane be allowed just in the isolated 2v2? We were critical of G2's bot lane at the start of Winter, but they've definitely found their form. they're looking to try and win as many of these lanes as possible.
And they get the push in bot as well. Now remember, Targamas is the one absorbing the CS, but Senna loses salts. So it's still quite a big difference it's going to be created, considering that upset as he comes now, maybe lost 2 or 3 minutes. Maybe not as big as I'm painting it out to be with the huge wave that now crashes in. But for KC still, that crash comes through, gives a bit of timing for Hansama here, who should be going back to get some damage and amplify that lane further. Also giving Mickey time to see what he can do around it.
Remember, Seiken, no flash.
Yep.
Caps trading his in order to burn that summoner. Continues to have push here in mid. Yike, though, not looking to do anything too aggressive in this early game. If we think about lanes that he can play around, now that there are no summoners bot or mid, that's where we would expect Yike to be looking for a gank. Cabo going to continue to interrupt the base of Broken Blade. Hasn't gone base yet, still has the TP available. Yike should gain information here on Seiken doing this. Oh, yep.
Oh, yeah, that's enough. Bo gets out. First grab, remember, is still the EXP that you want. So 1 for 2, but no one cares about it. Grubs are
grubs. Are grubs.
Grubs are grubs. EXP is great, but you know, in the long run, I'll say it again, dragons are everything.
Well, it's currently available. Resets come through from Upset and Targamas, mean that there's a window, this stacking wave, for G2 to set up for that objective. But I look at the minimap and look at this squad moving their way towards the dragon and mid lane. Upset, Targamas, and Bo all hovering around here, working together to get this vision and start off this objective.
For Smolder, I'd be upset to see a member, probably of your extended family, getting attacked right now. So will G2 act on it? The biggest question is, for Hansama, you're going to get this wave push first, then move over. Yike is moving in as well. Hello, let's look topside. That's because there's an all-in about to come through. Thank you, observers. Cabo Shard, no Mega Gnar there, but Broken Blade again with good trades on his Gragas. What's in those barrels?
Tasty beverage, one would imagine.
One that is PG-13 plus.
I imagine that too.
But not 18.
Well, Casey have been forced off of this. Caps getting level 6, making his way into the river. Casey were too hesitant to actually take that fight. Golf claps come through from the audience.
Now one person really likes Hextech Dragons dying. Really big fan of that. Oh, I don't like that one.
Broken Blade forced to use the ultimate.
Took a turret shot. No flash available for Cabo Shard. Boomerang. Nah, good timing at the body slam as well. Also, got some plan here, so he's got a bit of sustain. He'll be able to stay in the lane.
A lot of sustain. That's a lot of mana back for Broken Blade. Yeah. Of course, CS advantage still exists for Cabo, as you would expect in the range versus Nelly matchup. Hansama continues to stack up. 40 stacks right now. Not bad. Nothing too crazy.
Have we kind of considered what is great at the moment? Maybe pausing that bow and look towards mid. Hang on, there's a flash bot side. Mum! Flies. So remember, Upset lost a bit of experience and almost dies because of it. Whew. The Senna falls out, but Hansama and Mickey X, I mean, by themselves, the 2v2. They're just playing it well.
They are. Mickey committing the flash, knowing that Upset didn't have it available. Of course, he does get away with his life very low. There's no jungler here to play with them, so they can't really threaten a dive. Hansama getting lower and lower on mana. Unlikely that they're going to be able to convert this into much.
Got a cookie, though.
Looks like he's not going to spend it, though. Going to choose to go back to base. Bo is going to steal away camps from Yike.
Yep.
Good utilization of the pressure that he has from both mid and top. Seiken moving over to assist with that. Yike's still going to tick over to level 6. The Achu interrupting the bases there. Hansama going to catch an entire wave. Look at this lead that's starting to be built in bot lane. Across the map, it's KC that hold on to the gold lead for now.
If only just, I mean, 500, 400 gold. Cabo will extend that a bit. As with all that trading in topside with the TP burn before, he's able to get a turret plate, he's able to push and deny this wave by the most amount. Caps, count your minions, Seiken knows. Good job. He's not fallen prey, but he does actually, because he flashes. So it doesn't matter if he knew he was a minion, because Caps got a summoner out of him.
Yeah. Caps lost a lot of HP trying to set up that play. I mean, it definitely was. Should be able to heal that back. He still has his 3 biscuits. Don't obviously offer a huge amount of health, but it's better than nothing. Definitely should help with some of the mana issues, given that he's so low right now. Mickey looking for something in the enemy jungle.
Be quiet there. I thought KC fans left for 9 minutes, you know?
Trying to keep the energy high. Yet to find first blood. A little surprising considering it is G2. Back to yesterday's game against Mad Lions Koi. They were off to the races right from the get-go.
With a Cogmore.
That they were. But the aggression from Hansammer and Mickey, that is definitely not faulted in any way. They're going to get themselves their second plate. Senna in the mid lane, as the Hansammer's gold is only going to continue to climb.
I mean, Targamas can't walk up to this by himself. They're going to bring the whole squad down, Betty. I just wonder, are G2 aware of this? There's no vision in River.
A bit of danger. Here comes the engage.
Okay, Hansammer safe for now. Chu slows them down. Boaz kick available. And Flash is a flash on top with Sake and Shockwave. And Hansammer is better for it. Or should I say worse? Mickey up next. The range there. They tank it up. And all of a sudden, KC on the board with one big power play.
What a wombo combo. The ball delivery system is a flashing blind monk. Great engage from KC. They find themselves first blood. They convert it into 2. And while Caps will get a plate back, I think KC can be pretty happy with that one. Shutting this dragon down as early as they can. 1K now the gold lead.
Look at it again, as you said. Great setup here with G2. Hard pushing bot.
So what they'll do is they'll use the shockwave first, and then Bo will flash at just the right time to make sure that it connects.
Oh,
beautifully done by Bo. He then kicks the dragon back. And just very well played. They even hand the kill over to Upset. KC punishing the aggression from G2's bot side. Bit of frustration, hard to tell with Dylan Falco. Stone cold as ever.
Yeah. His head's not in his hands and they're not getting frustrated. Or more frustration. I think it's okay.
But I mean, KC should be pretty happy with how this has started out. And admittedly, we've seen KC get leads before, and they haven't been able to always convert them. That's always been the challenge when playing against a team like G2. It's their mid game, which they took pride in last splits. They often talked a lot about it, the main focus area of improvement. And so we'll see how KC can keep up with them and their movements around the map.
Because I think one of the big issues of KC was their mid game last split, you know, the ability to hold leads. I think a lot of LEC teams, you could say the same.
And quite frankly, just poor decisions, right? They would pick poor
Which
fights.
usually happen in the mid game when people are fighting more, you know.
Sometimes they would like start these objectives, and often you would just be left with question marks when it comes to KC. But let's see how they navigate this. We haven't quite entered the mid game just yet. We still have all these plates up. Laning phase still very important. Yet to see Yike do anything. When I think of Jarvans, I mean, quite frankly, I feel like the Jarvan is a champion
has to do something.
that needs to be doing something. You know, if he's just full clearing every respawn of the camps, then I feel like that there were better options that you could have picked. You know, I think one of the strengths of Jarvan is its early game utility. But now the Dragon Beam started off. G2 already have the first one. Can they secure the second? Hansammer in a bit of an awkward angle here.
Is indeed. G2 are sitting in the pit. There's the flash from Mickey, but he gets no one. Mum onto Targamas? I don't think so. They're going to dive on in. KC have already got the burn of ultis. Dragon goes down, but it's Pop Blossom on Cap. Tries to save the plate. Maybe it's okay. Cataclysm out. Flashes forward. Targamas saved. Upset, though. KC are fine with this. Oh, they're damn fine. Broken Blade has come in late, and he'll die late as well. Just like that, it's G2, 6-0 down.
Bo completely making fun of G2, and Saken securing a triple kill. KC were looking for a different version in Spring, and I think they've gone and found it. 6-0 in kills right now, a 3K gold lead. And it starts off with a blunder initiation from Mickey. Look at the reaction here from Bo. Wood over the wall, sidesteps the engage. Mom effectively useless. Caps now getting chipped away from the HP of Saken. A nice flash engage locks them up, but then the consume from Targamas keeps Upset alive. Look at this play from Bo. Nice kick to get him close in range of Hansammer. Cabo then comes over the wall, and Saken there to finish off the kill. Very well play fight from KC. The coaching staff naturally elated. To get a win against G2 would be massive to start off their week 2-1, considering they started 0-3 in winter.
Oh yeah, completely different KC is kind of our story. However, it's got to get through the motions of the game, right? We've got a 3K gold lead. The problem is G2 can muck about and then people find out. People find out they're up a river without a paddle when they go up against G2. And that's, of course, giving them preface because they've been in the league for so long, because they continuously do it. But for now, we praise KC and we look at this play and think, man, Seiken is the beneficiary. 4-0 on this Orianna, 2 items, and of course, just about to be 2 items that needlessly large. They're going to lose Herald as well. For G2, they're just observers, they're spectators to this. And KC pick up yet another objective. Mickey has to get out of there, and with the Herald, you have to think that there's going to be an open turret sooner or later.
The only air of skepticism I have.
I gave the air of skepticism.
No, it's not even just G2, it's just in the previous 2 games, we've seen this exact situation before.
But there's no Nautilus this time.
But there is a smolder.
Oh, that could be an issue.
Yeah, that could be an issue.
Senna,
I mean, you're definitely right. I mean, KC openly left the smolder up, and they said, we believe that we have a champion that can match in terms of scaling.
Yep.
Obviously, Upset so far having a very solid game. Don't let his CS be the main determining factor, of course. Tom Kench, the one receiving all of that farm.
Yep.
Senna just picking up here and there. But overall, KC naturally in a great spot. They're going to drop the Herald top. Going to try and unlock some of these outer towers.
Get in.
And put more pressure onto G2.
The whole family gets out. Like, it's like a clown car.
That it is.
You know, like 10 of them get out. Dragon, excuse me, turret goes down. Completely different objects in the game. But that is first turret of the game, by the way. First brick is going to be shattered by KC top wall caps. Going to get this push in the bottom side. Try and get a trade. I think bot is going to be a little bit of a hard task with Targamas on the way with Seiken as well.
I mean, a lot of damage was done to that tower thanks to the laning phase of Hans and Mickey.
Also true.
We'll see. Targamas is just going to act as wave clear, I would imagine. Hansama being sent over to mid lane. Got a number of stacks, 154.
Actually, that's a lot, actually.
I think that's pretty good for 16 minutes, for sure. Right now, we wait.
What do you think the inspiration for Tom Kench was in the game? Do you think it was like a Pokemon? Do you think it was like Licky Tongue? They just thought, man, this would be cool.
No, I don't. When you think of Tom Kench, you think Lickitung. That's what you think.
I remember Nintendo 64 Pokemon Stadium. There's a game, you know, as Licky Tongue, you'd eat sushi.
I do remember that.
Yeah.
We're old, man.
It's not that bad. There's still be people out there who are like 5 years younger who had the same experience. You know, and you eat the, I think you eat the wasabi, and then Licky Tongue has a really bad time. That's what I think every time he reaches out to a champion who's like, man, that wouldn't taste good.
Probably not.
But yeah, that's what goes through my brain. So.
Fair enough. Your brain is a unique one, that's for sure.
That's a good thing, isn't it?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yike yet to really have impact so far in this game.
Yeah,
saying that 0 kills.
You said earlier on, you're like, yeah, not anything. To be fair, the Cataclysm, what we saw bot in front of Dragon, was the first time we've seen something done. Maybe top side that's going to change. Kappa shot.
Pop used.
Flashes away. They get a free flash.
TP response.
Broken Blade waiting for it though. Explosive cask in hand. It's only Targa. So.
And this will leave the Dragon, well, in an awkward spot, because Targamas is now TP top, but Yike is still here, so...
it doesn't get it. Doesn't get the knock and be flashed for that. G2 also teleporting for this. Cabo's out with the minion wave. Flash from Caps doesn't connect. Pop Blossom doesn't connect! Failure after failure from G2. It's just going pear-shaped.
A comedy of errors as G2 failed to connect any CC on a Cabo. He gives him the thumbs up and shows, yeah, not today. That's going to be an easy Dragon secured for KC on the other side of the map. Upset left to solo farm in that bot lane, chipping away at that tower as well. And so much invested. Flash from Caps, flash from Yike, TP from Caps. Ultimate used. Cabo forced to flash himself, but KC feeling very confident. You have to feel like after that sequence of errors, like, Cabo's just going to be laughing. He's going to be like, oh, we're in their heads, lads. You know, like, you got to feel confident after that.
Yeah, not him. But G2, I love how at the start of this game, you're like, you know, G2 every now and then in the split have, like, one of these kind of games.
Oh, they do.
This could
They
be
lost to Rogue last split.
True. Very true. I mean, here, not to
Did they lose the KC? I feel I've completely blanked. Was that one of their last games of the split?
You'd like me to find out, wouldn't you?
I've completely forgot. I know KC won 2 games.
Bettius, I don't even know what I had for breakfast yesterday. Don't blame yourself, man. Like, I honestly don't remember how I got here. So, G2 versus KC. No, they did beat them.
Okay,
But G2 lost to Rogue, as you said. You know, that was the comedy game. Vitality as well you can put in there because Vitality last week weren't the same.
Yes.
But, but no, on your point, I mean, this is G2. And I know a lot of people at home will be like, you guys just give excuses to G2. Well, they keep winning. That's the problem. They keep winning, like, playoffs, and they keep winning finals. They're already going to MSI. The first team confirmed for MSI.
It's the benefit of the doubt. But like in this position, obviously KC, this is their game to lose, right? With the composition they have, I think they're in a great spot. Senna is at 70 stacks herself. You know, we were talking about so much Handsummer stacks. Like, they're a little small on your screen, but you can see them next to Upset's portrait, just above his level. Same for Handsummer. 200 is on his icon, and 71 now for Upset. When they reach those late game points, it's 225 for Handsummer, about 100, 120 for Upset. Mom going to be called.
Good job in the wave.
I mean, she's often used, like, it can be very difficult to siege against a smolder.
Isn't that sad? Just call her when you know, you can't be bothered to touch the wave. You're like, Mum will do it.
Isn't that the story? Like, that is the sad story.
The gamer story.
You just leave your dishes on the side of the sink. Mum will do it.
Mum will do it. You'll be right. She'll clean this up.
It was Mother's Day, of course, at least in the UK on Sunday. Shout out to all the mums out there.
Oh, props to all mums.
Yeah.
Was it actually? I don't think.
Yeah, in the UK it was.
Yeah, the UK. That's why. You know, I'm not a bad.
It's not
son.
the same ever in the world, which has always confused me.
Well, I don't know why they don't just do it. You know, do it the same. It makes sense, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you would think so. Like, but then, like, there's also questions about daylight saving time, my friend. I still don't understand that.
Well, it's different. You just put your clock back an hour. But that's fine. Time zones make sense. You know,
okay,
different part
time
of the world.
zones make sense.
In general, yeah. Daylight saving time could be a big argument. But national holidays. Always have to wonder that one. Is
true.
Look, I just have to say, in this game, nothing's happening unless KC really want it to happen.
That's correct.
G2 are just on the defense. Target's flashed for that.
I don't think he needed to, but all right.
Neither do I, so he gets sneezed on as a result. And Handsummer, with his next wave, will have full stacks. I feel like at 20-minute mark, that's still pretty good.
Ideally, KC would love to take this tower down because it's easier to move into the enemy jungle when you unlock that. You can see KC getting a bit of vision down. That's immediately going to be cleared out by the Scryer's Bloom. Of course, enhanced thanks to the Chem Soul we have on the Rift. Caps finally going to secure G2's first tower of the game.
Yeah. Again, lies in the problem. Mid-game of G2, their strength. For KC, if they just keep chilling, are we okay?
Sorry, I just realized Deathcap second Forsaken, and Caps was like, okay, Deathcap second for me as well. So both these mid lane mages are going to be doing a lot of damage. Caps, I wonder if he's going to have it on this next base.
Yep.
Let's find out.
There, surely.
Oh,
yep.
There it is. All right, so
2 items.
2 items. Very big spike for him. Dragon spawning in a minute's time. Now, G2 could afford to give this one open. Maybe they sit there and say, you know what, we just want to scale more. We have Smolder on our side. Caps still wants a few more items before we force a fight. They have that choice. The question is, are they in the same mindset as us? Do they think that they need to fight this dragon, or are they happy to concede it? Because they could trade it for like a top tier 1, for example. Maybe they actually trade it for mid tier 1. Both mid towers still being up 22 minutes in is obviously a very long time. Seiken has pushed in that top wave, has the TP available to him, but is already going to start making his way down to join with the rest of his team. Cabo actually abandoned that bot wave, a little cautious because he doesn't have full information as to where everyone is. Caps now being spotted on top should help him. He's now moving over towards mid. That will give them a numbers advantage and a bit of deeper vision towards this bot side jungle.
Let's just remember for KC, as they move down, again, we're questioning whether G2 are going to look at this. If this turns into a fight, remember the engage. Cabashard, obviously, with the person that needs to be relied upon, sitting on the Mega Narbar. He's not hitting Dragon. He's letting it wear down a bit and finding out if G2 are coming in on this. As now with the vision on the side, G2 are threatening, but they're nowhere nearby. Yike is off the back here on the Raptors. Dragon's going to be gone. Broken Blade's just going to try and do something. Explosive cast. Close, but it is Bo who secures for the second campaign.
So the cross map is, in fact, just going to come through from G2. They'll take the top tier 1. Equalize the towers throughout the game. The goal difference hasn't really extended anymore for KC. Obviously, they found some great fights in the early game, but off the back of that, it has been a very slow affair. Targamas, no flash, remember.
Remember this next feud here. Mum once again. Targamas is getting burnt down. He's in the Cataclysm, but he's not dying. Upset steps forward, gets a couple of stacks for himself, and for G2, they don't have the damage yet, especially not to take on this Tahm Kench.
The Caps on the flank, he's cautious, and he should rightfully be so. Bo was just there ready. They thought they could punish Targamas, far too tanky. When Seiken does arrive, Yike was forced to flash away because the shockwave was coming through. Yike was able to dodge away from it though. No kills secured by G2. KC hold on to their lead for now. They keep their mid lane tower alive, and now they've equalized the dragons. The game will likely return to a neutral state as farm continues to come through from either side. And you ultimately have to question, who does this favor more? Upset, very close to 100 stacks. Of course, Hansama 262 though. And I've been very afraid of Senna late games ever since she's been released. Yep. Right? She's a terrifying champion in the late game. But we've got
Mickey, what are we doing here? Trying to get out now as he flashes away, I believe. No, yes, he does. Sorry, a bit of a spectator delay. Mickey does get out, but no flash available for this engage of Rakan.
But yeah, I wonder who is scarier, Smolder or Senna?
That is a great question. Well, I mean, Senna keeps getting range. Mum, once again, you got to think with how many times Mum gets called, that's got to be Dad at some point, right?
Nope, because it's called Mum.
Yeah, but still, like, Mum's cooldown is not that long. There's no way. Call the father, uncle, somebody deal with this, bro. There's no way whatsoever as Cap tries to get a Tangle Barbs out, Upset, tags him, and tag him again, nor does Bo. Mickey's coming back in, but remember, he just burned his flash.
Really like the way in which Upset used the wards to then apply the Q to connect onto Caps there. Of course, can't really convert it into much else. Casey just kind of dancing around. Scaling continues, 102 stacks now hit for Upset. The 80 carry level difference is obviously quite significant.
Yeah. Respect.
As you rightly said, the rapid fire cannon coming through for Hansama should be very close to completing that.
Base yet, so we'll just wait for that base timing. Again, I was pointing to that video because I'm like, man, 3 items model with rapid fire, the Q, extra range.
Finally siege onto this, they're looking for the fight.
Oh, it's perfect! It's perfect! It's the Thunderdome! KC knocked around, sent around, and as the burn follows through, Seiken's up next, spitting hot fire and spitting the dirty sneeze from Hansama. Cabo runs away as well, he had no Meganar. And all it takes is one fight in the mid-game, all it takes is one moment in the mid-game, and G2 are back.
And this is what we talk about when it comes to G2. They've earned that pedigree, they've earned that right, that you can never really afford to count them out. A great fight found in the mid lane. KC were caught completely by surprise. The Baron is going to be unlocked. No jungler, no smite. Can KC stop this from being secured?
Baron's going to go down. All it takes is a smite. Yike can't let it go, and he won't as now low health bars bring KC in to try and get a fight off the back, and Mickey is taken out. So only 4 Barons left as KC continue to chase up. Caps now out with the Mega Blast Cone. Cabo flashes Tangle Barb. Caps dies too. How much else can they get onto Broken Blade? Is Targa alone? No, Cabo's about to go to Mega. Waiting to fight this off. This is too far forward. Targa can still get executed with the shield down. Mum flies through, but no Q as Cabo flies over his teammates, and now Baron be damned. Yike comes in, makes it a yakety sack. We're dancing around. Bo's there. Flag and drag. Shockwave down under the turret. What is going on, everyone? It's a fire sale.
It is a bloodbath in the top lane. KC wanted to take as many Barons away from G2 as possible, but we have to go all the way back to this fight in mid. Look at the angle from Broken Blade and Yike. Mickey comes in with the engaged follow-up. Broken Blade keeps them in place, though. The ultimate from Targamas is good to keep Seiken alive, but the Shockwave can't do much to turn it around. Cabo doesn't have any rage stored up in the tank, doesn't have the ultimate available. And it is just a one-sided fight for G2. But the re-engage from KC is spectacular. They chase G2 down, who have nothing left. All of the ultimates have been used. Everything is gone. And so KC's just looking to get pick after pick, but we're straight back into the action.
Explosive cast, beautiful. Seiken's caught out. The Orianna's caught out. Take away the Baron, sure, but G2 keep taking away lives from KC to make this a more even game.
Buff also likely going to go over. The gold has basically been equalized. G2 going to put themselves on Soul Point. KC have shown some impressive fights. I love the confidence that we have been seeing from this KC squad. They seem much more coordinated, even if it was a bit overzealous towards the end of that skirmish.
Yeah.
They were able to get so many Barons off of G2. You can see only 1,000 gold is the Baron power play. But G2 are unrelenting in their aggression.
Bo and Targmas lucky to get out. In a turret next on the menu is for G2. 4 members approach mid. Bo's trying to defend, but how ambitious is he right now? Sonic Wave goes to a miss. In a turret drops on down. The onslaught with, I think we've got 1 Baron left remaining. Of course, it was Broken Blade who still survived. So with that 1 Baron push, Casey are getting onslaughted. Explosive cast, see you later.
Yike gonna flank, drag away to safety. That.
Engage.
Yike in danger. Oh, nice.
Flag and drag, the timing comes back. Top Blossom! It's clapped! Everybody, you know the story, you know the legend. They might look good from KC, but then you clap your hands, put them together, and the deed is done.
The shockwave was so good from Seiken, but the ultimate from Caps was even better. And just like that, G2 will end this game.
He performed out of his mind in winter, and he continues to do so again in spring. G2 may have looked out in the early game, but never, ever doubt them as their mid-game continues to flourish. 3-0 at the end of the first week. That's G2.
Caps, man. I really thought Seiken had found the shockwave to win them another fight, but then he just goes and one-ups him. Caps rated undisputed best mid laner last split, and he's looking to do the same here. 3-0 on the weekend.
He's just insane. Any playmaking champion, put it on him, and Caps will show you how it's done. It's funny, we're talking about Hans Summer on the Smolder. We're talking about Broken Blades Gragas. What is Yike going to do in this job? And in those fights consistently, Caps was showing us 2, 3, 4-man ultis.
We also talked about in the draft the Wombo combo, and we got to see it twice. One in that mid lane play that secured them the Baron, and then once to end the game. Really fun comp coming out from G2. Nothing but praise overall from KC. They did show a lot of promising things, but I think their limited engage made it harder for them to push the lead that they already had.
Very true. Ladies and gentlemen, though, you can have your say if you vote for your key player of the game at LEC on X. Is it Yike, Caps, or Mickey X?
It's Caps.
It's Caps. I mean, some insane engages. Yike on there is interesting, but the Cataclysms help set up later in the game, mid-game. But let's be real, it's Caps.
It's almost certainly Caps.
It's Caps. I mean, G2, undefeated.
I mean, I will say, of course, KC had a challenging schedule this weekend, right? They did win out on their first game, but then Fnatic into G2, not easy opponents, but I think they showed some really promising things, and I think they're a team worth being excited about coming into winter, especially when so many were still skeptical after their 10th place finish.
I mean, again, look, what remains, water is wet. Apparently it's not, by the way, but G2 is still G2. I think the most exciting thing here is the fact that we see this talent split on split performing out of their mind. Like, Broken Blade obviously had a rough start to winter with his laning phase, but then scaled up. Had a good, better start here today.
Oh, for sure.
Caps has continued on his performance from winter as well. And then we look at, like, well, the rest of G2, how are they functioning? Bots performed a lot better. I think Hunt Summer and Mickey, apart from some moments in the game, but the lane was really good.
Oh, yeah.
The lane, the 2v2, was exceptional.
And I mean, as EU fans, this is the performance they want to see as one of Europe's MSI representatives already, right?
They just hope it translates to international.
Exactly.
That's what everyone keeps telling me. They're like, yeah, G2's great now. You get excited for them. But how do they translate on
And that's going to be the big question, right? Right now, Caps is obviously in amazing form.
Yep.
The question is, can they keep that level of play continued as we continue throughout spring?
Well, an absolute pleasure to cast them as the only undefeated team as we round out week number 1 of spring. Thank you to Vedius for standing by as we go to Law on stage with Hunt Summer.
Thank you so much, guys. Great cast for this game, of course. And Steven, merci beaucoup. Thank you so much. Congrats on winning this one. I was watching the beginning of the game, as all of us were, I guess, thinking it's Monday Fun Day again for G2 Esports. Throwing for content again. Tell me about this one. We know that Smolder is hard in the early game, but you guys took it a bit too far.
Yeah, definitely. It was Monday, so it's a big challenge for us in the Mondays, it looks like. Yeah, talking specifically about this game, I think the early game we kind of messed up some things, and they got ahead. Personally, I was very confident to still win the game because I had I had a lot of stacks going on in the early game, and I feel like if nothing happens, which nothing happens after a certain point, 0-6 for like, I don't know, 10 minutes it felt like, then the game is just good for Smolder. The champ looks quite strong when he gets to
It
farm,
does, yeah. Interesting champion. We'll talk about this one a bit later. I don't want to take any credit to what KC did today. Of course, a much better showing than what they displayed in Winter. Did you expect them to be so proactive on the map and maybe to challenge you that much?
Yeah, I feel like in the early game they played quite well.
Yeah.
At the dragon fight, they executed it well. So we all collapsed there. So yeah, props to them for the early game. Yeah.
All right, last question for you, Hans, because we have all the fun about G2 esports, throwing for content and everything, but I think it can be a bit of a headache for your coach and your coaching staff. What do you think Dylan is going to say after this one?
Guys, gotta be more precise in some of the plays.
All right.
I think we definitely felt that we were stronger than we were in some of the fight. Some of the fight, no, there was just one fight, basically a dragon fight. I guess they were maybe stronger than us. It looks like that's maybe we're not very honest with ourselves, or
right.
I don't really recall exactly how was the game state, but.
It is part of the process when you coach G2 esports, actually, the hard attacks. We have Yike on the other side in PGL with Shocks. Anything you think of his performance this week overall? What did you think of your jungler? He wanted to go back on carry champions, you put it back on tank. I don't think he's supposed to have fun with you guys. Tell me.
Well, I think your jungler, Yike is pretty strong. He can play everything, but he hasn't brought a single tree yet.
Right.
Are you planning to bring them back?
Oh, are you planning on bringing the trees back? Yike, over to you, Shocks, for PGL. Thank you, Hans. I hope not.
Thank you so much. I think it's important to have more trees in general, planting trees, but I don't know if Yike wants to play the tree. I know he doesn't, actually. What do you have to say to Hansam?
Yeah, I can't believe he actually said that. I thought he was my bot laner, my friend.
Your
but
friend?
He wants to play the trees, and that's kind of toxic.
It's very cringe, actually. But Yike, tell me about this game, because we were watching it in the green room, and we were like, okay, KC is far ahead, and I said, I've seen G2 win games where they've been further behind at this, and they didn't have the champions that they had. So talk me through the game, Yike.
Yeah, I mean, I think we knew this game was going to be a bit slow for us because we don't really have that much to do. I think after level 6, I think we had much more setup, and that's why we want to fight this dragon fight. And I think we just, everyone just inted, everyone missed everything, and it was just a cringe fight for us. I don't know what happened.
It looks so difficult to play as well. Yeah. I can see BB with a long TP from so far away, where he just joins the fight way too late, Yeah, I mean, just throwing all his abilities.
Yeah, I mean, they just broke our ankles. It happens. They played better than us early game, so it's good for them. But
yeah. So, you know that you've got some scaling and that you can come back, but still, talk me through this fight, for instance.
Yeah, I mean, this shows how OP Smolder is, The camp is actually disgusting. I guess everyone has said it by now, but yeah, that's me as well.
What are you saying there?
I'm saying, I don't know. Oh yeah, BB was like, they're gonna make a montage about my Gragas E, the one he missed on Dragon Pit, and I was laughing with him.
Yeah, funny enough, you did send out your tweet, of course, about playing carry junglers, but we talked to Duffman yesterday, and we know this from you. You're such a team player, but still, we want to see your Bel'Veth more. That's just the way it is.
Yeah, I also wish I could play more Bel'Veth, more Viego, maybe more Lee Sin like I played day one. But
yeah? That was a hard Lee Sin game, though.
Yeah, I know. They picked Talia and Poppy, right?
Yeah, it looked impossible.
So I forgot about the Poppy, actually, but I made it work.
Is it a jungler thing to, because I know we always say, oh, this is an impossible Lee Sin game. So is it like a jungler thing to be like, nah, it's actually, I see it and I'm going to prove it to you?
Yeah, we kind of have to make it work because otherwise, if I say to my team it's impossible for me, then they're also not going to have any hope for me. So, I mean, I felt comfortable, and I play my game and we still won.
Yeah, are you still the new guy? Is that why you're not being able to take charge and just be like, lock me in the carry? And
it's been a year and a half.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, have you settled yourself in so you can tell them, no, I'm the one who's carrying now, or what's happening?
Sometimes I can say that. Sometimes I can be more demanding of a champion. But yeah, I mean, if I think a champion is very OP, maybe lose in day one, then I will pick it.
Yeah, I mean, you can try and be the carry, but more often than not, it is Caps. It has been this whole year, and he is our key player of the game as well. And Yike, have you noticed a difference? Because Caps is always good, but this year, he seems to be better than he was last year. Is that a right assessment also as his jungler?
Yeah, I mean, I think he was still very good last year.
Yeah, of
but
course.
I think this year he's playing very, very good, yeah. And that, I mean, it shows. He gets all the MVPs. He deserves most of them. But yeah, he's playing very good. So I'm very happy with how he plays, and I feel like it's so easy for me to play around him.
Yeah, it's been 3 days. It's 3 Caps MVPs as well. But it also
has
just
it?
yeah,
I got all of them.
yeah. I don't know what's happening. We need someone else to step up or new votes from the fans out there. I'm not too sure what's happening
I'm trying
there.
my best.
I also just think from a mid lane perspective, it's so interesting how we've developed in Europe in terms of where they're ranking, right? We used to kind of have the Elite Four with Larsen, Niski, Humanoid, and Caps, and they could battle up. Like, some had better days than others. You can swap them in and out. But as it stands right now, throughout all the winter and spring right now, it is just Caps, and then maybe Humanoid up there as well, but he is just a level above most people right now.
He's doing really, really well, indeed, and G2 is as well. But GB, I want to ask you about KC just a little bit, because I feel like this is such a... I'm not saying it's going to influence the rest of the split. I think they look very better than last beginning of split. We can say as much. They got one win this weekend, but I feel like if they had closed this one out, this would have been such a momentum changer for them.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But I think one thing that KC has done coming into spring is that they have actually had really good early game planning. I think in pretty much all of their games, they had a good plan in terms of how they wanted to impact it with both pathing into incorporating into the bot side, and that feels like that's how they're playing the game now. They are leaving Cap on top side. They are putting resources down towards the bot side, and they are influencing it with Seiken now as well, coming through from the mid lane on the Orianna. So I think they are definitely becoming more structured from an early game point of view, but that's easy mode. Now you need to do it in the mid game. That's where the bigger macro decision starts coming in, and that's where they will start faltering. So I think they've built a good foundation for the first week of spring.
Do you agree, Yike?
Yeah, I agree. I think compared to last split, they're performing, like, even though they lost 2 games this week, I think they're performing much better. I think they look better overall, and I don't think they're going to end 10th place like they did last split. So yeah, I think they're going to do much better this run.
Which team has impressed you the most, be it in scrims, be it from seeing them this weekend?
I mean, impressed. I think Fnatic is still playing very good, actually. I think they're probably like the strongest team besides us right now.
Yeah.
They also lost today, though, so it's hard to say. And I think there's a lot
So
of...
it's Team Heretics now.
Yeah, it's Heretics.
Team Heretics. We didn't screen them sadly.
Smolder diff.
Yeah, I mean, whoever picks Smolder is probably going to win. So, but I think he gets hotfix now or something. So
I
maybe
believe so.
Maybe we're a bit happy with that. Everyone, me too.
So do you think all of this is fake, actually? We're only going to see when Smolder is hotfixed what the teams look like?
How many Smolders? We played 2 Smolders, right?
You did, and then
yeah,
a lot of teams did. Giant X is the only team that lost with Smolder, I think.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, did Rogue play Smolder?
No.
Oh, then...
I might be lying. I don't know.
I don't know as well, but if Rogue didn't play Smolder, then they would know the reason why.
Well, Vitality played it and Photon lost on Smolder top today.
Oh yeah, well, Smolder top is... I don't know how good that is.
No.
Never seen that before, but...
I have 1 sample size in EU and it was bad. So
Oh, really? Well, yeah,
it isn't that bad.
Top, yeah.
It can be pretty good top as well. We did ask all the players before who would go 3-0 and who would go 0-3, and I'd love to take a look at that to see who is correct and who wasn't. Are you in there? I don't think you are.
I am not. I think
No.
it's Caps.
Yeah, Caps is in there. He said Rogue 0-3. So he's correct, I guess. And Fnatic 3-0, so he was incorrect, but it was close.
It was close, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, good on Razork for predicting G2 instead of Fnatic himself, so you know he knew where he was at the entire time.
Yeah, so Razork, Niski, and Finn.
Yeah, good. Yeah, they're pretty good at knowing G2.
Yeah.
It's easy mode.
Easy mode prediction indeed. Let's take a look at the standings for, at the schedule, sorry, for next week and take a look what we've got. Let me look behind me. It's KBDS first day, Giant X Fnatic, G2 Heretics, that's fun.
Yeah, that's going to be hype.
Yeah. I mean, you've, of course, had the pleasure of playing versus Jankos a couple of times as well. Do you think it's going to be different?
I think it's going to be... I saw Jankos actually, his listing was like very...
It's actually really clean, wow.
So, and after my listing game as well, where I've played fine as well, it's going to be, I think it's going to be hype. I hope both of us play something fun.
Yeah.
That's my goal.
I hope so as well. Let's see. Mad Lions Koi versus Vitality. That's kind of hype, GB.
Yeah, the one I'm actually looking at the most. Oh yeah, that was actually the one. Yeah, you're completely right. Good eyes.
right.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's super hype as well. I think Kasi against former teammates as well, but also just Kasi's been showing up. Maybe the Smolder diff will come through as well, but who knows? But I think he's really good on late game champions too. But also just MDK. You know, I thought they was going to do better than they were coming into this week. I think that the mid-game they dropped today was a game they should have never lost. So I'm curious to see how their improvements are going to look going into next week. So yeah, banger game for sure.
Yeah, it's weird because I also, when you're looking at their games, you think they're, I mean, there were two where I thought they were going to win.
To me, they felt like they could have been a 3-0 team, you know? Like, I still think they played really well in super solid early game, but the mid game today just completely faltered. And I don't know if it's just like eco, they think they have it in the bag, so they start trolling a little bit. I'm sure you know something of that, but like, you know, I think they're still a strong team and they'll come back with a good foundation.
What do you think about Matt?
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised they also went 1-2. I mean, we were confident we were going to win against them.
Yeah.
But the other two games, I think they could have won. They maybe should have. I don't know. I didn't really watch the games, but
it's fine.
Yeah, it's a bit it's a bit confusing that they went 1-2. Maybe they're like a bit ahead of themselves because they came, or because they like went finals, lost split.
Yeah, they were ahead in the games. They were doing quite well, but then they just couldn't figure it out. So hopefully they'll get it together for next week. We're going to say goodbye. So thank you everyone for watching, both at home and right here in the studio, of course. Yike, thank you for talking to us.
Thank you very much.
As always, and GB and everyone else, thank you as well. And we'll see you next week for the second week of spring. Bye-bye.
Funny for mic check. Oh my god, I got possessed by NA LCS Pro, so I'm gonna run it down.
Hit them all, hit them all, hit them all. I can go, he's still look. Look!
Train back a bit of damage. Niski mounts up in the Herald to survive. He's going after Photon. He just drifts right through it.
Dawnbringer time. Okay, turret about to turn off for a predetermined period of time. Doesn't even need it. Doesn't even need it. I mean, this is a nightmare for Wonder. And trying to achieve similar results. We can talk about that later. There's his answer. Good Tangle Bob and Pop Blossom. He disguises. There you go.
No flash, no flash. We win this, we win this.
There is one.
I'm looking at it.
Go Nash.
Guys, you are so good. But after that early game, I could feel my top laner has like bad. I feel like top laner like you really didn't have it, you know.
Nuke now stepping forward, threading volley to try to finish off Raccoon. Flash forward, Nuke gets the kill.
Scary game. It did not go out. Experience rated.
Look. Fast play.
MTP. Nice. Look at blah.
Nice.
TK. Yeah, good. I can keep going, by the way. I can keep going.
Win down.
Look, small down. Go.
Nice. Good job, guys. Nice, guys.
Perfect. It's perfect. It's the Thunderdome. We're dancing around bows there. Flag and drag. Shockwave. Dead under the turret. What is going on, everyone? It's a fire sale.
I'm looking. Nice.
Nice.
Maybe. Nice.